The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
September the 20th, 2024, and here's what happened on this day in history. In 222 AD, Prophet Muhammad arrives in Yathrib. In 1519, Spanish expedition led by Portuguese navigator Ferdinand Magellan sets off on the first successful circumnavigation of the globe. Magellan killed en route. In 1854, Battle of Alma, British, French, and Ottoman alliance defeats the Russian Empire in the first major battle of the Crimean War. In 1990, both East and West Germany ratify reunification. In 2001, in an address to a joint session of Congress and the American people, U.S. President George W. Bush declares a war on terror. 2019, students from 185 countries stage world's largest ever protest on climate change, culminating in a Manhattan rally led by Greta Thunberg. In 1984, The Cosby Show premieres on NBC TV, starring Bill Cosby and Felicia Rashad. In 1969, virtual cartoon band Archie's single Sugar Sugar hits number 1. In 1973, Billie Jean King beats Bobby Riggs in Battle of the Sexes tennis match. Famous birthdays on today include Ernesto Theodoro Montaigne, Upton Sinclair, Maxwell Perkins, Cindy Abaca, Lloyd Blankfein, Sophie Loren, Red Auerbach, Guy Lafleur, John Tavars, and my brother Andrew. Famous people dying on this day include Jacob Grimm, Edward Roofs, Fiorio LaGuardia, Jean Sibelius, and Gene Sibelius, Jim Croce, and that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
copyrighted program transcribed and dedicated to the prevention of crime. Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 4. Proceed at once to Central Police Station. There's a man in the chief's office threatening to blow up the building. That is all. Gordon. It is true that law enforcement departments are better equipped to fight crime than crime is to fight them. The departments are furnished with every time-saving device and reinforced by modern science. Peace officers are trained by experts skilled in every phase of police investigation. And last but not least, the men who protect society are willing to give their lives in performance of their duty. In the story you're about to hear, a police officer made a decision that took the kind of courage for which our law enforcement agents are noted. Took a chance with the odds of 100 to 1 against him. Listen to the true story of the human bomb. We reach far back in the police records to bring you a story of one of the most daring and desperate plots ever attempted by one man. A dynamite terrorist held an entire city police force at bay and threatened to blow the city hall to bits as he calmly sat in the chief of police's office with his infernal machine on his lap. One morning, a strange apparition looking like a man from Mars appeared at the chief's office. His face was completely covered with a sheepskin hood, which was pierced in two places by ghostly green goggles. Atop the hood, he wore a battered soldier's campaign hat. He carried a large box painted blood red. One hand he held inside the box. The other, supporting the box on the outside, was also painted blood red. The chief secretary, amazed at his appearance, accosted him as he pushed through the swinging gate into the office.
Who did you wish to see?
I want to see the highest officer of the city.
Well, you're in the wrong place.
Let me by. I'm going in there.
You'll have to state your business.
Let me by if you know what's good for you.
Out there, Miss Jim.
This man wants
Let
in, but
me
he won't.
by.
Let him in. I'll talk to him.
I want to see the highest officer of the city. Are you him?
Well, I'm chief of police, if that's what you mean.
Are you the boss around here?
Well, and this building is. Where did you come from? A fancy dress ball?
It don't make no difference where I come from.
Well, who are you?
That is my business, too.
Well, maybe you'll tell me why you're dressed up like this. Are you advertising something?
No, I'm not advertising anything. I mean business. I came down here for a reason. And I got something here that's going to make you do as I say.
Well, now, that all depends.
Depends? On what?
Depends on what you've got there.
Oh, it will do the business.
And what do you want me to do? What's in the box?
A machine that will blow this building and everyone in it to bits.
What did you say?
I said a machine that will blow this building and everyone in it to bits.
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed. You want a demonstration?
Oh, no, thanks. Perhaps there's no need for it. Now, maybe you'll tell me what's on your mind.
I want you to send for Paul Shoup, the president of the Pacific Electric Railroad, and make him come down here. I want to talk to him.
Paul Shoup?
Yeah, Paul Shoup. That's the man I mean. Get him down here.
Now, whatever in the world do you want with Paul Shoup?
That is my business. He's the whole shooting match down at the railroad company, and I want to talk to him.
But he couldn't help you. He doesn't own the railroad. He's just the president.
You heard me. I want you to get Paul Shoup down here. I got something to say to him. Remember, all I have to do to set this thing off is to jerk my hand out of the box.
Yes, that's all right. Now, we'll try to get in touch with him in just a second. Oh, Snively.
Yes, sir?
Get in touch with Paul Shoup, president of the Pacific Electric Railway, and ask him to come down here at once.
Yes, sir.
And show him in the moment he gets here.
You're not going to call him, are you?
Didn't you see the chief wink? I'm going to take the call. I'll go into my desk in the chief's office. You ring me from the switchboard, and I'll answer on a dead line. Get it?
Yes. Oh, but I'm scared.
Do as I say.
All right.
They're ringing him now, sir.
Oh, that's good. Now, look here. Did it ever occur to you that you'd blow yourself up as well as the building if you let that thing go?
That is my business. I've thought it all out. I'm going to see that those railroad men get a square deal or die trying.
Well, there's the call, Chief. I'll get it. Hello, Pacific Electric? Mr. Shoup, please. Chief Sebastian calling. Oh, he's not there yet. Well, just as soon as he comes in, ask him to come down to the Chief of Police's office. Yes, it's very important. Thanks. Goodbye.
Well, when will he be here?
Well, they said they expected him any moment.
Good. When that guy gets here, he'll listen to me. He'll give those poor railroad men the wages they should get, or else.
Well, good morning, Grace.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Who's the scarecrow in the chief's office?
He says he's going to blow up the place with that box.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, it's terrible. I'm so scared. Maybe he really will, Lieutenant.
Well, just to be on the safe side, maybe you'd better get the other girls and get out of the building.
Where are you going?
I'm going in there and see if I can kid him out of it. Good morning, Chief.
Oh, yes, it's Sam.
I want to speak to you about that Gonzalez case and... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy. Well, for the love of... Oh, what's this?
Keep your distance.
What have you got there? A shoe-shining outfit?
You won't think so about the time I pull the trigger inside this box.
Oh, is that so? What is it? One of those infernal machines?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, fine. I've always wanted to see one of those. You mind if I look?
Wait a minute. I'll show you something. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
That's dynamite. There are 59 sticks like it in here. Enough to blow this whole building into a cloud of dust. Now, do you believe me?
No, I think you're joking. Listen, we've got a jailer here named John Shams who knows all about that stuff. Let him have a look at your box. And if he says it's dynamite, we'll all believe you.
Okay. Tell him to come ahead. But if he tries anything funny...
Oh, he won't. I'll see if he's around. Oh, John! John Shams! Yeah? John! In the chief's office, will you?
Come in.
Shoup had better hurry. I'm getting tired of holding this trigger. And all I need to do is let her go.
Now, don't get excited.
Good morning, Chief. Did he call?
Oh, yes, sir. Brown here calls.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this man here claims he's got dynamite in that box, and I doubt him, John. I want you to tell me if it's the real stuff. Here, let me have that sample.
Here you are. You'll find out quick enough.
Yeah.
Well, John, what about it?
It's the real thing, all right.
Huh?
Looks like about 80%.
Yeah? Well, he says he's got 60 sticks there. Claims that's enough to blow us to bits. Is that right?
Blow us to bits. I'll say it would. And scatter the bits over the county.
Rumor spreads like wildfire through the downtown district.
There's a maniac loose.
He's going to blow up the police station.
Murder. Wholesale murder.
There's a madman in the police station. Hurry up to the police station.
Crowds of imprudent people bear down on the police station, mill round the entrance on First Street. Mounted police strive vainly to push them back to a safe distance.
Get back there! Get back there! Move back! You gotta get back there! No use, Harry. We'll have to get some more men and rope the street off.
And in the jail on the third floor, the excitement of the crowd informs the 260 prisoners of their helpless plight as a sergeant rushes through the building, warning the city employees to get out at once.
Get out of the building, folks.
What's the matter?
There's a man in the chief's office with a bomb. Everybody out of the building. Hurry, girls. Get out as fast as you can.
We don't want to get blown up. Get your ass out of here!
Hey, John, what are we going to do with these men?
You get them out, all right. Get some of the boys and help me herd them into the drunk tank. They've sent for a streetcar. It'll be waiting by the time we get them out the back way.
Good, okay.
Pipes down! Pipes down! We can't get no place with all this noise. Now listen to me. I'm unbarring the doors. File out and bar in the doors. File out and march down to the drunk tank. And don't try any funny business. All right, boys, get along there. Make it snappy. Come on, boys, we haven't all day. Now listen carefully, men. Down in the chief's office, there's a nut with a load of dynamite threatening to blow up the building.
I'm serving 30 days for beating my old lady. I wasn't given no death sentence.
All right, all right. Pipe down now and listen. The boys are stalling this bird along, trying to kid him out of it.
Let them be heroes if they want to. You don't get...
Yeah, but we're caught like rats in a trap. Boys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you'll all be quiet, we'll be out of here in 5 minutes. Now listen, we're taking you out the sideway and we're putting you into a streetcar. Now for the next few minutes, act like men, not cowards. Okay, Bob, get him into the handcuff chain. We'll get you out of here in no time, boys. All right, come on.
Under the watchful eye of Jailer Shand, the 260 prisoners are emptied from the jail, loaded on the waiting streetcar, and transported to the East Side Station. In the chief's office, Sebastian and the terrorist face each other silently. The hooded man keeps his hand within the blood-red box, balefully watching the chief through his green goggles. In the outer offices, detectives discuss the situation in hushed tones.
Could use an ammonia gun on him.
Yeah, that ought to work. Well, he claims that the thing goes off when he releases his hand. If we used ammonia, then the relaxation of his hand would blow us up.
How about clapping a chloroform sponge on his face?
Oh, that's not good. Couldn't get behind him. He's sitting plumb against the wall. And remember, he's wearing that sheepskin mask.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hello, John. Get the prisoners out okay?
Yeah, they're all gone, thank heaven. Any change up here?
No. We're trying to figure out how to get that box away from the guy.
See here. I could draw a bead on him from where I'm standing with his coat of mine, and he'd be dead before he knew it.
Yeah, and so would you probably.
Too late now, anyway. He just moved his chair. Say, I got an idea. Let's tell him that Paul Shoup will meet him at the corner of First and Broadway.
Yeah, then when you get him down there in that mob of people, what then?
Well, we can clear the streets first.
Not without calling out the National Guard.
Here, wait a minute. We could try it. Get him out of the building, and then make a break to get out of the way and take a pot shot at him from a safe distance.
Okay, we got to try anything.
All right, go ahead, Snively. Give him the message.
Beg pardon, Chief, but Mr. Shoup just called and said he'd meet you on the corner of First and Broadway in 5 minutes.
Very well. Shall we go down and meet him?
You think you're pretty smart, don't you? Don't you think I'm wise to dodge like that? Well, I am. And it won't go. Here I am, and here I stay until Shoup shows up. And what's more, I'm getting tired of waiting. I've been here a half hour now. If he don't show up in 15 minutes, I'm going to jerk my hands off this box. Now, think that over.
Oh, but that wouldn't accomplish your purpose. You said you wanted to talk to Shoup. Something about the railroad men's wages. Oh, that doesn't concern us. Now, if you let that thing go, you'd kill a lot of policemen and yourself as well. There wouldn't be any point to that.
Well, I don't count. And I don't like policemen.
Minute after minute ticks on as the grotesquely clad killer faces the chief of police in sheer defiance. Seated stiffly upright, the skin hood outlining his nose and mouth, he looks like some brooding god from an ancient Assyrian temple. Outside, held in check by policemen and jail trustees, the mob grows by the hundreds every minute. While the detectives ponder some sort of solution to the dilemma, a newspaper photographer, at risk of his life, poises his camera for a picture of the terrorist.
What was that? Oh, a picture. That is all right. Put it in your paper as a lesson to the exploiters of the working men. And you'd better get that camera out of here fast, because I'm yanking my hand out of here in just 3 minutes.
All right, now, wait a minute. Listen. Hadn't you better use some common sense about...
Oh, be quiet. I'm ready to die even if you're not. Get Shoop over here in the next 3 minutes.
You hear that? He's going to set it off in 3 minutes. He will, too. We've got to do something.
I can't figure a thing out.
Are you game to go in there with me?
I'm game to go in with you anywhere, anytime, Sam. You've been in tough spots before.
All right. You got a blackjack?
Yeah?
Now, we'll go in there and ask him about the thing, and then...
What are you two whispering about? If you're ready to put that guy out, count me in on it.
We don't need you, John. Sam and I can pull it okay. No use in anyone else risking his neck.
The two of you together aren't big enough to keep me out.
All right, here's the plan. You crown him, Jim, and I'll grab the box and run to the street.
I'll grab the box.
No, I will, Fitz.
Oh, listen, Jim. You got a wife to think about.
Cut the argument. I'm grabbing the box. If we don't get in there in a minute, he's going to let that thing go.
Okay, let's go.
All set, Jim?
Set. Mr. Shoop will be here any minute now, but whether you come to an agreement with him or not, I wish you'd give us fellows time to get out of here before you set that thing off.
When Shoop gets here, I don't care what you birds do.
Pretty neat little contraption you got there. Must have taken you quite a while to rig that up. What's this thing for?
What thing?
This gadget down here. Got it, Jim! I got it!
As the terrorist slumps forward, both Fitzgerald and Brown grab at the box. Brown yanks it from Fitzgerald and runs down the stairway. Seeing a fuse sizzling within the infernal machine, he plunges his hand through the glass top of the box, extinguishing the flame. Down the stairs he leaps and out the front door of the police station. A cameraman has set up his tripod in front of the entrance. Hurtling out of the door in his headlong flight, Brown stumbles over the tripod. He has the presence of mind to throw the bomb from him. Sticks of dynamite spill from it as it careens down First Street, scattering the frightened crowd. Jumping to his feet, Brown runs to the smashed box and, holding it high over his head, smashes it again and again on the cobblestones.
All right. Well, it's all over.
Oh, great work, Sam. Oh, a hero.
Say, Brown, you're bleeding. Huh? Oh, that's funny. I didn't notice it before. I must have cut myself when I jammed my hand in there to put that fuse out.
You mean you actually stuck your hand in the thing and put it out?
Oh, sure. It was the only thing to do, wasn't it?
Certain that no damage could come from the infernal machine, the broken parts are collected from the street and carefully pieced together by police experts attempting to discover how the apparatus was to work. The machinery centers round a gun hammer mounted on a base. Under the hammer is a shotgun shell. Evidently, when the terrorist released the hammer, it would explode the shell. This explosion would ignite a slow-burning fuse leading to the 60 sticks of dynamite. One stick of this dynamite, tested in Elysian Park, blew a rock the size of an automobile into tiny bits. A few hours later, Brown and Fitzgerald visit the human bomb in the receiving hospital.
Well, how is he, Doctor?
He'll pull through, I think. He's semi-conscious now. For a while there, I was afraid we'd lose him.
Now, don't lose him, Doc. We want to talk to him.
Well, you can go in now.
My head.
Hello, my friend. How do you feel now?
Where am I?
You're in the hospital.
Yeah, mighty lucky you're not in the morgue. Where's my machine?
It's been taken all apart, and it did blow us to bits like you promised it would.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Now, you guys sneaked up on me and slugged me. But I can't understand why it didn't work. I must have made the fuse too long or something. It should have gone off. Well, it didn't, thanks to the bravery of Sam here.
Oh, come on, John, cut it. Now, look here. We want to find out something about you.
Well, fire ahead.
What's your name?
Carl White.
Mm-hmm. Age?
35.
Where do you live?
Over on Lake Street. Now, tell us, what was the big idea of that show you put on today? Well, I thought the railroad men ought to have a little more money. That's why I told you to send for Paul Shoop. I thought I could scare him into promising to raise their wages. Besides, lots of men are out of work now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you got a job?
Yeah. I do a little carpentry work now and then. I worked for the railroad company once. That's when I got the idea that they didn't get enough pay. So you thought you'd do something about it, eh? Well, I tried.
What do you think we should do with you? Don't you realize what a terrible thing you were going to do?
No. I don't think I committed any crime. I kept telling you men to keep away from me. If the machine had gone off as I expected, well, it was their fault. You committed a bigger crime than I did.
Well, I don't follow your reasoning. But let's hear how that machine was to operate.
Well, it was fixed with shotgun caps, with powder connecting up to dynamite caps. I had a fuse in there, and while I was arranging things inside the box to get it connected properly, I made a mistake and put the cap in the wrong place.
Yeah?
Yeah. So in order to hold the powder, I used a little dynamite to fill up the hole. I guess that's why it didn't burn fast enough. Mm-hmm. You guys didn't give it time to burn through.
No, we didn't.
Be quiet. You see, this machine was different from most. Instead of having to pull the trigger to make it go off, I had to hold on tight to keep it from going off. You see, I can't understand what happened when you hit me over the head. I thought sure the minute my fingers let go of that trigger, the thing would explode. And it should have, because it was a beautiful machine. It was a beautiful piece of workmanship.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't share your admiration for the thing. But I would like to know, what was the idea of the 2 red wooden fingers we found on the street near the box?
Oh, them. Well, you see, I got 2 fingers missing on the right hand, and I knew if you ever looked in the box and saw them, you could identify me.
Why? Have you ever been arrested before?
Yeah, once. You got me in the rogues gallery.
Look here. Why did you go to the police station after Mr. Shoup? You knew you wouldn't find him there.
Because I was afraid if I went to the railroad office, the bomb might cause a panic, and some of those poor workers might get hurt.
But you didn't worry about killing a bunch of policemen.
Well, that wouldn't have mattered so much.
Well, I don't know about that. Well, why have you got it in for policemen?
Oh, nothing in particular. Only they're always going around arresting somebody. And anyway, I didn't think you'd be foolish enough to monkey with the box. I was just getting ready to yank my hand out when you started asking fool questions. I don't know why I didn't see that blackjack in time. I don't...
What other part of your scheme didn't work?
Well, the railroad man didn't show up.
Well, what if he had shown up and refused to do what you asked?
We found a pair of handcuffs on me, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, I intended to handcuff Mr. Shoup to me. Then I was going to make him walk out of the station with me like he was an officer, and I was a crazy man. I was going to make him keep walking until we got out into the open country somewhere. Then I'd have kept him right there until he did what I said.
And if he'd still refused, you were going to set off the dynamite.
He'd have promised all right. And I'd have given him 6 weeks to make good.
What do you mean?
Well, if he hadn't given the men a raise in 6 weeks, I'd have come back down to the police station again. But I wouldn't have waited. I'd have blown it up as soon as I walked into the place. I intended to see that a working man got a square deal.
You didn't choose a very effective way to see it done.
Well, I guess it was as good as any.
Don't you think it was pretty brave of Sam here to grab that box from you?
No. I don't see where he deserves any credit. You had no right to hit me. I was only trying to get a raise for the railroad man.
Have you ever been confined to an insane asylum?
An insane asylum?
Yes.
An insane asylum. You don't think I'm crazy, do you? Why, I'm perfectly sane. I'm all right. It's you people that can't see the injustice and suffering in the world. It's you people that are crazy.
In just a moment, you will hear the summation of our story. test of insanity in a criminal case is whether or not the accused is conscious of the difference between right and wrong. If he is conscious of this distinction, then he is not legally insane. This test was applied to Carl Weiss. He reacted to it just like an average, intelligent person. Therefore, from a legal standpoint, Carl Weiss was sane, though he did suffer from the martyr complex. But this did not becloud his mind as far as knowing right from wrong. He was perfectly aware of the distinction. Carl Weiss was then duly tried on the charge of illegally transporting and depositing explosives in a public place, in this case, a police station. The jury found him guilty, and the court sentenced him to prison for 20 years. No, crime does not pay. Calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 4. Suspect now in custody. That is all. Gordon.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Hey, I avoid sugar. That makes me feel good about me.
Feeling good about yourself, feeling carefree. You got new carefree sugarless gum, fresher taste that sugar free. Feeling good about yourself, feeling carefree.
Now that Carefree has a new fresher taste, why would anyone come with all that sugar?
Listen to the beat, the early morning breakfast beats and eat cream of wheat. Out of bed on your feet and lipstick on the body. Beats and eat cream of wheat. Cereal, mix, ooh, mix, ooh, mix. Beats and eat cream of wheat. Cereal.
New improved Mix and Eat. It's smoother, it's creamier, it's delicious.
Nabisco.
I was right in the middle of a caramello when I found gold.
Golden smooth caramel. Deep inside every delicious bite of creamy Cadbury's Dairy Milk Chocolate.
Right in the middle of a caramello when I found gold.
Golden caramel inside creamy Cadbury's Dairy Milk Chocolate. Now 16% bigger.
I was right in the middle of a caramello when I found gold.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Enter Clooney, Crosby, and Carpenter.
Greetings, BC.
Now, would you step in here and take over, R.C.?
I'll be very happy to, thank you, BC.
Not at all, R.C. The mic is yours.
Do I want you? Oh my, do I, honey? Deed I do. Do I need you? Oh my, do I, honey? Deed I do. I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging around you. Do I love you? Oh my, do I, honey?
indeed I do.
Now here's a welcome word for every housewife.
Paper lady, get your Royal Edge and Royal Lining paper.
Royal Edge and Royal Lining paper?
Yes, ma'am. The latest news for every shelf and drawer in your home.
Spruce up for spring. Don't just do spring cleaning. Add the touch of elegance that gives spring cleaning meaning.
Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers look the best, yet they cost the least.
What's Royal Lining for?
Lining drawers, covering closet boxes, dressing up old books elegantly.
Then what's Royal Edge?
Royal Edge is shelf paper and colorful edging combined. You just fold the edging down.
That does save time.
And money. See the new spring fashions in Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers at every variety store. And
spruce up for spring. Make your home bright and gay. Get Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers today.
What's the action, Bing?
I should like to sing Do Nothing Till You Hear From Me. That can be called action.
Sure is. Great tune.
Well, Duke Ellington's music, of course. Always great. And with a lyric by Bob Russell. By the way, I'd like to point out that Mr. Buddy Cole is featured here in a very stylish jazz organ background during this rendering.
Do nothing till you hear from me. Pay no attention to what's said. Why people tear the seam of anyone's dream. That's clear over my head. Do nothing till you hear from me. At least consider our romance. If you should take the word of others you've heard, honey, I ain't got a chance. True, I've been seen with someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me, and you never will. Someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me, and you never will. No, you never will. No, you never will. Do nothing till you hear from me.
At this time, I should like to ask a question.
And what is the question?
What I would like to know is what happened to the calendar girl?
What happened to what calendar girl?
All calendar girl.
Well, I don't know. You got me.
Haven't you noticed the calendars this year?
No, I got an old 1947 one I keep looking at.
Well, it must be a dandy.
Oh, it is.
It's like to have seconds. Here we are way into this year. Haven't you looked at the calendar, Ken?
Well, actually, yes.
And isn't something missing?
Oh, you mean there aren't as many calendar girls as there used to be?
None. Calendar girls seem to be out.
I think it's about time. I think that we're going a little too far with those calendars.
Wait a minute. I don't know about that. But there are 300 million calendars sent out in this country, and very few of them have calendar girls this year.
There's nothing wrong with a good seascape or a good landscape or a townscape.
And horses and dogs are wonderful.
Birds, moonlight scenes, very popular.
But the calendar girl is out, huh?
Yeah, and I wonder if that means that women in America are on their way out. Do you think that's the beginning of a trend?
Don't be silly. It only means that women are out on calendars.
Well, I was just asking.
And then only temporarily. Don't worry. The calendar girl will make a comeback.
You mean we might get tired, huh? Mountains and rivers and birds in flight. But we never get tired of women.
You might get tired of them, some of you boys, but you're never going to give them up. You know that, don't you?
Well, then our conclusion is that the calendar girl is out, but not for long. Can we conclude that?
She will be back.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that.
Well, you can bet on it, Ken. Those are the absolute bare facts.
Next on the calendar is a song.
It's never quite the same. It's never what you hope to find. You never see the pictures you have painted in your mind. The rainbow looks a beauty when you see it up ahead. But when you get up close, you find there's too much green and red. But there's one joy that measures up to all the things they claim. For when you find true love is yours, you're never quite the same. It's never quite the same.
Bing, Rosemary, you ever hear the expression down in the mouth?
Oh, I go you one better there, Ken. I've been down in the mouth.
I wonder how the expression started.
Maybe a guy ate some goose feathers by accident.
Time.
Oh, you're sharp today, Rosie. How about down at the heels?
Meaning a shabby appearance.
Right. How do you think that started?
Oh, I'd say quite obviously from heels that are worn down a little.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Run-down heels do affect one's entire appearance and posture.
Makes you sag.
Yeah, it does. Fortunately, however, up-to-date shoe repairing is available everywhere. Rebuilding worn shoes good as new quickly, economically.
Cat's Paw is everywhere, too. Cat's Paw's soft, resilient, non-slip heels. Cat's Paw soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlite soles. All add miles of extra wear and comfort to the whole family's shoes.
So, folks, in shoe repair windows everywhere, look for the famous Cat's Paw cat. For over half a century, the sign of the best in shoe repair workmanship and materials.
And look for Cat's Paw on new shoes, too.
I've got a crush on you, sweetie pie, all the day and night time. Hear me sigh, I never had the least notion that I could fall with so much emotion. Could you coo? Could you care for a cunning cottage? We could share the world. Will pardon my mush, 'cause I've got a crush, my baby, on you. Could you coo? Could you care for a cunning cottage? We could share the world. Will pardon my mush, 'cause I've got a crush, my baby, on you.
We now call upon Buddy Cole, the international keyboard favorite.
Oh, I love it. Is that what he is?
That's what he is.
Let's hear from the international keyboard favorite and his little favorites.
Looks like you're on by popular acclaim, Bud. Maybe something from your Ingenuity and Sound album.
know, Rosemary, I'm in the mood today to collect some travel stickers.
Me too. Where'll we go?
Would you be intrigued, for instance, in a jaunt to the Isle of Capri?
Oh, would that intrigue me? It would shake me up.
Well, pull yourself together, because that's where we're heading.
Goody.
Here we go.
Was on the Isle of Capri that I found you.
Beneath the shade of an old walnut tree.
Oh, I can still see the flowers blooming round you. Where we met on the Isle of Capri. You were as sweet as a rosebud at dawning.
But somehow fate hadn't meant you for me.
And though we sailed with the tide in the morning, we are still on the Isle of Capri.
Summertime was nearly over. Blue Italian skies above.
I said, lady, I'm a rover. Can you spare a sweet word of love?
That Capri Isle was a real ring-a-ding.
And we were both feeling romantically.
But then the boat whistle warned not to linger. 'Twas goodbye to the Isle of Capri. We hit the Isle of Capri.
We hit the Isle of Capri with the tourists.
Through that mob with the knife.
Through that mob
It
with
seemed
the
that
knife.
all of the
It
tourists
seemed the
were
tourists were purists.
Every man hung around with his wife. We ordered pasta and all kinds of vinos, while seven stale mandolins had to wait. I think the pasta is better at Dino's, which is back on the strip in L.A. Every time we think of Capri,
The mandolins that we heard then, we get quite a strong misapprehension we may hear them again. At evidentiary to memories we made there, and to that island where romance begins. I've often felt that we both might have stayed there if it weren't for those stale mandolins.
If it weren't for those stale mandolins.
Doesn't seem to be any way out of it, folks. We're through for today, but it's been pleasant. Now tomorrow, huh?
See you then.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
York! 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 It's thrilling. Tingly! Cool. When you bite into a York peppermint patty, you don't just get a chocolate bar, you get a sensation. It's rich. Snowy. Frosty. Want the sensation of extra frosty mint covered with extra delicious chocolate? York! York! Sensational!
Alone with Fruit Chewy Newton's cookies.
Janie,
New blueberry Newtons.
I know you've got the Newtons.
New cherry Newtons, too.
And you're in the closet.
So fruit chewy.
Okay, you're not in the closet.
You want them for yourself.
Which leaves only one place.
Delicious Newton's cookies. Fig and apple, too. So fruit chewy, you want them for yourself.
Can we talk money?
Nabisco.
A few words about mounts. Ooh. Ah. But don't take our words for it. Mount. Ooh, for yourself.
Peter Paul Cadbury, maker of Mounds, Almond Joy, York and Cadbury's milk chocolate, and carefree sugarless gum, now with a new, fresher taste.
Monday, it's a magical musical wonderland with one of the greatest casts ever assembled. Sammy Davis Jr., Jack Wharton, Sally Struthers, Donna Mills, Ann Gillian, Steve Lawrence, Edie Gourmet, Jonathan Winters, Telly Savalas, and many more in Irwin Allen's all-new musical Alice in Wonderland, Monday.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Camarillo, your host at Boxcar 711 Old Time Radio. Just want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for helping to make this podcast as popular as it is, and to invite you to visit my homepage at boxcars711.podomatic.com or boxcars711.libsyn.com. That's LIBSYN. And please, while you're there, look for the square icon on the right side of the page that says Vote for Boxcars 711 at Podcast Alley. Click on that link. It only takes a second to vote for yours truly, and that would sure help to keep these programs coming to you. Thanks again, and I hope you continue to listen.
Around the Internet, around the world, broadcasting from Dallas and Philadelphia, this is another Humphrey Camardella production.
Make light for merry men. We'll shine tonight with brighter light. Here's hope, that sunny gent.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope. Still eating 3 meals a day with your teeth. I'm a little tired tonight. I just got back from the Santa Anita Handicap. I would have been here sooner, but I stopped to have my barrel pressed. Santa Anita, that's the outdoor version of you can't take it with you. But really, it's beautiful out there, folks. The grass on the infield is gorgeous. After the 4th race, I had some of it for lunch. And they've enlarged Santa Anita this year, and I want to tell you, the whole place is run just like a machine. A vacuum cleaner. I've never seen so many people in one place. The crowds were so heavy, the pickpockets had to put on extra help. In fact, they were so busy they wouldn't pick the pocket of a tweed suit. The fuzz slowed them up too much. One pickpocket lifted my wallet and the list of the horses I was going to bet on. He took one look at the list, handed me back my wallet, and gave me an extra $1 for car fare. And you should have seen the automobiles out there. I've never seen so many cars. It looked like the backyard of the finance company. I hear Morgenthau wants to trade his job for the parking concession. I came late and had to park at the end of the parking lot. In fact, when I got out of my car, I found out I had paid $0.25 to park in my own driveway. They say it's hard to get back to town in traffic, but I fooled them. I left before the first race. I wish I had. Skinny gave me a tip on the handicap. He said the horse can't lose. The jockey's been eating garlic, and the horse will win trying to get away. First time I ever saw a jockey ride a horse backwards. I said, what's the idea of riding a horse backwards? He said, I have to. It makes the horse nervous to have anyone look over his shoulder.
Nice horse. Every once in a while, he'd look around to see if his plow was on straight. He was so far behind, his tail showed in the photo finish. Really, the jockey pulled him up so much, it's the first time I ever saw a horse finish with a bit under his tail. I should have known better when I saw the jockey carrying an overnight bag. And now, Bill Goodwin.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is that grand little star from MGM, Miss Judy Garland.
And now, Skinny Anderson, our sixth hits of the Miss Swing Out with Could Be. Take it, talent.
Here comes Skinny. Could be he'll sing us a song.
Could be that yellow moon. It's just a big balloon, and not that yellow moon above. Could be that angel face. It's something out of space, and not that angel face I love. Could be this heart of mine. It's just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be I'm in love, could be.
Big balloon that shines above, moon is shining so brightly. Could be a baby face, there's something out of space. It ain't the kind of face I love, oh no. Could be this heart of mine, it's just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be that I'm in love, it could be.
Could be this dream I see, but if you're asking me,
really, truly, I'm blowing my top. Could be I'm in love, could be.
Say, Bob, you know, you really looked swell out there at the Santa Anita Derby last Saturday.
Bill, that's Derby. The English say Derby and the Americans say Derby.
Yeah, and the losers say nuts. Say, Bob, I hear the owners of the horses out at Santa Anita sit in boxes that have their names on it.
That's right, Bill. There's the Whitney box, the Vanderbilt box, Bradley, Astor.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the box you were sitting in, Bob?
A Sun-Kiss. Say, how did you like that suit I had on?
Dude, where did you get that thing? It looked like it was cut down from a shroud.
Is that so? I'll have you know I was the best-dressed man at Santa Anita. I was a regular Beau Brummel.
Hello, Beau. What do you hear from the other bummels?
Well, Patsy Kelly. Say, Patsy, I saw you out of Santa Anita Saturday.
Santa Anita? Slot machines with horses.
Why, Patsy, it's a privilege to go to a beautiful track like Santa Anita. Why, do you know what the name Santa Anita means?
Oh, yes, I know. It's Spanish for hello, sucker.
Say, weren't you out there with Skinny and his brother?
Yeah, the three of us hitchhiked out there.
Really? Didn't your thumbs get awfully tired?
Oh, no, we didn't have to use our thumbs. We just waved Skinny's brother.
Well, tell me, is his brother that thin?
Thin? Why, that guy has to wear snowshoes when he takes a bath so he won't slide down the drain.
Now, wait a minute, Patsy. Skinny's brother isn't that skinny.
Oh, no, listen. That guy is so thin, he just got himself a daytime job stuffing olives.
Stuffing olives?
Yeah, he crawls through the olives, dragging the pimento behind him.
Hi, everybody. Well, hiya, Skinny.
Well, if it isn't Tremble Tonsil.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Bated Breath. Say, why don't you inhale once and see how it feels to rough it?
Listen, see here, Kelly. You can't talk to me like that. Don't forget, I'm a man, incidentally.
Incidentally? You mean accidentally.
Listen, Kelly, before you say another word, just take a look at those bulging muscles.
Muscles? Where? I don't see any muscles.
Doggone it, I forgot to put them on tonight.
Say, Patsy, I heard that your family was out here for the big race.
Yeah, they just got here from back east.
Back east, huh? How are things in Pomona?
Yeah.
Say, I suppose they've been out to the studio to watch you make pictures.
Yeah, they came out on the set and watched me work on my last picture.
Say, I saw that picture, Patsy. Say, what were those swallows doing flying across the screen?
Those weren't swallows. My father was sitting on one side of the set and the cuspidor was on the other.
Say, well, what does your family think of our radio program?
Well, I'll give you an idea. I just got a letter from my uncle back in Brooklyn.
Really? What does he say?
Oh, here it is. Dear Patsy, the Pepsodent show is much improved. You're much better than you were. Skinny Ennis is much better, and Jerry Colonna is much improved.
Well, doesn't he say anything about me?
Oh, yes, here. P.S. Hope you are the same. So long.
Say, Bob.
Yeah, Bill?
How long was that big race last Saturday?
Well, it was 1.25 miles, Bill.
Well, just what does that mean, Bob?
Well, it means it was the horse's last mile and my last quarter.
Oh, well, now, don't be discouraged, Bob. You know our motto, never say die.
Never say die.
Yeah.
Opens at the Paramount Theater in New York tomorrow. Let me plug up.
Well, listen, if you ever get another quarter, I know lots of things to do with it.
What, for instance, Bill?
Well, for instance, Bob, for a quarter, you can get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And that's the only toothpaste that contains irium. You know, irium is the lively agent that sparks up Pepsodent's cleansing power. Gently, safely, but ever so quickly, irium helps Pepsodent remove dingy surface stains from your teeth. Persuades your teeth to shine with natural brilliance. Brushing twice a day with Pepsodent Plus irium is like spring cleaning your mouth. It gives you cleaner, brighter, smoother teeth and keeps them at high shining luster. The surefire recipe for $1 million smile is dazzling teeth. So why not invest a quarter now for a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with irium?
And now may I present one of the most charming and talented members of Hollywood's younger generation, soon to be seen in The Wizard of Oz, MGM singing sensation, Miss Judy Garland.
Mr. Hope, I hope that you will not be cross. I hope that you won't think that I'm a bore. But when I heard you sing that lovely song to Shirley Ross, I knew that Gable didn't matter anymore. It had to be you. It had to be you. I looked all around and finally found marvelous you. For you are the one, say what you will, with all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you, had to be you.
Why, Judy, I didn't know you felt this way about me.
Mr. Hope, I used to like Clark Gable and Robert Taylor, but you're different.
I know it, Judy. I've been told that before.
Gee, I've seen all your pictures, and I listen to you every time you're on the air, no matter what the rest of the family wants to hear.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Imagine meeting my fan face to face.
But, Mr. Hope, it's not that. It's deeper than that. You see, well, you're my crush. You're my dream man. You're my Prince Charming.
Now, wait a minute, Snow White. Let's not have a scene. After all, I may be just a passing fancy in your life.
Oh, no, Mr. Hope. This is a real thing. It's lasted almost 2 whole days.
Gosh, and in Hollywood, too.
Oh, you men are all alike. Always joking. Why, I don't think you even know what it means to have a crush on somebody.
Oh, don't I? How do you think I felt last week when they told me Hedy Lamarr to elope with someone else?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I suppose you feel you just ought to go out and jump off a cliff and end it all.
Well, I want to have a long talk with Madeline Carroll first.
mind them, Mr. Hope. I'm not like other girls. I'm willing to take you just as you are. Isn't that just too wonderful?
But, Judy, look, I'm flattered. I'm glad that you told me only...
Only what?
Well, do you think I'm your type?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I know I'm not worthy of you, but you don't have to love me right away.
But, Judy, I mean, after all, I'm not exactly...
Oh, I might have known it. Are you somebody else's crush?
Well, not exactly, but, well, there are some strings attached.
Oh. Then you are someone else's crush.
Well, I was, but she married me.
Oh, gee, that's awful. But I can go right on having a crush on you, can't I? From a distance, I mean.
Judy, with so many other handsome men in Hollywood, why did you have to pick on me?
Well, you see, Mr. Hope, it was like this. First, I picked out Clark Gable to have a crush on. But I had too much competition. He didn't appreciate me.
Oh, well, what could you expect from that tap dancer?
Then I had a crush on Robert Taylor, but I guess I had too much competition there, too. And after Robert Taylor, all that was left was a choice between you and Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power. Beauty versus Beast.
And I picked you. I guess I was tired of competition.
Yeah. I guess so.
Oh, Mr. Hope, you're wonderful. Say you'll be the man of my dreams.
But, Judy, really, I'm not the kind of man for you. I'm not good enough for you. Well, I pull little dogs' tails, and I take candy away from babies. And once I gave a canary a hot foot.
You're so brave and masterful.
Well, maybe I am on the surface, but underneath I'm a no-good guy, Judy. Take my word for it. Hope is a louse.
Oh, but you're a good louse.
Yeah. No, Judy, it's no use. We couldn't get along together.
Then you're turning me down?
Don't take it so hard, Judy. None of the others did.
All right. You don't have to tell me. I know. It's the old, old story. It's the woman who pays. I'm sorry I bothered you. Now I know how Greta Garbo felt when Robert Taylor left her in Camille. But don't worry about me, Mr. Hope. I'll recover. Time is a great healer. But I won't forget. I never will. Though you're a cat, I love you still. It has to be you. Wonderful you. Had to be you.
Say, Judy, can a cad say a few words in his own defense before you go? Tell me, why don't you have a crush on someone near your own age?
Well, most of the boys I know think I'm only an in-between. You know, not old enough to be a glamour girl and too old to go around with dolls.
Well, I hope I'm never too old to go around with dolls. But you know, Judy, I've been having the same trouble you've had. Tell me, do you think I'm old enough for Carol Lombard?
Well, of course.
And I guess she has some other reason.
That's too bad. Well, so long, Mr. Hope. I've got to go now.
Judy, you can't get away without giving us one of those Garland specials.
Well, all right. Would you like to hear Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones?
Would I? Let's have it.
Hey, Rufus Rastus Brown, spread the news around, all around the town. Say it's a holiday. Stop your work and play. Hurry on your way. Tell the world about this celebration. One thing that concerns the nation. Glory, hallelujah. Get Hosanna running through ya. I am here to say it's a big holiday everywhere. For the Jones family has a brand new heir. He's the joy heaven sent, and we proudly present Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. When he walks down, he'll never will meet with a name like the name that he got today. When he walks down the street, folks will say, pleased to meet Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. smile and how he shows it. He'll be happy all day long. What a name! I'll bet he knows it. With that handle, how can he go wrong? And the folks in the town all agree. He'll be famous as he can be. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud when he's Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones? Go to sleep, my baby, and maybe you'll be a Democrat by and by. Oh, you're a lucky baby with Franklin D. for your name. Mrs. Jones's baby boy is a welcome resident. Give him a fishing rod for a toy. He's the future president. Hooray for young Franklin D. Jones. Give a cheer for the babe of the year. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud? Just you wait and see. He'll make history, 'cause he's Franklin D. Roosevelt
Thank you very much, Judy Garland. That really was great. And now, here's a word from Bill Goodwin, who has a crush on Irium.
Thank you, Bob. Nearly all toothpaste comes in a tube, keeps fresh, and is pleasant enough to taste. You can expect this from any toothpaste. But Pepsodent toothpaste has all of this, plus an important something the others haven't got. The extra something is Irium. That's the lively super addition that steps up Pepsodent's action, brightens the results. Irium helps Pepsodent remove the unattractive surface stains that cloud over your smile. It brings out the natural luster. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, brush your teeth with Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium, and you'll quickly be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say, I never dreamed my teeth could sparkle so. I never knew my mouth could feel so fresh, so clean. It certainly feels grand to have well-groomed teeth.
I have eyes to see when they see only you.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular new song hit, I Have Eyes.
I have eyes.
Bob, shh. Yes, Bill, Bob.
Listen, I have a swell idea how we can both make money.
No, Bill, this year I'm going to pay my income tax.
No, that isn't what I mean. I think we ought to become spies. Important spies.
Don't be silly, Bill. There's no money in spying.
Oh, no? Did you ever see a house detective on relief?
Yeah, I guess spying is a good racket if you don't lose your head.
You can be famous, Bob. Really, you can be famous. Think of the great spies in history. Think of Mata Hari.
Oh, yes. Mata Hari.
And think of Nathan Hale and Jonathan Daly and Benedict Arnold.
I can't, Bill.
Why not?
I'm still thinking of Mata Hari. But really, Bill, I couldn't be a spy. I don't know how to act.
Bob, let's leave your picture work out of this.
Yeah. All right, Bill, I'll go into the spy racket with you, but I'll have to get a spy suit.
A spy suit? What's that?
Oh, it's nothing. You just go out with a bloodhound and a black coat and vest.
And what pants?
The bloodhound.
Well, come on, Bob. Let's get busy.
Okay.
The Hope and Goodwin Spy Salon, a snitch in time pays the rent. What's that? Hope and Goodwin very good at shadowing people in dark alleys? Well, I should say so. They're real flinkers. No, I said flinkers. Okay, just a minute. It's for you, Cheese.
Cheese, Patsy, that's Chief. Take the script and read it.
That's Cheese. Take the script and smell it.
That's Cheese. I'll take the script and eat it. Hello?
This is Spy Number 1X reporting from Africa, Chief.
Greetings, Spy 1X. Where's Spy 2X? Isn't he with you?
No, Chief. The cannibals had 2X for breakfast.
Come in.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, Bill, look, she's beautiful. What grace? Yeah, what form? What telephone number?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Vanya Tanya Sonia Henya Notgranovich Babuchka. Oh, but you can call me Tootski.
Well, what do you want with me?
Oh, I need help. If you do not help me, I shall have to kill you.
Kill me? Kill me?
Yes. I will shoot you or stab you or poison you. Or take you in my arms and squeeze you to death. Smothering you with kisses. How would you like that?
I'd like that. Say, where do you come from, Tootsie Woodskin?
I come from the little country of Schlemilia.
Schlemilia! What a small world this is.
Ah, yes. I shall never forget my last day in Schlemilia. Bombs bursting. People were dropping like flies. The streets were covered with blood. Oh, it was so beautiful.
I can see. Look, Tootski, what can I do for you?
You must save me from my cousin, the ambassador from Schlemilia, rat-faced repulsive.
Well, what happens if I find him?
Undoubtedly he will kill you.
And what happens if I don't find him?
Undoubtedly I will kill you.
What's in it for me?
Either way, you'll be buried with full military honors. Until then, I say, hello.
Come on, Patsy, we got to go to the Schlemielian embassy.
Right. Hello? Oh, it's for you, Chief.
For me? Hello.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Say, listen, you'll never catch me, you old spidery spy, because you're just a ham, and hams can't fly. I asked myself this as I flit on my way. Is Hope a big dope? Oh, boy, I'll say.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a great big stork.
A stork? What are you doing here with me?
Just looking over one of my mistakes.
Come on, Patsy. Let's go to the embassy and meet Rat-Face the Repulsive. Here we are. This looks like the embassy.
Yeah, look at that sign. Embassy of Schlemilia. Office hours 12:30 to 1. Treaties broken Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Goodwin, you stay outside, and if we have any trouble with Rat-Face, blow up the embassy. Right, Chief. Are you armed? And how? I'm armed to the teeth.
Hey, you better not yawn or that club will fall out.
Ring the bell, Patsy.
Hello?
Tootski.
Hoopski.
Runsky.
No, Patsy, don't run. I'm right behind you. Where's Rat-Face, Tootski?
Here comes Rat-Face now!
Greetings, Rat. Meet a diplomat.
Why, it's Professor Colonna with the Bay Rum Aroma. Tell me, are you the ambassador?
Ah, yes, and I'm the President, Secretary of War, Navy, State, Interior, Exterior. In fact, I'm the whole Schlemiel.
I can believe that.
And who is the little wren with you?
This is Matta Kelly, the international spy. She loves you, Professor.
Ah, my little Matta. You've made me so much flatter, and all my cares will scatter because your heart belongs to data.
Professor, tell me, were you ever caught as an ambassador without portfolio?
Ah, yes. Briefcase, wasn't it?
What has been your worst experience, Professor?
Once, for no reason, I was held for treason and placed against the wall to be shot.
Did they shoot you?
I don't know, Knave. I was blindfolded. Will you pardon me? I feel a bomb coming on.
Ambassador, you've blown up the whole block. Why did you throw that bomb into the street?
I love parking space.
Well, Professor, your goose is cooked.
Why so, Knave?
I can prove that you're a traitor and have been carrying on with the enemy spies, Sonia the snitch.
What proof have you?
I was in a closet and took a picture of you kissing Sonia. Here, look at the picture. What do you think of that?
Not bad. I'll take a half a dozen.
Come on, Hope. Let's get out of this place. This guy's a screwball.
Yes, isn't he? Who said that? I did. And I apologize, Colonna. I'm sorry I insulted you. Silence. I refuse to accept your apology. I am the screwball. Colonna, you are not. I am. All right, you are. Oh, so you admit it. Take that. That's one tooth gone. And that. And that. Help! I'm shooting off my mouth.
Come on, Patsy. It's nearly midnight. Goodwin should be getting ready to light the fuse.
Oh. Hey, look, the radio station blew up.
Well, I carried out your instructions, Bob. But I told you to blow up the embassy.
Embassy? Great Scott, I thought you said NBC.
thanks for the memory. If one more friend we've made with our small cavalcade, it's evident that Pepsodent will keep us on parade. So thank you so much. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
I Have Eyes is from Paris Honeymoon, and this is Phil Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
You didn't think I could do that job for 1 minute. You were just trying to work a little action.
Yeah, that's right. It's an all-new Mary, tackling a new job at a third-rate paper.
My next-door neighbor is a werewolf. Yeah.
I want it in the paper tomorrow. The girl who turned the world on with her smile is back.
Me?
To turn it on again. Mary, premiering Wednesday, December 11th.
Sounds like fun.
This is CBS.
What makes Eagle Snacks Hawaiian kettle potato chips special? They are kettle cooked, one batch at a time, like mine.
Eagle Snacks Hawaiian Kettle Potato Chips.
The Missing Children Network is working because people like you care enough to look for our nation's missing or abducted children. I'm Mary Grady. KOTV and Pizza Hut have joined together to bring you Missing Children Network reports. Watch for them every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon and 5 on Eyewitness News. If you recognize a child's face in one of the reports, call the Missing Children Network. KOTV and Pizza Hut, looking to you to look for missing children.
American Indian Theater offers in its 10th season to Tulsa 10 Little Indians December 3rd through 7th, Little Abner January 28th through February 1st, Footprints in Blood March 25th through the 29th, Cake and Sippin' Whiskey May 27th through 31st. For more information, call 587-0340.
Another Kennedy steps into the political arena tonight.
A photo booth. I think I'll try it. What a great shot of me. And the McDonald's Happy Meal, guys?
Surprise! Hamburger, fries, and soft drink.
All regular size.
You got the picture.
Ho, ho, ho.
When you buy McDonald's Happy Meal featuring Santa Claus the movie, you get one of 4 full-color storybooks or coloring books.
Thank you. Ho, ho, ho.
McDonald's Happy Meal featuring Santa Claus coloring or storybooks.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You get a call from a man who tells you his wife has failed to keep an appointment. There's no trace of her. There's evidence of foul play. Your job? Find her.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Friday, August 7th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from missing persons, and it was 1:27 a.m. when I got back to room 42, homicide squad room.
Hi, Joe. You talked to Graham?
Yeah, I just got in.
How'd they do?
Well, they came up with a kid.
Where'd they find him?
The boyfriends. They were watching TV. The missing youngster had told his friend his mother knew he was there.
Uh-huh. Everything's all right then, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Graham said the kid's going to have to eat standing up for a few days.
You know, it's a funny thing about parents.
What do you mean?
A thing like this happens and all they care about is getting their kids back.
Mm-hmm.
After a while, they begin to think about it and get sore. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
You figured you got a couple kids.
Yeah, I guess it'd be the same way.
I got it. Homicide, Friday. Yes, sir, that's right. Well, where were you supposed to meet her? Well, have you checked there? Let's see. All right, you want to give me that address? Yes, sir. No, we'll be right out. Right. Goodbye, sir. Oh, we got one we better check here.
Yeah?
Bartender out in Normandy. Says his wife was supposed to meet him a half hour ago, and she hasn't shown up.
He called his house?
Yeah, she's not there either. Says she's never been late before.
Yeah, it's always the first time.
Well, he doesn't think so.
Huh?
He thinks she's been kidnapped. Frank and I left the office and drove over to the bar. It was located on the corner of Normandy Avenue and Monroe Street. In the event the story we'd gotten on the phone was true and the woman had been kidnapped, we parked the car down the street and I walked back to the place. A couple of minutes later, Frank followed. We met the man who'd placed the call, George Cabot. We asked him to tell us what was wrong.
Sure didn't waste any time getting here.
You want to tell us what's happened?
Yeah, my wife's gone.
How do you mean?
Ethel's disappeared.
Well, when'd you see her last?
This morning when I left the house.
Have you talked to her since then?
Yeah, 12:55 tonight. She called here to tell me she was on the way down.
Mm-hmm. Did she seem all right then?
Yeah, as far as I could tell.
Possible that she might have stopped at one of the neighbors?
Well, I thought about that, too, but I checked. None of them have seen her.
You called your home, Annie.
Yeah, I didn't get any answer. I tell you, something's happened to Ethel. I'm about to blow my cork not knowing what it is.
Well, maybe she's still at the house and didn't hear the phone ring.
Yeah, I figured that, too. Maybe that's her. Hello. Ethel, what? No, this is Cabot's Bar and Grill. Yes, ma'am. Who? No, I didn't see him tonight. No, I'm sure. Yeah, I'd know him. No, lady, I'm not lying for him. He isn't here. Yeah, if I see him, I will. Yeah, good night. Wasn't her.
Yeah.
Woman's in the same fix I'm in, only she can't find her husband.
Cabot?
Yes, sir.
I hope you won't be offended by this, but does your wife drink?
You mean you think she stopped at some bar and got gassed up and just didn't show up? Is that what you mean?
No, that's not exactly what I meant. I just asked if your wife drank.
Well, you got it all wrong. Ethel has a martini once in a while before dinner, but if she wanted to drink any more than that, she could come down here and I'd pour for her.
All right. It's a question we have to ask. You understand that?
Just as long as you don't think that Ethel's a lush, because she isn't.
You said you checked your house, huh?
Yeah, when she didn't show up, I waited a while, and then I got worried and called Mrs. Lawrence. She's the lady next door.
Mm-hmm.
Asked her if she'd seen Ethel.
Yeah.
She said my wife had been over there all evening. They were playing that baseball game, line drive, you know, with the cards.
I don't think I know it.
It's a new game. Anyway, they played that for a while, and then they watched the television, and at 12:30, Ethel said she had to come down and meet me. Mrs. Lawrence said she left the house then and drove away.
Mm-hmm.
This neighbor's kind of bubble-headed, you know. She's not real bright about things, so I thought that maybe Ethel had gotten sick and couldn't answer the phone when I called.
Yeah.
I called a cab and went home. The car was gone, so was Ethel. I checked the whole house and the yard. Not a sign of her. Looked in the front closet, too. Her coat was gone. I'm sure she'd left the house.
Mm-hmm.
I had the cab driver come back to the bar the same way that Ethel always drives it. I thought maybe there was an accident or something. If there was, I'd be able to see it. You know, people or cops.
Yeah, I understand.
Wasn't anything.
Does she always come down here at night?
Regular as clockwork. Never misses. Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Hello. Yeah. No, I remember. No, ma'am, I haven't seen it. Look, lady, I got my own troubles. I'm not trying to cover up for your husband. Well, it doesn't make any difference to me or not what you think. He isn't here. Okay, that's fine with me. Never ran up more than a 30-cent tab anyway. And even then, he ate all the peanuts on the bar, and you tell him I said so. Yeah, good night. Real crackpot.
You were saying that your wife made it a practice to come down here. Is that right?
That's right. You see, our boy was killed in the Pacific 5 years ago, our only kid. We both took it pretty hard. It got on Ethel's nerves sitting around the house by herself, so she'd drive down to pick me up. Get here a little early and help me with the cleanup.
Yes, sir.
Called at 12:55 to say she was leaving, walk in the door at 1:05. Didn't vary more than a minute either way.
Mm-hmm.
Depend on the light at the corner of Denmore and Santa Monica. If she makes it green, it's 1:04 when she walks in. Otherwise, she's a minute later.
I see. Does she always call before she leaves the house?
I can walk over to the phone at 5:01 and pick it up. Know she's going to be on the other end.
Has your wife been in good mental spirits lately, do you know?
How do you mean?
Well, I mean, has there been anything on her mind? Anything that worried her more than usual?
No, she didn't say anything. If there was, I'd have been able to tell.
Is there any special reason why you think she's been kidnapped?
Just that she's gone. It isn't like Ethel to do something like this. I know it's not her idea.
Never done anything like this before, then?
No.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a picture of her we could have?
Sure, I got one in my wallet. Probably that woman again. Hello, look, I haven't seen you. What? Now, look, don't you try that with me. No, I don't. If you hurt her, I'll make you sorry the rest of your life. Hello? Hello?
Cabot? Cabot,
What?
what's the matter?
Nothing. I guess I made a mistake about the whole thing.
How do you mean that?
I guess nothing's happened, Ethel. Just forget I called you about it.
Is that the way you want it?
Yeah, I'm sorry to cause you all the trouble. I'd like to buy you a drink if I can.
No, thanks.
Sorry about the whole thing.
You want to tell us what they said?
Who?
Party on the phone there.
I don't want to talk about anything.
You're not going to help your wife that way. Now, what did they ask for?
Look, I told you guys it was all a mistake. Now, why not let it go at that?
How about the picture you were going to give us?
There's no reason for it. The whole thing's a goof-up.
The way you're talking on the phone didn't make it sound that way.
All right, she's gone. Those were the people who have her.
They asked for money?
No. They said for me to sit tight and not to tell anybody or they'd kill Ethel. I'm going to do like they say.
You're taking a big responsibility on yourself, Cabot.
Maybe so, but she's my wife.
This is a big city. It's going to be a little tough for us to find the kidnappers without your help.
Not so bad.
How do you mean that?
I got an idea who they are. It isn't going to be too hard to find out.
You go out on a limb and you may give your wife more trouble than help.
Ethel's my wife.
You're not going to let us help you then, huh?
No, and I don't want to go over it anymore. I got the only stake in this anyway.
Well, you're wrong about that.
What?
What about your wife? Because of his attitude, it was useless to question George Cabot any further. We left the bar and got in touch with the office. We made arrangements for a complete 24-hour surveillance to be kept on him. In most cases of this type, the kidnappers usually demand that the victim's friends or relatives stay away from law enforcement agencies. They do this to stall for time. Statistics prove that in the vast majority of cases, the victim's fate was decided long before the kidnapping occurred. It never is the intent of any officer to endanger the life of a kidnapped victim, but at the same time, it is necessary for them to have all available information so that they can move rapidly when the case does break. In an effort to gain more information on the missing woman, Frank and I went over to see the victim's next-door neighbor. She identified herself as Carol Lawrence and asked us into the house.
I'm not sure this is quite proper, you know.
What's that, Miss Lawrence?
A couple of men in my house at this hour, especially with me in my bathrobe.
Oh, I'm sure the neighbors will understand.
Oh, I hope so. A couple of real gabby ones from the streets, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Big mouths.
Yes, ma'am.
Guess you being policeman, it's all right, you think?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then. What do you want to know?
When did you see Miss Cabot last?
You mean Ethel?
That's right.
I saw her tonight. Why?
What time did she leave?
Well, I guess it was about 12:30.
Say where she was going?
Didn't have to.
What do you mean?
Ethel only goes one place that time of night.
Yeah.
Down to pick up George.
We understand she usually calls him before she leaves.
That's right. I left here at 12:30, went next door to get a coat. A couple of minutes later, I heard her drive off.
What can you tell us about her?
Nice woman. Real nice.
Yes, ma'am.
We're great chums, you know. Belong to the same club and see a lot of each other.
Mm-hmm.
You see, my husband's gone, and Ethel's man works every night, so she's alone a lot of the time, too.
I understand.
Ever since their boy was killed, she's been kind of empty.
How was that?
Their boy was killed. And
Yes,
she's
ma'am.
been kind of empty ever since.
I see.
Then, too, George don't help much.
Well, what do you mean, Miss Lawrence?
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
Well, it's all right, ma'am.
Oh, I sure don't want to get nobody in trouble.
Well, you won't.
You won't nose it around that I told you anything.
No, ma'am.
How about you?
No, ma'am.
One thing I can't go is a person who carries tales. Just can't go. And don't want anybody to say that about me.
Well, yes, ma'am. What is it you're going to say?
I guess it'll be all right. You're so honest looking.
Thank you.
He is, too.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you like to tell us, Miss Lawrence?
Well, you know, poor Ethel isn't very happy.
Is that so?
Oh, my. Yeah, I feel so sorry for her sometimes.
What about?
Well, it's that husband of hers.
Mr. Cabot?
Yeah, oh, he's a good provider and all, but I always say there's more to life than just that.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice home, good car, paid bills and all, but George isn't the fella he makes out, you know.
That's so?
Why do you think Ethel goes down to that bar to pick him up every night?
Well, we don't know. Why don't you tell us?
You're a man. You should be able to figure it out. She doesn't trust him. That's why.
Uh-huh.
All those girls hanging around the bar. Ethel notices things like that. George has got pretty big eyes, too. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to add it all up.
Well, has Miss Cabot ever talked to you about all this?
A couple of times. She'd come over, crying because of something George had said or done. She'd tell me.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir. No matter what it looked like, they weren't very happy.
Did they ever quarrel that you know of?
A lot of times. George used to yell at her, scream about her leaving him alone. You could hear it over here. Summertime, you know. The windows are open. Sound carries right over. You couldn't really not hear it. And mind, I didn't try.
Yes, we understand. Any of these quarrels ever get violent, do you know?
You mean, did George ever hit her?
That's right.
Oh, you bet he did. Gave her a black eye once. Took a couple of weeks for it to go away. Poor Ethel. She tried to hide it with makeup, but you could still tell.
I see. When she left, did she say that she was going down to pick up her husband?
Yeah. Told me she had to go get George. Made her a little mad tonight.
Why is that?
Missed the last part of the movie on TV.
I see.
Ethel had to leave before we found out who the swindler was.
Uh-huh. Can you tell us what kind of a car the Cabot drives?
Pontiac.
Coupe or sedan?
Sedan, light blue.
What year?
This one. Brand new.
Do you happen to know the license number?
No. Couldn't give that to you. Didn't pay a lot of attention.
Do you know if they do business with one service station?
No, I can't tell you that.
Can you give us a description of Mrs. Cabot?
Sure. I'll give you a picture if you want one.
We appreciate it.
It's no trouble at all.
right.
I've got a scrapbook here. Some shots of Ethel. Ah, here's that pencil sharpener I was looking for. It's here now. Now, I know it's here.
Is that it there, the book?
No. That's my high school annual. Now, wait just a minute. Well, it is here. I know it is here. Oh, here it is. I took all these myself.
Yes, ma'am. It's very nice.
Oh, that's my husband. I took that at Coronado Island one spring. Oh, here's one you can take. This one here in the chef's hat, that's Ethel. We were having a barbecue, and she was the cook. It's a little fuzzy, but it gives you an idea what she looks like, you see. Well, her hair's cut short now. Had it cut last month, kind of bob-like. Well, you can take it.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You know, I just thought of it. You haven't told me what this is all about. Something happened to Ethel and George?
Well, we're not sure yet. We're just checking out a complaint.
Oh, well, as long as you're all right.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I think that about covers it. Sure like to thank you for your cooperation.
No, I'm happy to help.
Good night, Miss Lawrence.
Good night, Mr. Smith.
There's one more thing. Will you be home tomorrow if we have to get in touch with you?
All day. If I don't answer right away, let the phone ring for a while. I got some work to do in the garden.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope I helped you out. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. What do you think?
I don't know. The way she tells it, something's out of line, isn't it?
Well, Cabot seemed to be pretty upset when he got that phone call.
There's only one big trouble with that.
What do you mean?
Maybe that's what he wanted us to think. 2:45 a.m. Frank and I got back to the office. We ran the names George and Ethel Cabot through R&I, but we found no record on them. We sent a teletype to DMV up in Sacramento asking for all available information on a car registered to George Cabot or his wife or both. Frank went over to the business office to see if the men in the units that were keeping Cabot under surveillance had reported in. There were no messages. He made a 15.7 report directing it to Captain Lorman, telling him of what had happened and what action we'd taken. At 3:52 a.m., we were ready to leave the office.
You all set?
Yeah. Well, let's go.
All right.
I get it.
Make it fast, huh?
Homicide, Friday. Where? Yeah. Okay, we'll be right over.
What do you got?
Ethel Cabot.
Yeah?
We just found her.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Frank and I left the office and immediately drove over to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. When we got there, we talked to Dr. Sebastian, and he gave us the whole story. The woman had been found lying by the roadside. She was picked up by a motorist. He'd taken her directly to the hospital. Sebastian went on to tell us that from her appearance, Ethel Cabot had been severely beaten and then rolled or dragged in hot tar. Her clothes were covered with it. Her hair was matted. The doctor said that the woman's head had been shaved and that most of the tar had been removed. A tentative identification had been made through a letter found on her person when she'd been brought in. An attempt was made to call her husband, but there was no answer at either the bar or at their home. Frank and I waited until the woman had been treated. Then we went in to talk to her. She was in a state of severe shock, and she was incoherent.
Don't hit me anymore. Please don't hit me.
anymore.
Out of her hand.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything. Somebody hit me.
Miss Cabot. Miss Cabot.
Please let me go. Please.
You're all right now. There's nothing to be afraid of here.
You're lying.
You're in a hospital, Miss Cabot. You're all right.
Don't let him get me anymore. Don't let him touch me.
Nobody's going to hurt you, Miss Cabot.
Where's George?
We're trying to reach him, ma'am.
I don't want to see him. Not ever. All his fault.
George caused this?
They told me.
Well, who said that?
Both of them. They said they were doing it for George.
There were two people?
Yes. He kept hitting me. And he poured the tar over me. There wasn't anything I could do. Nothing.
Did you know these men?
They kept hitting me. George. George, tell him to stop. Not anymore, please. Not anymore.
Miss Cabot, do you know who the two men were?
No, I don't know him. They didn't have any reason to do it. Except for George. That's what they told me. I didn't know they were going to hit me like that.
Did you hear a name?
No, I don't know him.
Did either one of them call a name of any kind?
Please make him stop. Don't let him pour any more tar on me.
Miss Cabot.
Burns. I can't stand anymore.
Miss Cabot, can you tell us what the men looked like?
George. George, tell him to stop. Tell him.
Miss Cabot.
Oh, we're not going to get much more out of her, Joe.
No. Better get a policewoman up here to stand by.
Yeah.
George. George, make him stop.
Joe?
Yeah, Dave.
While you were talking, the Cabot woman call came in for you to get in touch with the business office.
Okay, Dave, right away.
They probably got a line on Cabot, huh?
Hello, this Friday. When? Okay, we're leaving right now. Right, bye. Well, that really tears it.
What's that?
They just lost the tail on Cabot. Frank and I went back to the office. We got in touch with the unit who'd been assigned to keep Cabot under surveillance. They told us that the man had gone downtown and had entered an all-night movie. In the darkness, he managed to get away. A team of men was sent out to his house, but he hadn't returned. A stakeout was set up on it. A check of his bar failed to yield any additional information as to his whereabouts. A local broadcast was sent out to all units asking that they be on the lookout for the man. If he was found, he was to be taken into custody, and we were to be notified immediately. 6:45 a.m. Frank and I checked out of the office, and we went home to shave and change our clothes. At 8:15 a.m., we got back to homicide. There was somebody waiting to see us.
You want to see us?
Are you Friday and Smith?
That's right.
I'm Arnold Leffer. I got something to tell you.
All right.
You heard from Cabot?
No.
Oh, I figured maybe he'd call you.
You know him?
Yeah, I work for him. Help out in his place.
You heard from him?
Yeah, this morning. He called me at home.
Did he say where he was?
No, but I think he'd been drinking. He sounded like it.
Yeah.
It was either that or he was mad, one or the other.
Is that right?
Yeah, last time I heard him talk like he did this morning was when he had that beef in the bar about a week ago.
What was that all about?
Oh, a couple of guys thought they were pretty rough, tried to prove it to George.
Yeah.
Well, he cleaned up the place with them.
What caused that beef?
Well, they started to get loud with a couple of girls in the place. George told them to quiet down. They didn't do it, so he told them to get out.
Yeah.
They didn't want to go, and they tried to put the muscle on George, but they tried it with the wrong guy. George really showed them.
That's all?
Oh, yeah. Bounced them both right out in the street. Guys were pretty sore about it.
When did this happen?
About a week ago. I don't remember the exact date.
Mm-hmm.
They were pretty sore. Told George they'd find some way to get even with him.
I get it. Homicide Friday. He's not here right now. Can I take a message? Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. No, he's not working today. Yes, ma'am. Well, if you give me your number, I'll have him call when he gets in. All right. That's 98. Yes, ma'am. No, it's right in the message book. No, he'll see it. That's right. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. No, he'll look at the book when he comes in. No, the first thing. You bet. Well, you're more than welcome. Yes, ma'am. Bye. You know these two men?
Yeah, I've seen them a couple times around the bar.
You know their names?
Well, one of them's called Jack something or other. I don't know the last part.
How about the other one?
I can't do you any good there.
You know where we can find him?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I come in here. I want to tell you what George said to me.
Yeah.
Well, he said he found out who kidnapped Ethel, told me he was going to get him. He mentioned this Jack, figured it was the same guy.
Where can we find him?
Well, there's a rooming house over on 7th. I can show you.
Well, let's go.
Look, there's something else, though.
What's that?
Well, I was at the bar when George called, and after I talked to him, I checked around.
Yeah.
His gun's gone.
Frank and I left the office and drove over to 7th Street. The bar boy pointed out the rooming house where he said we could find Jack and his friend. We checked with the manager and found that 2 men answering the description we'd gotten shared a room on the 3rd floor. We left Arnold Leffer in the car, and we went up to the room.
Should be the last one.
Yeah.
Wonder if Cabot's gotten here yet.
He has. Come on. Let's kick it in. All right, Cabot, let him go.
I'm going to
Let him
kill
go.
Get him away.
All right, come on.
Please don't stop me. He's crazy. This guy's crazy.
Come on, Cabot. Take it easy now. Come on. Come on over here. Get over there.
You should keep him away from me.
Go on, move.
No.
What do you think you're going to prove doing a thing like this, Cabot?
A couple of minutes more, I wouldn't have cared.
We found your wife. She's going to be all right.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't help yourself much doing a thing like this.
He's crazy.
You shut up.
All right, now, come on. Calm down, both of you, and stand still.
All right.
How about this one?
Name's Rico Martin. Him and Jack took my wife.
They admit it?
Yeah, they said they did it to get even with me for the fight.
Well, we didn't hurt her. We just scared her a little bit, that's all.
They're right.
Well, what difference does it make? We're going to beat it anyway.
You are, huh?
Sure. All we've got to do is come up with the right plea.
And you got it all figured, haven't you?
Sure, there's a lot of ways we can go.
Yeah, we got one in mind.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 14th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Jack Prescott Bischoff and Rico Blake Martin were tried and convicted of kidnapping 1 count. They both received sentence as prescribed by law. Kidnapping with bodily injury is punishable by life imprisonment without possibility of parole or by death in the lethal gas chamber.
Just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
These lonely pound puppies need someone to love. Someone who'd love a little puppy love.
For you, Grandma.
Pound puppies are as cuddly as real puppies.
He'll keep you company in the dorm.
They're the perfect way to say I love you for birthdays, holidays, or any day. Pound puppies, so soft and adorably lonely. Sometimes the hardest thing about giving them
Happy Valentine's Day
is giving them up.
Pound puppy, you're my one and only puppy love.
Here's Rockin' Roger, our DJ. Roger's got the blues today because he's wearing one of those diapers that leak. Well, Roger, here's a sure hit. Kleenex Huggies diapers. Huggies are form-fitting, and they're thick and absorbent with gentle, extra-wide elastic at the leg. So Huggies hug to help stop leaking and help keep babies happy. Now that Roger's wearing Huggies, things are really rockin'.
Show and tell time. Another teddy bear? My teddy's name is Teddy Ruxpin. He talks, he tells stories,
Full batteries not included.
Hi, my name is Teddy Ruxpin. Can you and I be friends?
Yeah.
I really enjoy talking to people. I would like you.
Teddy Ruxpin, the storytelling bear, comes with illustrated book and cassette from Worlds of Wonder.
Will the Grinch pinch Santa's biggest day? How the Grinch Stole Christmas. And the Man of Ice Who Will Melt Your Heart. Frosty the Snowman. 2 Christmas classics Saturday.
Missing Colleen Osborne, now age 16. Last seen Daytona Beach, Florida, March 15th, 1984. Call 800-843-5678.
Unless you go into politics.
Who are breaking hearts while learning all about the facts of life. Weekdays at 3 on TV2.
The farmer has always been the heart of American agriculture. He still is. But agriculture itself has changed. Over 22 million people are a part of our nation's agricultural system. It's an industry on the move, offering over 200 challenging and diverse careers. Agriculture's tomorrow is bright. Planning to become a part of that tomorrow begins today with high school agriculture and the FFA. FFA, the future of American agriculture.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Desi Arnaz. Desi. That's, Izzy spelled backwards. Yeah, he's married to Lucille Ball. Lucille Ball. Yeah, red hair, beautiful figure, gorgeous face, terrific pair of legs. Yeah, that's the guy. Yes, he's very dashing and debonair and devilishly handsome. Sort of a Cuban me. Yeah, he migrated here from Cuba. He's a musician. Yes, sings and plays the drums at the same time. Has he got a good voice? Suppose so, if you like drums. Incidentally, Duffy, I got some news for you. By this time next week, I might be married. Well, you know, I always said that when I got married, I wanted me wife to have everything. A big home, servants, a car, mink coat. Well, I finally found a dame that's got 'em. Huh? You hope my marriage turns out as good as yours? That's a lousy attitude to take. Let's see here now. Chapter 2. Community property. That property which is owned jointly between husband and wife, including bonds, securities, real estate, cash.
What's that book you're reading?
What every young bridegroom should know.
Are you planning on getting married?
Yep, to Mrs. Piddleton, you know.
Mrs. Piddleton? You mean the widow?
Yeah.
The old widow?
Yeah.
The old ugly widow?
Yeah.
The old ugly widow with all the money?
That's my darling.
You set a date for the marriage?
Well, not definitely, Eddie, but I'm kind of planning on June.
June? Think she'll keep that long? Look here. What you mean, not definitely?
Well, she ain't gave me a definite answer yet.
What makes you so sure she'll say yes?
Look, when a dame passes 50, there's no such word as no in her vocabulary. Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now.
Archie, my dear boy.
Hello, honey. Have you thought it over, Abigail?
Yes, but Archie, I'm still not convinced that we'd be happy together.
Oh, but pity, who cares? After all, happiness is so middle class.
But are you sure you're not just marrying me for my money?
Me? A fortune hunter? Look, here's $1.
What for?
My share of the marriage license. Well, what do you say?
Well, let me think it over a little longer, and I'll give you my answer. Until then, Archie, parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say goodbye till it be morrow.
So long, Toots. Don't fall in the gutter. Well, Eddie, there goes me future bride. What a dog.
Yeah, but look at the bright side. She can't live forever.
Yeah, that's right. We all got to go sometime.
What?
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
I think of a number.
Okay.
What is it?
5.
Wrong, it's 12. Pretty good trick, huh?
Yeah, let me see if I can do it. Think of a number, Finnegan.
What number?
6. Are you concentrating?
Yeah.
Okay, you're thinking of the number 6.
No, I'm thinking of number 3.
Really? That trick is a lot harder than I thought it was. Well, so much for prestidigitalis. Did I tell you the news, Finnegan? I'm about to commit nuptials, you know.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm going to get married.
Oh, no, what? Why do you want to get married?
Well, it's biological, Finnegan. The first law of nature, the desire to quit working. And one of these days, you'll probably think of getting married yourself.
Oh, yeah? Don't let this low forehead fool you.
Hey, Archie.
Huh?
What's this about you getting married to Mrs. Piddleton?
So what?
Well, she's old enough to be your mother.
Maybe she ain't as old as she's cracked up to be.
Yeah. I guess among turtles she'd be considered just a kid. Aren't you ashamed of yourself marrying for money?
I suppose you wouldn't do it?
I should say not, and I've had plenty of chances.
Miss Duffy, offering a guy $10 to marry you is not being considered marrying for money.
But don't think you're the only pebble on the beach. I'm practically engaged myself.
You mean a guy whistled back at you?
He did not. He's a real gentleman.
Then how'd you happen to meet him?
It was during the Christmas rush.
That figures.
Yeah, up at Macy's. Oh, and he's wonderful, Archie. Not much to look at. Sort of a red nose and a pot belly and whiskers.
A department store Santa Claus?
No, just a slob.
Hey, Miss Archie, look who's here.
Mrs. Piddleton?
No, this one's better looking. There's the Arnez.
Hello, Archie. Well, Desi, glad to see you. Hasta la matza. Hacienda cuanta le gusta buenas noches.
What?
I thought you spoke Spanish.
That's Spanish?
What do you think?
Sounds like Cougat with a pair of maracas in his mouth.
Well, that's because I speak it with a little accent. What language do you want to talk?
English. The language I think she's most beautiful.
That's English? Maybe we better talk an international language, Desi.
Okay. Let's talk about names.
Okay, I'm thinking about marrying one.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm marrying a fine hunk of woman. If you like your women in hunks. Was you ever known as Helen Traubel? The dame's name is Abigail Piddleton.
Abigail Piddleton? This I gotta hear about. What's she like, Archie?
You mean her money or her figure?
Both.
She's loaded.
Archie, you mean you're marrying for money?
It's a new idea?
I'm surprised at you. Marrying for money. In my country, it's different. We place women on a pedestal.
You don't know Mrs. Piddleton. In this country, there ain't a pedestal big enough to hold her. But she's a pretty good kid, though.
Hey, who's the bullfighter?
He ain't no bullfighter. He's a movie star.
A movie star, huh? Hey, Bud.
Yes?
You ever been thrown out of a nightclub?
No.
Are you divorced?
No.
Ever kick a cop in the shins?
No.
Oh, it's that guy's a phony.
And he ain't no phony at all. This is Desi Arnaz.
Oh, they introduced me.
Oh, very well. Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Arnaz. Clifton, Desi. Pig, Latin. Finnegan, Mr. Arnaz is a singer.
Mind if I put a nickel in the jukebox?
Why put it in a jukebox? Maybe we can get Desi to sing for us in person.
Oh, okay. Where do I put the nickel?
Archie, if the skin on his head was a little tighter, I could use him for a conga drum.
Yeah. Well, look, Desi, please ignore the guy. Go ahead, light up and start singing. Sing one of them tangos or sambos, huh?
How about a rumbo?
Rumbo? Okay.
Well, I got a brand new one for you.
Good enough.
Straw Hat Song! Whenever old man trouble makes troubles arise, just pull that big straw hat over your eyes. You'll never see the circumstance making you frown if you'll just push your eyes over the crown. Life can be a simple thing to laugh and sing. Get yourself a hat of straw and put it on. Don't take it off. And pretty soon your troubles will come to an end, because you simply will not see them, my friend. To visualize a permanent sun in the skies, just put that big straw hat over your eyes. Buy a sombrero, a big straw sombrero. Sí, señoras y señores, a big straw sombrero. And when the landlord tells you the rent's in arrears, just pull that big straw hat over your ears. You'll never hear the dialogue tragically grim if you'll just push your ears under the brim. Life can be a simple thing to laugh and sing. Get yourself a hat of straw and put it on. Don't take it off. And pretty soon your troubles will come to an end, because you will not see or hear them, my friend, to visualize a permanent sun in the skies. Just pull that big straw hat. Just pull that big straw hat down. That big straw hat down over your eyes.
Who is that? That is Abigail.
This is what you're going to get married to?
Please, not so loud. She's a little sensitive about her hideousness. Well, Abigail, what's the decision?
Archie, I think our kindred spirits shall soon find rhapsodic expression in the ethereal sphere of marital bliss.
You mean I'm in or out?
I mean, I will marry you.
Oh, well, this calls for a celebration. Eddie, the Ovaltine.
Oh, Archie, I haven't been so happy since I married my first husband, Commodore Piddleton.
Oh, yes. He was the one that mysteriously disappeared into the sea, wasn't he?
Yes. The first day of our honeymoon. Poor Benjamin. I was beside myself with grief. That is, until I met Michael.
Michael?
My second husband. May he rest in peace.
Another one resting in peace. Was he also pushed? Was he washed overboard?
No, this time it happened on land.
During the honeymoon?
Yes.
The first day?
Yes.
Where?
The Eiffel Tower.
Would you care to give me the gruesome details?
Well, Michael and I were playing a little game.
On top of the Eiffel Tower?
Yes. We were trying to see who could lean out the farthest.
And Michael won.
Yes.
You say again this was the first day of the honeymoon?
Yes.
You don't get much mileage out of your husband, do you?
No. That's just what I said when I lost poor Fairfield.
Fairfield? At two? Tell me about Fairfield.
He was my third spouse.
How many spies did you have? Abigail, this Fairfield.
Yes?
The honeymoon?
Yes.
The first day?
Yes.
I wonder if this could indicate a trend. Abigail, dare I ask what happened to Fairfield?
It happened at Niagara. The poor dear boy went over the falls.
In a barrel?
Nobody knows.
Abigail, this honeymoon of ours, was you planning to hit a few high spots?
Yes. I have a very romantic spot picked out.
For us, where?
Mount Vesuvius.
The volcano?
Yes. Oh, Archie, you love the view from the edge of the crater.
A volcano yet? At least the Commodore had a chance to come up twice. Look, Abigail, will you please excuse me for a minute?
Where are you going?
I'll be right back. Here, read a newspaper. Amuse yourself with the obituary column. Look, Desi, did you hear that conversation?
Yes.
What am I going to do with this dame?
Well, why don't you trick her?
Trick her? How?
Commit suicide.
I got to talk her out of this thing. Wait a minute. Your roper. I got an idea. Abigail, I've been thinking about us getting married.
Well?
Don't you think it's carrying love too far? I think you should marry somebody with more mutual interests.
Well, who?
Oh, I don't know. Somebody like Henry VIII or Jack the Ripper.
Oh, Archie, you're wrong. You are the only man in the world for me.
At the rate she's going, I'll be the only one left. I am the only man in the world, huh?
Yes. Even Commodore Piddleton said so today.
Is he back?
No. But I communicate with his spirit.
Oh, that's nice. How often?
Once a week.
Well, that's normal. Tell me, where do you communicate him?
At a weekly seance that I attend.
A seance?
Yes.
One of them things, sort of a information, please, with sheets?
You see, the Commodore was right. He said, marry Archie. He's so amusing.
Yeah, the Commodore said that. Tell me, what did Michael and Fairfield have to say?
Oh, I haven't discussed it with them.
Oh, you haven't,
No.
Abigail? On a big decision like this, you're only going to ask 1 out of 3? What are you running, a gallop pole? I think the least you can do is to get a majority vote, the best 2 out of 3.
You really think so?
Oh, certainly. I think we should hold a seance right here and now and see what Michael and Fairfield have to say about this thing.
But, Archie, look. I've never been to a seance.
It don't make no difference, Desi. All you have to remember is you are Michael, husband number 2.
Second billing, huh?
What a ham. No, Finnegan.
Yeah?
Now, you are Fairfield, husband number 3.
But Arch, the guy is dead.
You're perfect. And, Eddie, you're the medium, see? Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes. Well, Abigail, we're all ready to start the seance. I would like you to meet our medium, Swami Green.
I bring you greetings from the east.
Just a minute, Archie. Isn't this your waiter?
Yes, but if you notice, he only waits on tables that are tilted. Now, leave us begin the seance. Okay, Swami, douse out the lights. Now, leave us all hold hands here in the dark. Now, Swami, let's first talk to Michael. Hi, Abigail. Your hand feels so smooth here in the dark.
Archie, you're holding my alligator bag.
Oh, sorry. Tell me, what's Michael's last name?
O'Brien. Michael Patrick Seamus O'Brien.
Calling Michael Patrick Seamus O'Brien. Calling Michael Patrick Seamus O'Brien.
Faith and Bigorra, CC. I am Michael Patrick Seamus O'Brien.
Archie, his voice sounds so strange.
Well, after all, he fell off the Eiffel Tower. He probably caught cold on the way down.
But it sounds like a Spanish accent.
Well, maybe it's because where he is, it's a tropical climate. Go ahead, ask him if we should get married.
Michael, you loved me once, didn't you?
I was a pushover for you.
Then please give me your advice. Shall I get married again or not?
No, yo no creo que tú te debes casar otra vez. Ya tiene usted demasiados maridos.
Swami, what did he say?
He said you already bagged your limit.
Now, wait a minute. Now, let's make this thing legal. Oh, Michael.
See?
If you don't think Abigail should marry me, just rap 3 times on the table. There's your answer, Abigail. Swami, tune in Fairfield.
Come in, Fairfield.
What's his full name, Abigail?
Fairfield Bodkins, M.A., Ph.D., LL.D. He was a college professor, you know.
What a miserable job of casting this is.
Colin Fairfield Bodkins, M.A., Ph.D., LL.D.
I am Fairfield Bodkin.
Aye, he sounds strange.
Well, he's been dead a long time, man. Don't forget, this guy is from another world.
Professor Bodkins, can you hear us?
I can hear you like you was all in the same room.
Fairfield, whatever happened to you at Niagara Falls?
Well, I was standing there looking at the view, and the next thing I knew, I was in it.
Look, Fairfield, Abigail wants me to marry her.
Oh, good. We could use the 4th at Bridge up here.
Fairfield, please answer the question. Now, if you don't think she should marry me, just rap the table.
Rap the table? Okay. That's a lousy table.
Fairfield, concentrate. I mean, if the answer is no, I shouldn't marry her, knock on the table 3 times. There it is, Abigail. Swami, turn the lights on. Thank you. Well, Abigail, it looks like you ain't gonna have the honor of being my blushing widow.
But, Archie, you...
Abigail, you agreed to live up to the vote.
Yes, I did, didn't I? Oh, it's too bad, though. You would have loved Vesuvius. Archie.
Yes?
Who is this charming gentleman?
Now, wait a minute, Abigail. This is Desi Arnaz.
Oh, my. He's quite handsome, isn't he? Mr. Arnaz?
Yes?
Could I drop you off someplace on the way home?
You mean someplace like the Washington Monument?
An interesting idea. Oh, Archie, I'm sorry it didn't work out for us, but I hope we'll still be good friends.
Oh, sure. If I can get a parachute from War Surplus, I'll give you a ring sometime.
Duffy's Tavern was originally released by NBC, the national broadcasting company, for listeners in the United States, and was rebroadcast for American forces overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Yeah. There's more than one way to help the Girl Scouts. Be a Girl Scout volunteer. Call the Magic Empire Council. Volunteer today.
You're watching KJRH, TV2, Tulsa.
Kissy Fur will return after these messages. Walk, walk, walk. Kissy Fur.
Count Chocula cereal.
It's different today.
How about
some ghosts in your cereal? Hooray!
Ah, my cereal! It's haunted with ghosts. Whatever you do, don't open that box.
Chill out, Chuck. They're marshmallow ghosts.
It's true. Now there are ghosts. New white marshmallow ghosts in Count Chocula, a ghostly part of this complete breakfast.
Sounds neat. Let's eat.
No, don't open that box.
But you can, if you dare.
We've got Lucky Corner with his Lucky Charm.
Oh, I'll make a sailboat and off I'll go with my Lucky Charms matching. Blow, wind, blow. Always after me crunchy oat cereal with a rainbow of marshmallow surprises. Pink hearts, orange stars, yellow moons, green clovers, blue diamonds, and purple horseshoes. A magically delicious part of this complete breakfast.
I know how to get Lucky back.
I'm real embarrassed.
Frosted Lucky Charms.
They're magically delicious.
It's Ken and new Jewel Secrets Barbie with 3 fabulous secrets. We girls love lots of jewels to wear. Right, Barbie? Jewel Secrets Barbie. Jewel Secrets. Wow. Step out of that gown for a night on the town. Jewel Secrets. Just right for a disco night.
Barbie has one more secret. Her ball gown is a purse. For you.
Jewel Secrets Barbie doll has 3 dazzling looks with matching play jewels. Ken dolls sold separately. New from Mattel.
I hope you're hungry. This burger's a monster.
Yum, yum, yum. Hamburger. Beasley! It's Burger Store's Ruts! Quick!
Nice work.
Oh no! Hot Dunkin' Dogs!
I can't look.
Beasley, it's too quiet around here. Pterodactyls! It's now or never.
How's the hamburger?
Out of this world.
The thick, rich fun. That Cocoa Krispies chocolatey taste sends you to this chocolatey place, to a land full of chocolate that goes snap, crackle, pop-a-lot. Let Cocoa Krispies fill your spoon and soon be gazing at a cocoa moon, sitting under a chocolate palm tree by the cocoa sea.
Kellogg's Cocoa Krispies, part of this complete breakfast.
Get the Cocoa Krispies taste. Leave a chocolatey smile on your face. Snap, crackle, pop. Cocoa Krispies. Yeah.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
At last, Jimmy's belief regarding Major Moto has been proved correct. The mysterious Oriental is an experienced pilot. And what does he propose doing with the speedy little jet-propelled fighter that has been flown to the airport for his approval? At a moment when Speed Robertson seemed free from suspicion, he is dealt a crushing blow. The government special investigator Russell has just discovered the wing construction drawings of a super-secret new Army experimental plane in Speed's room. Jimmy is speechless.
Well, Robertson, speak up. What's the matter? Are you tongue-tied?
All I can say is, Russell, I haven't the slightest idea where those drawings came from.
What do you take me for? You know I wasn't born yesterday. I suppose you expect me to believe those drawings flew over here.
I don't expect you to believe anything, Russell, except the truth.
I don't expect to, Robertson. I've been a government agent for 25 years, and it's sometimes been very hard to know what the truth is, but I've never yet had occasion to doubt the evidence of my eyes.
Well, Russell, as Jimmy here happened to mention to me yesterday, there's always a first time for everything.
Meaning what?
Just this. I don't deny for a second that these are part of the plans of the jet plane. I can see and I can read just as well as you can. But that's no proof at all that I'm responsible for their presence here.
Why, of course, Mr. Russell. Just because the plans are here doesn't mean that Speed stole them.
Just a minute, Alan. I'm doing the questioning. When I need you, I'll call you.
Yes, sir.
Naturally, Robertson, I'd expect you to say that. It's the first alibi of every thief.
Listen, Russell, I'm not going to take that from you or anybody else. I'm not a thief, and you've no right to call me one. Now, you better take that back.
I'll take nothing back.
I'll give you 10 seconds to take that back. If you haven't done so by that time, I'm going to knock you flat on your back.
You only think you are, Robertson. I rather expected this. Get any rat in the corner and he'll fight.
Yeah, well, for that, I'm going to hit you just a little harder than I intended to. You've got about 2 seconds left.
Yes? You take a good look down this barrel, Robertson. You make the slightest move toward me, and this finger of mine is liable to squeeze real quick like. I've always found the best policy is to shoot first and explain afterward.
Speed, please. Please don't move. Oh, look, Mr. Russell. This is all a terrible mistake.
I told you I'd call you when I needed you, Alan.
You feel very cocky, don't you, Russell, with that big piece of artillery in your hand?
Don't mind the smart cracks, Robertson. Now just stand back there and keep your hands away from your pockets, out where I can see them. You don't seem to realize the gravity of this situation.
No, I don't, but I do realize what a big monkey you're making out of yourself.
Careful, Robertson. I may pull back a little further on this trigger.
Well, I think this farce has gone far enough. Well, come on. Here's my wrists. Get out your handcuffs. Here, Jimmy, perhaps you can help Mr. Russell. He can't hold that gun on me and snap on the cuffs at the same time. I'll tell you, Russell, let Jimmy hold the gun while you put on the cuffs.
You stay where you are, Alan.
Oh, I get it. You're thinking of Jimmy as my Confederate. Well, here's another suggestion. You keep the gun and let Jimmy snap on the handcuffs.
That smart stuff's not going to get you anywhere, Robertson. You better come clean. How did you get those...
Please, do we have to go into all that again? I repeat once more, I haven't the slightest idea how those plans got in my room.
Now, really, Robertson, you don't honestly expect me to believe that. Suppose your watch was missing from this room and then it was found in young Allen's room. You'd probably tell me it walked out there of its own accord.
That's an excellent illustration, Russell. No matter how the watch got out to Jimmy's home, I'd never accuse him of being a thief.
I'm to understand, then, you absolutely deny knowledge of how these plans came to be in your room.
I do.
And you also deny having abstracted these or any other of the ship's plans from the government factory.
Am I to understand you're accusing me of stealing those plans?
Don't you think the evidence warrants it? You were seen down at the factory at night twice when you had no business being there. Your alibi the first time was that Jimmy Allen had called you by phone and asked you to meet him there. Allen himself denies ever having made such a call. The second time, your flimsy excuse was that you went down to see Captain Sweeney, when you know perfectly well Captain Sweeney's seldom there in the evening. And now part of the missing drawings are discovered here in your room.
Mr. Russell, what would I do with those drawings?
Sell them to a foreign nation, of course. There isn't much chance you'd use them for scratch paper.
And you honestly believe that I, who flew for my country in 2 wars, who was credited with destroying a total of 48 enemy planes, would do such a thing?
Let me ask you something, Robertson. Not long ago, you crashed your Bluebird racing plane. Recently, you contracted to have a new one built. You agreed to pay $40,000 for it. Would it be prying too much into your personal affairs if I asked you where you were going to get such an amount of money? A pilot doesn't usually have $40,000 kicking around loose, does he?
I don't think that's any of your business, Russell.
Oh, Speed, please, won't you tell him?
I see no reason to tell him, Jimmy.
I'd advise you to listen to young Allen's advice, Robertson. You still don't seem to realize what a serious fix you're in. If this were wartime, you'd go before a firing squad. As it is, I don't see how you can hope to get off with less than 20 years in a federal prison.
You mean if I'm proved guilty?
It doesn't look to me as though that's going to be very difficult.
Oh, please, Speed. Tell Mr. Russell where you're going to get that money for the Bluebird. Please do it. For my sake.
I would tell him, Jimmy, if he didn't insist on making himself so disagreeable. He's so bright. He's so good at drawing rapid conclusions. Let him do a little more detective work. I'll tell you what you do, Mr. Russell. Mr. Jenkins, who's my boss at National Airways, knows all about my financial condition. You just go over and have a little talk with him.
Don't worry about that. I'll do plenty of investigating before I'm through. You got a phone here, Robertson?
Yes, I have, right over in that corner. Go ahead and use it if you like.
Thanks. I'm going to use it all right, but I'm going to keep an eye on you at the same time. Jimmy?
Yes, sir?
Go over to the phone and call Captain Sweeney. The number is Norclay 972.
Yes, sir. What do you want me to tell him?
Ask him to come up here at once.
Yes, sir. Hello? Hello, is this the Army Aircraft Factory? Is Captain Sweeney in? Yes, please. It's very important. Hello? Hello, Captain Sweeney? This is Jimmy Allen, Captain Sweeney. Yes, I'm in Speed Robertson's room over at the pilot's quarters. Mr. Russell's here, and he wants you to come over at once. It's very important. Yes, sir. Thanks very much. Goodbye. Captain Sweeney's coming right over.
Much obliged, Allen.
You know, Russell, I'll tell you another reason why you're on the wrong track.
I'll bet this'll be alibi number 2. Shoot, Robertson. I'm listening.
A man that would be clever enough to get into a heavily guarded factory and steal the plans of the latest Army jet plane would hardly be dumb enough to leave him around.
I don't think I've insinuated that you're any dumbbell, Robertson.
Now, thanks for the compliment. But I certainly would be a dumbbell if I stole a set of valuable plans and left them lying around my room.
That's alibi number 2, all right. But every crook, Robertson, no matter how clever, makes at least one mistake. Otherwise, none of them would ever get caught. All right, Robertson, answer that. No. Wait a minute. You answer it, Allen.
Hello? Hello? Oh, yes, he's here. Just a minute, please. Who? Well, this is Jimmy Allen talking. Well, who's this? Oh, Flash Lewis. Why, well, yes, I think so, but... Well, just a minute, Flash. Hold the phone. Mr. Russell, it's Flash Lewis. He has something very important to tell me, and he's over at the school and wants me to come over. Can I go?
Yes, I guess so. Come right back here as soon as you get through.
Yes, sir. I'll hurry right back. Hello, Flash. I'll be right over. You'll be where? Oh, out on the line? Okay, I'll see you in a minute. I'll be right back, Mr. Russell.
Come in. Hello, Captain Sweeney. Step in. You know Speed Robertson and Jimmy Allen?
Of course I do, but what's the idea of the gun?
I'll tell you in a second. All right, Jimmy, run along.
Yes, sir.
Well, come on, Russell. What's the mystery?
Did you ever see these before?
The wing construction drawings of the new plane. The set that's been missing. Where did you find them?
Right here in Speed Robertson's room, Captain.
Why, I can hardly believe it. Well, I'm sorry, Robertson. I had about made up my mind you were on the square.
I'm sorry myself. Sorry you'd be so hasty in jumping to conclusions.
Believe me, Captain, this lad has all the answers.
But what are the other drawings that are missing, Russell?
I haven't had time yet to look, Captain, but they're undoubtedly here. That's what I called you for. I couldn't look for plans and keep Robertson covered, too.
Yes, that's right, but where were these drawings?
Down there on that shelf under the table. You better look there first.
Well, there's nothing like plans down here.
Well, you better look through the desk, then.
They're not here either.
There's only one other place, that trunk over there.
Okay. It's locked.
Aha. Set in Sherlock Holmes' finest style.
Where are the keys, Robertson?
On that desk over there.
Here's a large package of papers. Oh, they're nothing but letters. Bunch of love letters, I guess.
Why, really? You're mistaken. Those are the plans of the White House basement and the electric wiring diagram of the aircraft carrier Hoosius.
Well, there's no plans here.
All right, you take this gun and keep your eye on Robertson. I'm going over to Grand National Airways for a few minutes to see Mr. Jenkins. There's something I want to check up. I'll be right back.
Hey, Flash.
Hi, Jimmy.
What do you want, Flash? Hey, look at that ship up there. Who's ever flying it sure knows his eggs.
He sure does, Jimmy. That's Captain St. John. Didn't Speed say he knew him?
Oh, sure he did. Well, that must be the jet plane he flew in. Boy, look at him go. He's almost out of sight.
I'll say he is. But listen, kid.
Yeah?
Mike Jones, Shorty Mason, and Major Moto are right on the other side of that P-19 trainer, watching St. John do his stuff. And listen, Jimmy, I heard Mike Jones tell Shorty Mason the deal was all set. Major Moto's bought this plane and 10 others for his country.
What? Well, what do you know about that?
But that's not what I wanted to tell you, Jimmy. Mike Jones ordered me to have that plane on the line and warmed up at 1 o'clock tonight.
Can it be possible that Speed Robertson is a marvelously clever actor? So good that he has even Jimmy fooled? And what is the significance of Mike's instructions to Flash regarding the jet-propelled fighter? Well, don't miss Jimmy's next air adventures.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
We were searching for fun fruit trees, and boy, were we surprised. We saw sun-kissed fun fruits change their shape by doing exercise. They changed to letters, numbers, and animal shapes. New sun-kissed fun fruits, letters, numbers, and animals are made with real fruit, so they're real fun to eat.
Letters, numbers, animals!
New sun-kissed fun fruits.
Letters, numbers, animals.
Happy Days, weekdays at 9 on TV2.
This is wonderful.
No problems, no emergencies.
No Dr. Craig. And to celebrate, here's something for you and something for me.
Thanks. Wow, no pictures. Dr. Craig would be impressed.
It's very funny. Actually, I love to read. Reading's exciting, enlightening, entertaining, and very relaxing.
You're absolutely right. Sunshine, fresh air, and a good book. We're in for a perfect day.
You can be a winner every week with Ben Matlock.
Next to injustice, I hate losing.
Matlock, Tuesdays at 7 on TV2.
You're watching KJRH, TV2, Tulsa.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. Very often that our broadcast brings us into your home right on Christmas. All of us on the show and the makers of Johnson's Wax products consider it a privilege and an honor to be included in your family circle tonight and to have an opportunity to say Merry Christmas. To those of you who've made a vow to do your shopping earlier next Christmas, we'd like to suggest that there are only 365 days left. And if you hurry, maybe you can get one of those unique and handsome articles like the one just presented to and now being admired by Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Imagine old Doc Gamble giving us one of these, Molly. Isn't that the most beautiful present you ever saw?
It certainly is.
Gosh.
I haven't seen so much chromium since that was what the Silver Service Aunt Sarah sent us in 1937 turned out to be.
And look how solid it's built.
Yes.
There's real construction in this.
Certainly is well made.
You don't pick these things up in bargain basements, kiddo. There was a lot of thought went into buying a thing like this.
I'll bet there was.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
What do you mean, what is it?
I mean, what is it?
Why, it's one of those things that... you use it to... Well, they sort of... I don't know what it is.
Well, weren't there any directions or instructions or anything in the package it came in?
Nope. Came all wrapped up in red tissue paper. Yards and yards of it. My eyes are still a little bloodshot from unwrapping it.
By the way, what did you send Dr. Gamble this year? A book, wasn't it?
Yeah, a book. What to do till the doctor comes. But this thing, I'll be doggone if I know whether to listen to this or cook with it. I don't know whether to tune it in, turn it on, or toss it out.
Well, we just have to ask Dr. Gamble what it is, Mr.
Oh, no. We can't do that. That wouldn't be polite.
And when did you start being polite to Dr. Gamble?
Oh, well.
You're usually at each other's throats like a couple of necktie salesmen.
Yeah, but my gosh, Molly, when a guy gives you a beautiful gift like this, you hate to admit you haven't got the brains to know what it's for.
Well, I don't hate to admit it. I don't know what it's for.
Well, me either, but I ain't going to give that old sulphur huckster the satisfaction of knowing it. Maybe somebody else will tip us off. And we won't
Hello,
have...
Mrs. McGee, Mr. McGee. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Alice, and thank you for the handkerchief.
You're welcome, Mrs. McGee, and thank you for the handkerchief.
Not at all, dear.
Well, if you kids are through batting them hankies around, I'd like to ask Alice a question.
Why, certainly, Mr. McGee. And if you're going to ask me what I think you're going to ask, the reason Harold and I stood on the porch so long last night when he brought me home was on account of I couldn't find my front door key.
Why, we never locked the front door, Alice. You knew that.
Yes, I knew that, but Harold didn't.
Who's Harold, Alice?
Oh, Harold is the fat old lady who was a buyer for the corset department at the Bonton's nephew. She's nice, though.
Who is?
Harold's aunt.
Oh.
She's a corset department buyer and also substitutes for the manager of household goods when she takes a day off in the basement just to the left of the elevators.
Oh, down there. Look, we got a door slam coming up here any minute, Alice. So let's get down to business. You see this thing that Doc Gamble gave us for Christmas?
Creepers, isn't that beautiful? May I use it sometime?
Oh, you certainly may, Alice. Anytime, and we'll watch it.
How do you use it, Alice? I mean, I just wondered if you use it the same way we do.
Oh, I probably do, Mr. McGee. How do you use it?
Now, he asked you first, dear.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure you knew how to operate it, Alice. I wouldn't want you to get hurt, you know.
Get hurt with one of these things? Oh, Mr. McGee, you say the funniest things. Well, I've got to go now. I have several more presents to take around.
Where are they, Alice? Did you leave them upstairs?
No, I left them right here in the hall.
No, Alice, please.
Not on Christmas night, Alice.
Right here in the hall table drawer.
I thought for a minute there she was going...
It's the present for Ozzy I put in the hall closet. No. Come to think of it, I mailed it to him. Well,
Billy Mills and the orchestra and symphony.
McGee.
Huh?
Will you please stop worrying about that gift from Dr. Gamble? You've sat in that chair for 2 hours just staring at it.
I'm going to sit here till I figure out what it's for, too. Any hunk of chromium-plated aluminum going to make a monkey out of me. I'll figure it out if I... Hey, I'll bet it's a gopher trap.
Why should Dr. Gamble give you a gopher trap? There are no gophers in this part of the country.
Well, what's that got to do with it? He gave me Paris garters last year, and we're 4,000 miles from France.
Well, you've been through France. You've never been through a gopher hole.
Look, let's analyze this thing. Now, here's a handle here on top, see?
How do you know it's a handle?
Well, it stands to reason. It's kind of a loop that just fits the hand.
Well, I've got a gadget out in the kitchen with 4 of those loops on it, and it's an egg beater.
Okay, but let's just say it's a handle, just for the sake of argument.
All right, it's a handle.
Fine. Now we're getting someplace. All right, just below the handle here, there's a circular disc. That's obviously to protect the hand against something.
Such as what?
Such as I don't know what. Yes. Then we got 2 long, sharp prongs sticking out below it, like daggers. Now then, all we got to do is figure out what a thing like that is for.
Well, we've certainly made tremendous strides, haven't we? You knew that the minute you opened it up.
Now, let me see. If I hold it like this and somebody jogged my arm, I'd have 2 holes in my leg. Can't be right.
Isn't there anything movable on it, dearie? No working parts?
I haven't been able to find any. However, a few minutes ago, I was turning it this way and that, and all of a sudden a sharp pain went through me. Kind of a stabbing sensation.
Like electricity or something?
No, like you'd left your manicure scissors here in this chair and I'd sat on them, which you had and I did.
Well, you were using them last, dearie, cutting stamps off the Christmas cards.
Yeah, well, I wanted them for my stamp collection. Got 2 from Indiana and 1 from Florida. Found another good one from Oklahoma, but I had to throw it away on account of I couldn't tell whether it was north or south. Hey, if that's Doc Gamble, stall him a minute. If I can figure out what this gadget is for, I won't have to be humiliated by asking him what
It's just Mrs. Carstairs, Magee.
Oh, that old tomato surprise. Miss East St. Louis of 1904. She's had her face lifted so many times she has to walk on her toes.
Yeah, but my goodness, she's... Come in.
How old man Carstairs was nearsighted enough to Merry Christmas, Carstairs.
And the same to you, Mr. Magee, and Mrs. Magee.
Thank you, Millicent. Move all those boxes and packages and things off the chair so Mrs. Carstairs can sit down, Magee.
Why, so
Well, Kris Kringle seems to have done very well by you, my dear.
He did indeed, Mrs. Carstairs. The only thing I wanted that I didn't get was a new waffle iron. Chris crossed me on that.
I done all right, though, Carsty. What do you think of this thing that Doc Gamble gave me?
Yes. I gave my husband one of those for his birthday.
Oh.
They make a splendid gift for men.
Now, what do you do with it, Mrs. Carstairs?
Oh, he still has it, my dear.
Yeah, but what was it for?
For his birthday.
But what is it good for?
Well, I only know what the salesman told me, my dear. And he said it was good for years and years. By the way, Mrs. Magee, thank you so much for the lovely handkerchiefs.
I'm so glad you like them, Millicent. And thank you for the lovely handkerchiefs. They're so beautiful. I've been sitting around in drafts trying to catch cold.
Look, Carsty, getting back to this gadget here, just exactly...
Oh, I almost forgot. Let me show you what my husband gave me for Christmas. Here. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh. For goodness sake. A cornet.
Oh, no, my dear. A trumpet. Something I've always wanted.
You mean you can play one of them things, Carsty?
Oh, yes, a little, Mr. Magee.
Well.
Confidentially, I played truant from Wellesley one year and went on the road as trumpet player for Bumpsy Van Jive's original Barrel House Dance Bandits. Oh, such fun, really. And you know what?
No, what, Millicent?
On May 12th, I've been invited to play as guest trumpeter at the Wistful Vista racetrack.
No kidding. Let's hear you play Boots and Saddles, Carsty.
Oh, certainly.
old Millicent.
Yeah, you better go easy on that hot finish, though, Carsey. You'll have Busher and Whirlaway coming around the clubhouse turn doing the Lindy Hop.
Oh, I shall have to brush up a bit, of course. I've almost lost my embouchure.
What on earth is an embouchure?
Well, that, my dear, is a French term, meaning an osculation in brass. Well, I must be going.
Wait a minute, Carsey. About this gadget here. What's it for and how do you use it?
Well, that depends, Mr. McGee. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Oh, he's right-handed.
Oh, then of course you use it in your left hand, Mr. McGee, thus leaving the right hand free to work with. Well, Merry Christmas to both of you.
At least I know this thing is to be used in the left hand. That's a big help.
Can you imagine her playing the trumpet, McGee? And very well, too, I thought.
Yeah, I can hardly wait for her guest shot at the racetrack. That'll be the first time anybody blew their brains out before a race. Hey, do you suppose this thing could be a potato slicer?
I do not.
Huh?
Anybody who approached a beautiful Idaho potato with a lethal weapon like that would get a nasty note from Governor Williams.
Oh.
Look,
Huh?
I have an idea. Let me see it a minute.
Okay, but be careful. Them prongs are sharp. Matter of fact, a gift like this ought to be labeled from Harry to Carrie, with love. Harry, why do you want to look at it, Molly?
Look, now, all you have to do is write to the man who made this and ask him what it's for.
Hot dog, is his name on there?
It certainly is, stamped right into the metal.
What is it?
Half pending.
Oh, Molly, that's the...
Merry Christmas, Molly. The same to you, Mac.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. You're just the guy I wanted to see.
Yes, Mr. Wilcox, we received a simply wonderful gift.
Oh, you mean that electric iron I sent you? Glad you liked it.
Yeah, but that isn't the thing.
I thought it'd be a good gift for you, Molly, considering the time you spend pressing his nibs trousers here. He's the only guy I know who always looks like he'd been smuggling cantaloupes in his pant legs.
Ah, now, Mr. Wilcox.
Look, Junior, when you grow up, you'll realize that clothes ain't so awful important.
No. You ever try walking down 14th Street without any?
Well, he means that you can't judge a man by his clothes, Mr. Wilcox.
Certainly not. The seats of the mighty are often shiny, Junior. Remember that. It's better to have bags under the knees than under the eyes. There's many a dull character going around with sharp creases.
Yes, I know.
A wide lapel don't cover up a narrow mind, Junior. And a two-faced fella can look awful good in a single-breasted coat.
Yeah.
A loud check don't make much noise in the First National Bank, too,
Well,
either.
so why...
And the horsehair out of some people's shoulder pads would look a lot better on the original horse's neck. Now, you got any more sartorical comments to make?
No, Dad, I'm through.
Well, good. Now maybe we can get down to business. Show Mr. Wilcox what you got for Christmas theory.
Here, Junior, this thing. Ever see one of these before?
Seen them. Why, I used to manufacture them.
Huh?
Sure. My brother, Big Sedgwick Wilcox, and I had a little factory together.
Oh, heavenly days. Our troubles are over.
Hot dog. Used to build these things, eh, Junior? Well, sit down, boy. Pass him the cigars, Molly. Have a panatella, fella.
I don't use them, thanks.
Oh.
Of course, when I was manufacturing these gadgets, it was before I ever heard of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Oh, of course, but when you made these things...
Which reminds me, folks, I have a little message from the Johnson Wax people.
Well, are we supposed to fall on the floor with loud shouts of amazement, Waxy? You got more messages in your system than Western Union. Only every 10th word is Johnson instead of love.
Now, don't let him stop you, Mr. Wilcox. Go right ahead.
Okay. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, the same to you, son. Go ahead with the message.
That was it. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from the Johnson Wax people in Racine, Wisconsin and Brantford, Ontario. Now then, what were you saying about this Christmas present?
Well, he wants to know what it's for, and so do I.
I'm sorry, Molly. I promised Doc Gamble I wouldn't tell. He said he was giving you this and for me not to spoil the surprise. Well, jingle bells, kids.
Jingle bells, kids. Why, of all the dirty, low-down tricks, he knew and he wouldn't tell.
Maybe it's a puzzle of some kind, McGee.
You can say that again. Hey, do you suppose this thing is a practical joke? You think it's liable to explode or squirt water out or something?
No, I don't. Dr. Gamble doesn't like practical jokes. You know, he told me once that anybody who would give anybody a loaded cigar Ought to be made to eat 6 of them and then have his appendix removed with a blowtorch?
That sounds just like our kindly old family physician. Halfway up in the next block. That Cowtown Kildare thinks the human frame is merely something for him and his buddies to play mumbly peg on. He snoops around among the various organs like a prospect in a Wurlitzer sales room. Besides which, if I...
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Merry Christmas, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Molly, and the same to you. Merry Christmas, McGee.
Well, likewise, Latrivia. Hey, I got a kind of a problem on my hands, Latrivia.
Well, glad to help you, McGee. What seems to be your trouble?
It's this thing I got for Christmas, Latriv. Look.
What's it for?
What's it for, he says.
That's all, brother. Class dismissed. Well, did you have a nice Christmas, Latrivia?
Splendid, thank you. And you?
Just lovely, Your Honor. I gave himself here a nice leather tackle box, and he bought me a new hat.
He bought you a new hat?
You betcha, and a beauty, too, Latrivia, if I do say so myself as I shouldn't. It's right there on the floor, right in front of you there in that box.
Say, that is a beautiful hat.
Hey, don't step on it, Latrivia.
I won't, don't worry. I usually keep an eagle eye about me.
Do you really, Mr. Mayor? That's interesting.
I always carry an elk's tooth myself. But every guy to his own good luck piece, I always say.
You misunderstood me, McGee. When I said I usually keep an eagle's eye about
How
me,
do you carry it, Latrivia? On a chain?
Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. I just
it's in a ring. Take your gloves off and let's see it, Mr. Mayor. I've never seen an eagle's eye ring.
I do not have an evil eye. I mean eagle's eye. It isn't a case of having...
what do we care if it ain't a real eagle's eye, Latrivia? You mustn't be ashamed of a little thing like that.
I am not ashamed of it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I don't own one.
Oh, it's one you borrowed. Something borrowed, something blue. A good luck piece will keep you true.
Will you both stop this nonsense? Good heavens, I didn't intend to...
It may be nonsense to you, Latrivia, but to thousands of people a good luck charm means something. Maybe it's an elk's tooth, maybe an old coin, maybe an eagle's eye, but a charm...
I tell you I have no charm.
Don't be so modest, Your Honor. Why, you have lots of charm.
Sure you have, boy. Don't lose confidence in yourself. Just look people in the eye.
I don't want to look eagles in the eye. People in the charm. I mean to say, if I's an eagle, an eagle's eye is... I merely tried to say that I had an owl's ring, an elk's coin, tooth. And you mistook. You mistook. You understand? It's always every time I open my mouth, you just... I was saying... You... McGee.
Yes?
May I say one thing before I leave?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor.
What is it, Latrivia, old man?
Simply this, McGee. You have your foot in Molly's hat. Good day.
Huh?
And here are the King's Men with Jingle Bells.
You have probably heard this song 100 times today, but this is how we warble it down Wistful Vista way. A day or two ago, when all the ground was white, I thought I'd take a ride with pretty Fanny Bright. I got my bobtail nag, 240 for his speed. I hitched him to an open sleigh and crack, I took the lead. Jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bell, jingle, dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits light. Oh, what fun to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. The hour was getting late, so we started back right then. For Blondie waiting at the gate if we weren't home by 10. The horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot. He fell into a drifted bank and we got upset. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
See, now, it couldn't be a boot jack. Stab yourself in the ankle every time you use it. How about a can opener? Oh, no, it's too simple. Maybe. Oh, I got it. Hey, Molly.
Yes, dearie?
You know what this is? It's a potato masher. Am I dumb not to have thought of that before?
If that was a masher, dearie, and I was a potato, I'd certainly slap his face.
You don't think it's a potato masher?
To give you a short answer, no.
Oh.
Those two sharp prongs would stab holes in the saucepan and nothing flat.
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Well, I wish I could get the answer. As the phonograph needle said to the turntable, this thing is driving me into an early groove.
Well, I can see just one way out, dearie. Call Dr. Gamble and tell him frankly that you don't know what his gift is for.
Oh, I hate to do that. He'd have the laugh on me the rest of my life. Suppose it turned out to be a necktie rack or something simple like that. Wouldn't I look dopey?
Well, my goodness, you can't sit in that chair the rest of your days glaring at it. Why don't you do something?
Come in.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, my dear. And even to you, Marblehead.
Thank you, Aerosmith. It's always nice to see you in our little home.
Thank you.
Because while you're in our little home, we know you're not torturing some helpless patient.
Stop it now, Magee. Why don't you two boys ever say anything nice about each other?
That's a good idea, Molly. You first, Magee. Say something nice about me.
My gosh, I can't think of anything.
Neither can I. Oh, well. Have a nice Christmas, folks.
Oh, just grand, Doctor. We got so many nice things.
And some interesting things, too, Doc.
Yes?
Some of our friends really use their ingenuity. Now, you take... I'll get it.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly Magee speaking. Who? Yes, he's right here. For you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Just tell them to put a mustard plaster on it, and if the pains start coming too close together, they're smoking too much.
I speak.
Hello, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Holland. He won't. Well, tie his legs together and try again. I'll be there as soon as I can. Goodbye.
Nurse?
Housekeeper. Can't get our turkey in the oven.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about the interesting things people send people for Christmas.
Such as what, Magee?
Well, now, for instance, that wonderful gift you sent Magee, Doctor.
This, Doc.
Oh, yes. You like it?
Oh, do we like it? We love it, Doctor. Magee just tickled to death with it.
Don't know how I ever got along without one, Doc.
Well, that's great, my boy.
Yeah.
You had me sort of stymied there for a while, and then I thought of this. I said to myself, aha, I said, that's just the thing for Magee.
The thing I like about it is there's no complicated machinery to it.
No, it's extremely simple.
It sure is. Was there any directions come with it, Doc?
Directions? For a simple little thing like that?
Don't be silly, dear. You certainly don't need instructions for a gadget like that.
No.
Why, there isn't a moving part on it.
I was just kidding. My gosh, a child could manage this.
Certainly.
Wonder where I could borrow a child. Hey, Doc.
Yes?
I just wondered if, when you use this,
what he means, Doctor, is this. You know, he thinks so much of your gift, he doesn't want to damage it by using it wrong. How do you use it?
Well, great Scott, how does anybody use it?
Well, That's a good question.
I give up. Look, Doc.
Yes?
While I really appreciate this gift... And we've always wanted one.
There's one little thing I want to know.
What's that, my boy?
What in Sam Hill is it for?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, then why did you give it to me?
Because you gave it to me last Christmas, Picklefoot.
If you really want to solve the mystery of that gadget, why don't you call the people you bought it from?
They wouldn't know.
Why wouldn't they?
I just happened to think. I won that thing on a punch board. Cost me 70 cents.
Oh, dear. Well, let's forget the whole thing. What do you say?
I say this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very special Christmas. The first peacetime Christmas in 5 years. For millions of war victims all over the world, it isn't a very merry one, which makes us doubly appreciative of our own blessings.
Among which we count the friendship of all of you who have been so loyal to us these many years.
Merry Christmas to you.
And good night, all.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry and inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
We were searching for fun fruit trees, and boy, were we surprised. We saw sun-kissed fun fruits change their shape by doing exercise. They changed to letters, numbers, and animal shapes. New sun-kissed fun fruits, letters, numbers, and animals are made with real fruit, so they're real fun to eat.
Letters, numbers,
animals! New sun-kissed fun fruits.
letters,
Numbers.
animals.
Barbie and the Rockers, their album's #1. Barbie and the Rockers, their stickers are lots of fun.
Like this Barbie sticker album's like totally awesome. Like all my friends trade their extra Barbie stickers so we can fill our albums faster.
Barbie and the Rockers, they play on center stage. Barbie and the
Rockers is 35 cents. A packet of 6 stickers is 25 cents. Each sold separately.
Stick with Panini.
Ronald McDonald and Friends in Garden Full of Fun.
Ronald, why are you always so busy in the garden?
Because something's always coming up.
Who won the vegetable race?
The lettuce. It won by a head. What's red and grows on a vine?
A tomato.
No, a cucumber with a sunburn.
I love vegetable jokes.
Yeah, they're always in good taste.
It's a good time for the great taste.
Salad at McDonald's. What could top that?
Salad dressing.
McDonald's.
Okay, everybody, come outside. Everybody ready for a wild, wet ride?
Slip, slip and slide. You can put it on your lawn. Turn the water on, then you run, 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 and you're sliding on your top. Slip, slip and slide. Slip, slip and slide.
It's a lot of fun to play when the spray goes all the way.
Slip, slip and slide.
Slip and Slide comes with plastic slide and fasteners from Whammo.
We girls love styling our long, luscious hair right. Super Hair Barbie.
Easy.
First, twist it round our secret barrette. Push the tip, another flip, and then clip. Super Hair Barbie.
You're in.
Any way we want to look, our magic barrette is all it took. We girls can do anything, right, Barbie?
Super Hair Barbie doll with magic hair barrette and a glamorous jumpsuit. New from Mattel.
Who tried to bite a Chips Ahoy cookie without biting a chip? I'll reconstruct the crime. Snack time. Someone spies a plate full of Chips Ahoy cookies. He bites a chip. He tries again, but the chips are stacked against him.
Original, chewy, and now new striped Chips Ahoy.
I confess, I did it.
and I'll do it again.
Bet you bite a chip.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Close on. I'm opening with All's Well.
Okay, Peter, let her go.
The weather may rock the ship, but all's well, 'cause we'll soon be anchoring down in Colorado by the sea. All's well, gales blowing, but let 'em rip, 'cause all's well, all's well. There'll be love awaiting you down in Coronado by the sea. All's well, rainbow at morning's a warning, all ocean's gonna give us a fight. But storm clouds don't matter, they scatter, them kisses at night, that's a sailor's delight. So all eyes on a blue horizon, all's well, all's well. There are sunny skies of blue just for me and you down in Coronado by the sea.
Presenting that lusty leviathan of lackadaisical levity and laughter, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before coaxing back the zipper on our satchel of fun, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, public grocer number 1, says so many hostesses in the neighborhood have been complaining about their olives sinking in the drinks at cocktail parties that he's putting in a special martini olive. It's a plain olive stuffed with cork so it has to float. Now, if you prefer the submarine olives for your drinks, Hodge is working on one now with a weighted pimento. So much for repeal accessories, and now for the town hall news. Say, Harry, confidentially, what is it that can touch the floor without bending its knees?
Oh, I know that one. The picture sheet, Fred. Here she comes.
Thank you. What happens when glowworms die, Harry?
Their lights go out. I get it. Here they go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week.
The Town Hall News. Sees nothing, shows all. New York City, New York. Mayor LaGuardia promotes 75 street sweepers and urges Korea men to join New York Street Cleaning Department. Will college men take up street cleaning? The question. Random snob, Harvard professor says,
our graduates cannot consider careers in the New York Street Cleaning Department. The college football team proved that Harvard backs were weak. Weak backs and street cleaning do not mix. It's putting the Magna Carta before the horse.
Phil Scraper, veteran street cleaner, is pessimistic.
I spent the best years of my life pushing a broom, and I don't mean Haywood. I don't see no future for a boulevard technician. I started on 10th Avenue with a scoop and shovel. Today I'm working Park Avenue with a tea wagon and a whisk broom. It's dainty but embarrassing.
Town Hall News shows educational problems rural families can expect if American youth turns to street cleaning for career. The scene, a New Hampshire farmhouse.
Come in, Pop. Take the skis off.
Wait till I stop puffing, Ma. I run from the bank here to hum. That I got the money safe into my stocking.
Oh, I hate to mortgage the old farm, Pa. But our boy Roscoe's got to get a college education.
Now, where is Roscoe?
Upstairs, deciding what profession he wants to study. Here he comes.
Hello, Ma. Hi, Pa.
Well, Roscoe?
Decided what you're going to be, son?
Yeah, Pa. Ain't going in for law or medicine.
Now, you ain't aiming to take up no saxophone, eh?
Nope, I ain't going to Yale. I ain't going to any college.
Now, you can't learn no profession unless you go to college, Roscoe.
Yeah, Ma's right, son. Now, what racket you going into?
I'm going to become a street cleaner.
What?
Yeah, Mayor LaGuardia wants career men, and I'm going to make street cleaning my life's work.
Street cleaning ain't no profession. It's a pursuit.
You'll be proud of me, Ma, when I come home a BM.
A B-U-M, you mean, don't you?
Hush, Pa. What's BM, Roscoe?
Bachelor of Manholes.
Well, may as well take this mortgage money out of my stocking.
Well, I won't need it, Paul.
Turning the money back to the bank, Paul?
Nope, I'm buying me a herd of horses.
Horses? For what?
Well, if Roscoe loses his job in the city, he'll have a career back onto the farm.
Poughkeepsie, New York. Vassar College adds new course to permit girl students to study crime. Town Hall News shows how Vassar crime class will probably appear when new course gets underway. The scene, a study hall at Vassar.
Quiet, girls, quiet. As your dean, it gives me an academic thrill to present the new instructor for our crime call, Professor Louis No Lips Magee. Professor Magee.
That's all right, Scout. Now, in this series, I'm going to prove to you, Mouse, that crime don't pay. For me first lecture, I'm showing you, James, how to protect yourselves during an ordinary street hold-up, or stick-up, to use a technical term. Thank you. Now, to demonstrate the hold-up, I got two of me friends here to come down and run through a stick-up. Just kidding. Introducing Molly Duran. Come on out, Molly.
Thanks, Goyle. Like Professor Magee says, I just flew in to put on an act. My racket's shoplifting, but I'll do the best I can.
Okay, Molly. Now, girls, presenting Waffles Joseph. Waffles gonna stick up Molly like I said before. Give Waffles a little hand, girls. Okay, Waffles.
Hiya, Chippy. I ain't seen so much femininity since I accidentally stepped on a burglar alarm in the YW.
Well, here's the scene, girls. Molly is walking down the street. She's accosted by a mug. Now, watch her technical.
Where you going, Judy?
Handsome is as handsome does, bum.
Stick him up, Charmer.
I don't take no taffy from strangers, bud.
Well, take this.
I thought so. A cheap yeg. Take this. Oh! That's all there is to it, Goyles, and thank you for your kind attention.
You see, girls, Molly is wearing a steel beret. You can bust her on the conch all night and she won't feel nothing. You can see Waffles is out cold. Molly slugged him with a cast-iron chrysanthemum she was wearing for a fake corsage. Now, them's two things you Vassar girls has got to learn. Wear a steel beret and always carry an iron chrysanthemum. Next week, my lecture will be The College Girl and the Second-Story Waker. Should she ask him in?
New York City, New York. Local banks are speeding up a nationwide drive to place commercial loans. Loan scouts scour the country in effort to put idle money back to work. Town Hall News shows prominent banker trying to persuade small businessman to expand.
Hot chestnuts, get them while they're hot.
How much, mister?
10 cents a bag, sir.
Give me a bag for Papa.
One bag, kitty?
Yep, Papa wants chestnuts with worms.
With worms?
Yes, he's going fishing tomorrow.
Pokey, pokey. Here we are. Here's 2 worms extra.
Oh, thanks, Papa. Oh,
Hot chestnuts, get your vitamin W.
Hello, Olson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kale. How's business in the bank?
Not so hot, Olson.
Just like my chestnuts.
You see, the bank can't lend its money, Olson. Businessmen won't borrow.
That's too bad by George.
Olson, you businessmen have got to expand. Look at you with this cheap tin whistle.
Well, it gets me to business.
Why, if you'd let the bank lend you $50, you could put a siren on this stand. People would know you were selling chestnuts a mile away.
Get your chestnuts.
Crowds would buy. You'd need a store. Take $1,000, Olson. Rent a store.
Hot chestnuts, get them hurt.
Why, Olson, you haven't scratched the surface of the chestnut business yet. Take $10,000.
Chestnuts, try a bag.
Take $50,000. We'll paint Olson's chestnut signs on both sides of the Normandy. We'll get the China Clipper to fly a goodwill chestnut to Mussolini.
They're all hot chestnuts.
We'll give you $100,000 if you'll expand. $100,000, Olson. What's your answer?
Nuts, hot chestnuts, get them hot.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand from my spies, who are few but competent, that every once in a while, radio programs have advertising announcements. Some folks listen to them, some folks say they don't. But I've managed to clap my butterfly net over a man who not only listens to announcers, but he even talks back to them. Let me show you what I mean. Introducing Mr. John Bird.
Hello, folks.
And here's Harry Von Zell. Now, Harry, you go ahead and don't say that I didn't warn you.
Okay, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you're feeling dull and logy...
Here it comes.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Bird, and why not? That half-sick feeling is very apt to come to you. So when it does, it's mighty comforting to have learned what's really wrong.
All right, I'll bite. What's wrong?
Usually 2 things, my friend. Poisonous waste in your body and too much acid throughout your system. 2 things you ought to get after right away.
I knew there was a catch to it. Now I'm supposed to rush out to the drugstore and buy a couple of different kinds of medicine, huh?
Oh, no. Just one. Sal Hepatica. Because Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative that does 2 things, not just one. It both rids your body of waste and combats acidity.
That's what you say.
Of course I do, because that's what physicians have been saying about Sal Hepatica for more than 40 years. I'm only giving you perfectly honest, helpful advice. The next time you feel dull and under the weather, just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. See for yourself how quickly you're feeling alert, alive, and your old, normal self again.
Say, what's that name again?
Sal Hepatica. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
Ipana Troubadours playing Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. A fine thing when they're supposed to be musicians. Now, on Friday night, the Eureka Stamp Club will meet here at the hall. Professor Meredith, that eminent collector, will give his stereopticon lecture entitled How I Put Out a Forest Fire with Stamps. On Saturday... Quiet, please. Now, if that's some tennis player trying out a subdued racket, I'll be down there and there'll be no love lost either.
Hello.
Well said. Well, sir, as I live and try to talk with this gardenia I'm wearing in my mouth until the buttonhole in my coat lapel is fixed, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, Papa's in a temper at home, so I came over to wait till he cools off.
Really? What's he mad about?
Well, some tailors got together in New York and picked out the 10 best-dressed men in America, and Papa's name wasn't on the list.
Does your father think he's a Beau Brummel? Beau as in hobo?
I'll say he looks pretty snappy when he's dressed up.
If your father looked any baggier, you'd have to keep him in a luggage shop window.
Is that so? Did you ever see Papa in a blue serge suit?
I've seen him in lint. I've never looked far enough into the lint to come to Papa and the blue serge.
Well, he set plenty of styles.
What styles? You mean because he starches his socks so they'll stay up without garters?
Papa originated suede gloves with asbestos thumbs so men could smoke cigarettes shorter.
Oh, fie. He's so sloppy he ought to carry a mop handle for a cane.
Oh, you can laugh, but Papa cut the top off an old Union suit and made the first mess jacket.
I know. I saw your mother using the legs of that same Union suit for opera gloves.
Well, I don't see how they can call Fred Astaire well-dressed and not count Papa.
Why, Fred Astaire has done more for tails than Darwin.
Maybe, but I'll bet Papa looks hotter in a smoking jacket.
Summing up, I might say, Papa may be a dude to you, but I've seen better-dressed men picketing rummage sales.
Wait till I tell him.
I'll wait right here. You can run along and break my opinion to him.
Oh, I get it. You'll find out.
Oh, will I?
Mr. Shyster! Mr. Shyster!
Oh, Shyster.
Alfred is ready with a hot nonny-nonny and a habeas corpus.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Portland only called one of you birds. Which one is Shyster?
I'm Shyster.
They're partners, Mr. Allen.
Yes, we each own 50% of the business, so I can talk as much as he can.
You don't have to talk at the same time, do you?
They're lawyers, Mr. Allen. You can't stop lawyers from talking.
We have a silent partner. He keeps quiet for both of us, by appointment.
This is Treadwell Shyster, Mr. Allen, and this is Forsyth Shyster. They're freelancing for clients.
I don't need a lawyer to mind my own business, do I?
If you're leading a double life, one of you should have a lawyer.
Now listen, will you guys dissolve partnership and talk separately? It sounds as though I'm in conference with Jekyll and Hyde here. Hey, where are you going?
Back to the office. I'm ruined.
What's up, Treadwell?
The safe. I left the safe open at the office.
What are you worried about? You're both here, aren't you?
Yes, cool off, Treadwell. Tell Mr. Allen about some of the cases you've won.
Oh, there are so many cases.
Why don't you two ambulance gulls go find the nearest tavern and see if you can pass the bar?
Why, that's slander, Allen. I'll sue you for plenty.
I'll take your case, Allen. We may as well get right down to my retainer. Got a cigarette?
Now, wait a minute. I'm a witness.
You're subpoenaed.
Watch their language, you. There's a lady present.
I object.
Quiet. You can make that slander liable in a minute because I'm liable to measure you guys for 2 sets of Ubangi lower lips.
Why, we're giving the fastest legal service in town, Allen.
You mean your clients are convicted on the way to court?
No. Why, last week, one of our clients fell out of a window on the 22nd floor.
We saw him pass our office on the 14th.
What did you do, lean out and pick his pockets?
Why, before he reached the ground, I had settled with the building.
And I was retained by the widow to try and collect the money from my partner.
Gosh, that's some service.
Now, if you could give me the same kind of service vacating the premises.
I'm giving you one last chance to retain us, Allen.
A lawyer's like an umbrella. You can't tell when you'll need one.
Mr. Allen never breaks any laws.
I'm ready to break the law of gravity and hit the ceiling right now.
Now let me show you how we handle a case. Suppose you're arrested for spitting on the sidewalk. Your case comes up in the magistrate's court.
I'll be the magistrate.
Your Honor, this man...
2 years at hard labor.
Don't worry, Allen. I appeal and take you to a higher court.
I'll be the judge again.
Your Honor, my client...
10 years, Leavenworth.
Well, it looks bad, Allen, but I take you to a still higher court.
I'm another judge.
Your Honor!
Life imprisonment, Sing Sing.
I appeal again. Notice how I work.
Yes, I notice how you work. I've drooled on the sidewalk, and I'm getting life here.
Oh, not yet. I go still higher. I take you to the Supreme Court.
That's good, Mr. Allen. If the chicken can beat the NRA in the Supreme Court, you can't lose.
No, but the chicken didn't have my lawyer.
Now, you watch me handle the Supreme Court, the highest court.
What is this case? The Teapot Dome scandal?
No, Your Honor. Board of Health versus Allen.
Expectorating on sidewalk. This is a Marine case. You're in the wrong court, Shyster.
Keep your robe on, Judge.
That's contempt of court. 10 years, Shyster. Allen, you're dismissed.
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Allen.
And that is Shyster service. The client always goes free.
Even if we have to go to jail.
That's fine.
Did you hear that, Forsyth?
An ambulance. What are we waiting for?
Let's go.
Gosh, they certainly left in a hurry, didn't they?
Yes, and I hope you'll take the hint. Goodbye, Portland.
Tally-ho!
Thank you. And now those old vocal veterinarians, the Town Hall Quartet, arrive on the stage in full harness to sing Mrs. Astor's Horse.
A lady friend of Mrs. Astor weighs 300 pounds. She'd love to borrow the Astor horse so she can follow the hound. She phones the stable daily, and every time she drives, the groom in charge who loves the horse very
politely replied, Mrs. Astor's horse is a very cross horse today, me lady. I can't understand why he won't eat a bloomin' oat.
How disgusting.
Mrs. Astor's horse is a very horse today, me lady.
There's tears in his eyes, and there must be a frog in his throat. Oh, absurd, my good man.
I walk the floor with him all night. He has my nerves a wreck. Mrs. Astor may not think it right. I wrap me sock around the horse's neck. If you are a horse, you believe me when I say, me lady, Mrs. Astor's horse is a very cross horse today. Mrs. Astor's horse is a very cross horse today, me lady. He's quite indisposed and he can't be approached at all.
You know, Mrs. Astor's horse is a very bored horse today, lady. Now listen to him. Wouldn't that break your bloomin' heart, lady? And he's turned up his nose at the lounge that I put in this stall.
I tempted him with Brussels sprouts upon a silver pan,
but he stuck his tongue right out at me. Oh, so very unbecoming to the Blue Blood clan. Quite right. He may be himself in a day or two, but not right now, me lady.
Mrs. Astor's horse is a very cross horse today.
I say. How much did you say the madam weighs? Why, sir, she weighs 300 pounds.
Oh, what ripping judgment that horsey shows in refusing to follow the hounds.
Right-o. If you were a horse, you believe me when I say, me lady, Mrs. Astor's horse is a very cross horse today.
Cheerio.
Good day.
Just back the horse back into the barn. Thank you. And now for the news about the quickest contest in the world, folks. Hurry. Everybody wins. Tell the folks about it, Harry.
All right, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a little problem and then give you 3 seconds to answer it. Are you ready? All right, here's the problem. What's missing in this picture? A young lady is in a store. She has just ordered a lipstick, rouge, mascara, face cream, and powder. The caption beneath the picture reads, "That will be all, thank you." The puzzle, what's missing? Time. Time's up. The contest is over. Now, did you guess what's missing? All right, I'll tell you. Ipana toothpaste. Because all the makeup in the world won't make you attractive if you're neglecting your teeth and have an unattractive smile. Now, if any of you guessed Ipana because you use it, then I know you already have your prize. Healthier gums and whiter, brighter teeth. If you haven't used Ipana, the very next time you're out of toothpaste, try it. Notice how fresh and tingling your mouth feels, how much cleaner and brighter your teeth begin to get. And if you'll massage a little Ipana into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it, it won't be long before you begin to notice how much firmer and healthier your gums are, too. So remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the mighty Allen Art Players. Those well-known troopers who started their careers on a shoestring and wound up in a hole. Tonight, these unstrung puppets present an amazing mystery melodrama entitled The Case of the Disappearing Elephant, or The Nostril is Quicker Than the Eye. Overture, Peter.
Calling Detective One Long Pan. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Big Bertha, Sacred Elephant of India, stopping at Ritz Hotel, threatened by kidnappers. Calling One Long Pan. Proceed at once, Ritz Hotel. Falling one canned lung. Panning one long pun. Punning one long can.
Who's there? Come.
Greetings, gentlemen. I have one long pan.
Yeah. I'm the hotel manager. We do our own laundry.
No, not here for one-day service. I am Detective One Long Pan, Secret Service, G-Man, Undercover Man, Fi Cop.
Oh, Mr. Pan, I am Mohammed Bayram.
Well?
I sent for you to protect my elephant.
Yeah, the elephant is stopping here at my hotel.
You mean elephant beating hotel bill, trying to put trunk out window?
No, Long Pan, this is serious. Today I received this kidnap note. My elephant is in danger. Read this.
Give it once over white way. Quote, we want $100,000 cold cash, or we kidnap your elephant. Do not notify police or we will kill her. Regards to wife and kiddies, unquote.
If they steal the royal sacred elephant, my Maharaja is ruined.
Oh, that is so foolish. They cannot steal that great big elephant.
Yes. Expert criminal can steal elephant. Make 2 trips. Where are you keeping elephant?
She's upstairs. Come, you'll see. Yeah. This way to the elevator.
She is in room 1602, top floor.
Going up, Mr. Schultz.
Step inside, please.
Thank you.
Floors, please.
16.
First up, 16. 16, top floor. Let him out, please.
1602 is this way. How could anybody steal an elephant?
Maybe just democratic propaganda.
I cannot take any chances. Here is 1602. I will open it. Here is Bertha. Is she not beautiful?
Big Bertha, very strong and very beautiful, too, but very strong and very beautiful in that
You think I should pay the 100,000, Inspector?
No, you pay nothing.
But I am worried.
Quiet, Bertha. One long pan, inspect walls and floors. Look for trapdoor. No, everything solid. Floor, wall, ceiling, okay. No danger, everything hussy-tussy.
Come in.
Telegram from Mohammed Bey Rum.
I will take it, thank you. Oh, I am afraid.
Afraid telegram is correct? Read it.
Mohammed Bey Rum, you have informed the police. It will cost you 200,000 or your elephant will disappear. Love and kisses, you rat. Oh, what shall I do?
You leave elephant here. One long pan, take full responsibility.
Yeah. Come, gentlemen, we go downstairs. I buy you all a drink.
Wait, I will lock the door.
Going down, 16. Going down, Mr. Schultz.
Yeah, main floor.
Next stop, main floor. Main floor, watch your step, please.
Wait, now we have a drink first. This way to the bar. What do you have, Inspector? It's on the house.
One long pan have a cup of tea.
Tea with lemon?
No, tea with sirloin steak, French fried, and Brussels sprout.
Then I got the gift to order with the chef. Wait, I'll be right back. This is a wild goose chase.
No. Long pan play trump card. No, goose is wild.
What are we doing here on the 17th floor?
Give me your key, Mohammed. One long pan solved mystery.
Here.
Bertha is in this room.
Oh, hurry. Open the door. Bertha! Bertha! Allah be praised. Bertha is safe.
Excuse, please. I got to go.
No, you stop, Schultz. One long pan arrest you for stealing elephant. Pay larceny.
Why, it's outrage. I know nothing about it.
But how did she get up here on the 17th floor?
She was here all the time. Schultz, how many floors is hotel?
Why, 17.
Oh, you big fibber, Schultz. First time we come up, only 16th floor. You eliminate 13th floor tonight. Make extra floor.
Then you got me with the goods down. Yeah, you're right, Inspector. I done it. We could never rent out a room on floor 13. So beginning the night, we skip a floor.
You call 13th floor 14, 15, 15.
But 1602, it's the same number as downstairs.
Yeah, the new numbers isn't painted on all the doors yet, so there's 216 floors.
But why should you steal my elephant, Schultz?
Hotel business, very bad. If you pay your ransom money, Schultz save from receivership.
Long pen's right, Mohammed. I tried to save the hotel.
You keep hotel, Schultz. You still have white elephant on hand.
Inspector, you have saved my life and my Bertha. But how did you figure this out?
Yeah, the room downstairs is exactly like this one.
No, big difference. I show you. You take a deep breath, gentlemen.
Free!
You catch on? Thank you. The mighty Alan Artley is having finished for the evening, and so to bed with them, as Samuel Pepys was wont to say.
Say, speaking of Pepys, Fred, how would you like to hear a page from a young lady's diary?
What has eavesdropping on a young lady's diary got to do with Pepys, Harry?
Well, now, while she reads her diary, everyone in the audience sort of peeps. You get it, Fred?
Yes, I do.
Well, then listen.
Dear diary, I have a confession to make. I love him, but he hasn't even given me a tumble. I smiled my very nicest at him, and nothing happened. Oh, I wish all my friends looked like witches, and I might have a chance. Darn it, why can't I look as attractive as they do when they smile?
Well, now, dear diary, if you will pardon me for taking the words right out of your book, I'm sure the young lady who confides in you could have an attractive smile if she tried taking care of her teeth intelligently, thoroughly. Your dentist, for instance, will tell you this.
Teeth are seldom white and lustrous if your gums are flabby and tender. And most of the foods we eat nowadays are too soft to give our gums the exercise they need.
That's why we urge you to massage a little Ipana toothpaste into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it. For while you're cleaning and brightening your teeth, you can also tone and stimulate your gums. Two very important things. And Ipana toothpaste is made especially to do them both. So Pink Toothbrush, that warning sign of tender, flabby gums, needn't upset you if you get right after it with Ipana. And I know you'll have lovelier teeth if you do. So remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall tonight continues immediately after your station announcement. We're back in Town Hall, folks, and that was Sing Before Breakfast, played by Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours and sung by the Town Hall Quartet. Now here comes Fred Allen leading a new group of eager amateurs out on the stage for tonight's big amateur contest.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and while I think of it, I would like to say that, believe it or not, Thanks a Million is staying over a fourth week at the Radio Center Theater here in New York and opens Friday at the Albee Theater in Brooklyn. And now, getting back to the subject in hand, tonight our earnest entrants are here ready to compete for a first prize of $50 in cash and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and the second prize of $25 in cash. The winners will be selected by you folks here in Town Hall. Your applause will be registered on the Johns Manville applause machine here on the stage, and the three acts receiving the highest ratings will be called back later so that you may select your final winners. And now tonight, ladies and gentlemen, first we welcome Buddy Orlando. Is that right, Buddy?
That's right, Mr. Allen.
And you have trekked all the way over from Brooklyn?
That's right.
You're a tenor singer, aren't you?
That's right.
Tenor singer, and you live in Brooklyn?
Right.
You don't live around Greenpoint, do you?
No, that's right.
I didn't think so. It isn't very safe for a tenor around Greenpoint, from what I've heard. I guess there are parts of Brooklyn where a tenor is all right, but I can't think of them offhand. What business are you engaged in, buddy?
I'm in the dress cutters business.
Oh, are you really? You cut women's dresses?
That's right.
Say, gosh, the way things are going, there isn't much work left for you these days, is there?
No, not at all.
There isn't a great deal left to cut. It's really unfortunate. I don't know what the finish is going to be, especially for more. Conditions in the world, in morphdom today, are really upsetting. I was in a house last week and saw two houseflies helping a moth out of a clothes closet. The moth was so weak it was undernourished in the lady's clothes closet in the house. I don't know if clothes get any skimpier. Moths will have to learn to eat meat. That's all there is to it. Well, buddy, what are you going to sing for us?
Oh, Mr. Allen, I would like to sing When Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
What nationality?
Italian.
And you're going to sing When
Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
I get it. Well, you go right ahead. Thank you.
eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring in the little Irish laughter. You can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
That was Buddy Orlando from Brooklyn. We're off to a flying start. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to have you meet Miss Lillian Halpern, also from Brooklyn. Is that right, Miss Halpern?
That's right, Mr. Allen.
Do you know Buddy, who just sang?
No, sir.
He also lives in Brooklyn. It's strange. Well,
it's a large place.
no, I guess it isn't a small world after all as far as Brooklyn's concerned, is it? And you do impersonations, do you?
Yes, sir.
Vocal impersonations, are they?
No, they're dialect.
Oh, dialect?
Yes.
What people do you endialect? Who?
Lou Holt, Henry Almeda, George Gillett, Cecil Mack.
Oh, you run the gamut, as it were. You don't impersonate the wild animals or beasts in the forest, things like that.
Not
Lions,
yet.
lions, tigers. Well, you'll probably get around to that later on when you run out of... Celebrities are dwindling with such rapidity that you'll get down to lions and tigers in a couple of more years. I had enough... You don't impersonate the elusive hippopotamus, do you? Or the hippopotami? Is that right, the plural of hippopotamus?
I wouldn't know.
I only know one hippopotamus, you see, and I never got around to the plural of the thing. I had an uncle who is quite an animal mimic. You couldn't tell him. I mean, if you were in a zoo, except for the cages, you couldn't tell but what he belonged right in the place there. He moved over to Brooklyn to get nearer to animal life, to the zoo there. He lived right across the street from the zoo and finally had to move. He had a penthouse right across from the zoo in Brooklyn, and it got so tiresome there, giraffes sticking their heads in the window all day long, that he finally moved out. Well, I shan't take up any more of your time, Miss Halpern, and you list the impersonations as you go along.
Well, time doesn't permit to do all of them, so for tonight I'd like to do Lou Holt and a bit of Henry Almeda.
You mean the time is fleeting to the point where we can't have Barrymore?
That's the general idea.
Well, let's stop the clock. Now you go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How do you do, how do you do? Tonight is the night of nights. Tonight I have the pleasure of introducing to you, you understand me? That great comedian, that star of stars. None other than my good friend, Mr. Henry Almeda. I didn't come to say hello. And I didn't come to say goodbye. I'm going to come back in a half an hour. In the meantime, I want you to meet my Tony Segura. She's going to do for you what I could not do for you. To the only one who sings the diner and don't make me mad. Okay, sing. Dinah, is there anyone finer in the state of Carolina? If there is, then you know her, won't you? Show her to me, oh, Dinah. With her Dixie eyes blazing, how I love sitting gazing to the eyes of Dinah Lee. I say that every night. Why do I say it with pride? Because my dynamite changed her mind about me. Dinah, should you wander to China, I would hop an ocean liner, yeah, to be with my sweet Dinah Lee.
That was Miss Lillian Halpern of Brooklyn. Thank you very much, Miss Halpern. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Philip Oster of New York City. Mr. Oster has rather a quaint... Would you rather stand on this side? Mr. Oster has a quaint-looking instrument here he's brought to the microphone. You're not a brother elk on the loose by the... It's sort of an antler. What is that, Mr. Oster?
It is a real steer's horn.
A steer's horn? Is it really? Is that what the steer uses in traffic? I wonder how the steer grows those keys and things on the side. You've taken a steer's horn, in other words, and made it into sort of a saxophone, is it?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Quite interesting. I often wonder. That at least will settle one problem for efficiency men. What to do with a steer's horn. You know, the efficiency men have discovered what they should do with about every other part of the animal, the beef tongue right down to the oxtail, and even the hoofs they use for certain things. And now that you have found something to do with the steer's horn, I would say the millennium is upon us. But you play that, what sort of a tone do you get on it?
Well, something like saxophone, a little sweeter, I think.
A little sweeter than the saxophone. Well, what are you going to play for us? I'm interested to hear how this sounds.
Gabriel's Horn March.
Gabriel's Horn March. Are you ready to play? And your son is going to play the piano for you, huh?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
You're in key and everything? Mr. Oster is going to play Gabriel's Horn March on a genuine steer's horn, which he has turned into a sort of a saxophone. Go right ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was certainly surprised at the tone you managed to coax out of that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a genuine steer's horn. It was really excellent. You certainly fooled me. How do you keep that in tune now? If you go flat, do you have to rush down to the stockyards to see if you're in tune with it? Well, it's all right. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present Mrs. Ruth Summers, also of Brooklyn. Is that right?
I'm from Chicago, sir.
From Chicago, are you really? Well, Uncle Jim has such a poor sense of direction. He has you marked down for Brooklyn.
I'm staying with my aunt in Brooklyn. So.
Oh, are you? Well, he was partly right, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to sing for us first. You know, Uncle Jim told me that you had come from Minneapolis.
Well, that's my home.
Oh.
But I'm working in Chicago.
Say, if you lived in Minneapolis and Chicago and stay with your aunt in Brooklyn, practically the best years of your life will be given up to just living, won't it? Getting around to these different places. I like which of the three places do you like best? Minneapolis, Chicago, or Brooklyn?
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. I like it very much too. Minneapolis is an old, it's an old Indian name, isn't it?
Yes, very much so.
Minnie for water and Polis for a man who used to have a circuit of... No, that was Poli. Minnie for water and Polis for city, isn't that right?
That's right, sir.
The city of water. I know they have a great many Indian names up there.
Yes, sir.
The Minnehaha Falls, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Aren't they?
Yes, sir.
I know Minnie. The Minnie part is for Minneapolis. The water and the ha-ha is for St. Paul, of course.
I think so.
Well, Mrs. Summers, we're very happy to have you here tonight. And what would you like to sing?
My darling.
I don't know. If you just wait till my blush dies away, I'll convey the news to the pianist. My darling, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Summers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet Mr. John Wagner of Vineland, New Jersey. Is that right, Mr. Wagner?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wagner is here with overalls on and sort of an Uncle Sam. That's not your real beard, is it?
No.
My eyes are getting so bad lately, I can't tell what's going on around here. Are you really a farmer, or is this...
I am.
Are you in Vineland?
Yes, sir.
What sort of a farm do you have? Chicken farm?
Chicken farm, yes.
Chicken farm, do you really?
700 chickens.
700 chickens?
Yes, sir.
What are you getting for eggs now?
Oh, very little.
Very little?
40 cents for the big ones and 30 cents for the medium ones and 27 for the pullets.
For the pullets, I see. You haven't any eggs with you, have you?
No, I haven't. Sorry. I intended to bring some along, but... my suitcase was packed too much, they would have been cracked.
I didn't think you had. Something tells me if anyone here in the town hall had an egg tonight, I would have gotten it long before. And you are a barnyard impersonator, Mr. Wagner?
Yes, sir.
Well, you go right ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you city folks know what's going on the farm? I'll tell you. You want plenty of eggs? You need plenty of... You also have some. For your milk supply, you have a... or one or two. You want your smoked ham on the table, you just raise it. You catch it. You got it. For your plowing and hoeing, you need a... and for washing them all, you need a... But all those animals have to be housed. So you have to play carpenter and you use... In our Hickstown paper, we see so much about those big steamers. You know, those ocean liners. I saw one today. They blow like that. Well, folks, I'm sorry I have to leave you now. And I have to make my train. All aboard!
John Wagner of Vineland, New Jersey. Thank you very much, Mr. Wagner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet four boys, the Garden City Quartet. Is that right, boys? Would two of you rather stand on this side of the microphone? Is that all right for you? All right. I just want you all to get a good look at me. And if you can, if the quartet eventually catches on and you get into radio, this is what you look like, boys, about 10 years from now. Nice and baggy and worried. The Garden City Quartet from Newark. Are all the boys from Newark?
No, sir, we're from different towns.
Oh, are you?
Right off.
What town?
Broadway, Bloomfield, Newark.
Rollway?
Right.
Oh, Rollway. That's the town was put on the map last week. That fella from the lunchroom who went out and helped Dartmouth or Princeton during the... Wasn't that the game? I hate to eat in that lunch wagon. You go in for a plate of beans, you'd get tackled before you got by the first stool in there. Well, all right, boys. What are you going to sing?
Mandalay.
Mandalay. All right. Oh, Mandalay. Excuse me. The Garden City Quartet singing Mandalay. Thank you.
Mandalay, I love you, did I do, my Mandalay? Your eyes, they shine like diamonds. Love to me, oh, love to me. Seems as though my heart would break without you, Mandalay. 'Cause I love you, Mandalay, I do, my Mandalay. Seems as though my heart would break without you, Mandalay. 'Cause I love you, Mandalay, I do, my Mandalay.
Thank you very much. That was the Garden State Quartet. Edgar Green, Paul Staggett, Bob Bain, and Harold Von Schoik. Thank you very much, boys. And that concludes tonight's amateur contest, ladies and gentlemen. And now, while I have a heart-to-heart talk with the applause machine, I'm going to ask Harry to reach in his bag of vocal whimsies and pull out a few words. Harry.
All right, Fred. We are happy to be able to bring you Town Hall tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and we sincerely hope that this program leaves you a little happier. In return, won't you remember the two products that make these evenings with Fred Allen possible? Ipana toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And now I see that Fred is still in conference with the Johns Manville machine, so let's all go into a huddle ourselves and see what Peter Van Steeden has to play. Okay, Peter. Peter. All right, you got the results there, Fred?
Yes, Fred. Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the following acts: Mrs. Ruth Summers, Lillian Halpern, and Buddy Orlando. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his chubby pink paddy over the over the heads of these boy and girls. And as I call the names, you may applaud once again, if you will, please, and select your winners. Are you ready, Harry?
Okay, Fred.
Now, first, ladies and gentlemen, the young lady who gave us the excellent impersonations and sang Dinah, the young lady from Brooklyn, Miss Lillian Halpern. Next, the boy from Brooklyn, the Italian tenor who sang When Irish Eyes Are Smiling, Buddy Orlando. And next, the young lady who lives in Minneapolis, Chicago, and Brooklyn, who sang My Darling, Mrs. Ruth Summers. And what does the machine say, Harry? Thank you very much. These are the days of the machine when we could do things quicker ourselves, I'm afraid.
Okay, here we are.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City goes to Buddy Orlando with a decibel rating of 76. The second prize, $25 in cash, goes to Mrs. Ruth Summers, who sang My Darling, with a decibel rating of 74. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that you all couldn't win, but better luck next time. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and don't forget that the town hall doors will be open wide to greet you again next Wednesday night with another hour of smiles. Join us with Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of anxious and eager amateurs. This is Fred, spelled Ipana, Allen, spelled Salapatica, saying good night.
Collecting All's Well is from Coronado. No strings from Top Hat. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
That Cocoa Crispy's chocolatey taste sends you to this chocolatey place, to a land full of chocolate that goes snap, crackle, pop-a-lot. Let Cocoa Crispies fill your spoon and soon be gazing at a cocoa moon, sitting under a chocolate palm tree by the cocoa sea.
Kellogg's Cocoa Krispies, part of this complete breakfast.
Get the Cocoa Crispies taste. Leave a chocolatey smile on your face. Snap, crackle, pop. Cocoa Krispies. Yeah.
Twizzlers make me very happy. I love the way they taste so chewy. Twizzlers make me very happy.
We love the way they taste so fruity, so chewy, so happy and oh so juicy.
Twizzlers make me very happy.
Twizzlers make your mouth so very happy.
Oh, so happy.
Hey, Rose. Gosh darn bee wants to tempt old Black Bart's tummy.
With the taste of nuts and honey, it's part of this nutritious breakfast.
Know how to sing, bee.
I'm gonna tempt your tummy with the taste of nuts and honey. It's honey of the know.
You know, Black Bart, these O's ain't half bad.
Honey and nuts, huh?
Woohoo!
Somebody tell you to stop singing, bee?
Oh, Bart.
He'll never find us out here.
My name's Ice Cream Jones, with cereal called Ice Cream Cone.
Never find us.
A crunchy new cereal for breakfast, with the great taste of ice cream cones.
Little cones and puffs that taste like vanilla ice cream cones or chocolate chip. The crunchy part of this nutritious breakfast. He found us.
As sure as my name's Ice Cream Jones, I'll bring the great new taste of ice cream cones. New ice cream cone cereal.
Ronald McDonald and Friends in Garden Full of Fun.
Ronald, why are you always so busy in the garden?
Because something's always coming up.
Who won the vegetable race?
The lettuce. It won by a head. What's red and grows on a vine?
A tomato.
No, a cucumber with a sunburn.
I love vegetable jokes.
Yeah, they're always in good taste.
It's a good time for the great taste.
Salad at McDonald's. What could top that?
Salad dressing.
McDonald's.
It's a Kool-Aid Caper clue and a chance for you to help Kool-Aid Man find where Scorch is hiding with the key to the Kool-Aid vault.
Search high and low. Where I am, you won't know.
Surfenberry Beach? Well, I'm not bored. Any way you look at it, I'm having a ball. Man, Surfenberry Punch. Hey, I got it made in the shade, but I still don't have a clue.
But you do, so mark it on your map for a chance to win $100 in toys from Toys R Us.
Scorch!
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Especially when you're tense, slow down. You'll get to your destination only a short time later and in one piece.
Sure is hot today, Mr. Dillon.
Uh-huh.
Used to get hotter than Sweetwater, though.
Sweetwater, Texas?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I wasn't there very long.
You weren't, huh? What'd you do there, Chester?
Well, I was a salesman.
Salesman? What'd you sell?
Lightning rods.
Oh, fella.
Well, now, they're mighty good things to have around, Mr. Dillon. I remember
Don't
one...
plain it to me, Chester, please. It's much too hot.
I'll go get us some beer.
I don't think I want any beer.
Well, why don't you just go take a siesta, Mr. Dillon? I'll stay here in the office.
Well, why don't you just leave me alone for a little while, huh?
All right.
Say, Matt.
Oh, hello, Doc. What is it?
Well, I thought I ought to tell you. A couple of cowboys have been feeding their liquor over at the Long Branch.
Well, that's what saloons are for, isn't it?
Well, they were giving Kitty a bad time.
Oh?
She got rid of them, though, but they're down at the end of Front Street now, and they're making remarks and pestering the town ladies. It just might lead to trouble.
Oh, Doc, I'm not going to walk down there in this heat just to lecture a couple of hard-nosed cowboys.
Well, I'll go, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, all right, Chester, you go. Just tell them to take it easy and leave the ladies alone, huh?
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Dillon. Here now. All right, you fellas. That's enough.
Who's this?
Preacher, maybe. Mr. Dillon sent me down here, and
we're going to send you right back, fella.
Mr. Dillon says you can have all the fun you like, but leave them ladies alone.
That's the whole dang trouble with these Dodge ladies. They've been left alone too long.
What they need is a couple of big-handed Texas men.
Look, now, why don't you two go over there at the Lady Gay Saloon, and I'll buy you both a beer.
Oh, you will, huh? Well, that's mighty thoughty of you, mister.
Yeah, well, we just don't want no trouble, that's all.
Sure we don't, no. And I got me an idea how we won't have any. Now, wait till I get on my horse here. Oh, you stay with our friend a minute, Freddy.
Yeah. Say, mister, you want to make a bet?
What kind of bet? What do you mean?
Any kind. You name it. Go on.
Yeah, but now I don't...
I got it. Grab your horse, Billy.
Yeah. Look, get this rope off of me, you hear?
Maybe it'll wear off,
No.
mister. You're going for a ride.
No.
Drag him, Stobo. Drag Marshal, they got Chester.
What? Who got Chester?
A couple of cowboys. They roped him and dragged him out of town.
Which way?
West. I'm going with you.
Come on. Chester. Get that rope off its feet, Shiloh.
Right.
Look at him. He's bleeding all over. They tore him to ribbons.
I'll stay with him, Marshal, if you like.
No, go get our horses. I want to get him to dock right away.
All right, Marshal.
It's all over, Chester. I got you now. We'll be at dock soon. Well, Doc?
He's in bad shape, Matt. Something's bothering his breathing. I don't know what it is. We'll just have to wait and see if it goes away. If he lives the next few days, he'll pull through.
Next few days?
I'll stay right here with him.
Doc, I don't know why I sent him. I could have gone on.
No, don't blame yourself, Matt.
But I told him to go, didn't I?
Yes.
Can I talk to him, Doc?
No, not for a while.
All right. And you tell him this from me. I'm going after those men. And I'm going to bring them back. Alive. Or at least half alive. In the street outside, waves of heat moved back and forth, making things seem unreal. Like Chester lying up there at docks, that seemed unreal somehow. I walked down to the jail. I went inside and I sat there for a while. Then all at once I got up, unbuckled my gun, I hung it on a peg behind the desk, and I went over to the Long Branch.
Hello, Matt.
Kitty,
I heard about Chester. How is he?
Doc doesn't know for sure.
Oh, Matt.
They were in here earlier bothering you. Who were they, Kitty?
I never saw him before, but one was a kind of weasel-faced man named Trevitt.
And the other one?
Big man. Real brute. Named Stobo, I think.
I see. What outfit did they say?
Would it be the Crow Track?
Yeah, the Crow Track's holding a herd over the river. All right, thanks, Kitty.
Wait a minute, Matt.
Yeah?
Where's your gun?
It would have been easier for Chester if they'd shot him and killed him.
But I don't...
So I'm not going to shoot them. If Chester dies, I'll see him hanged. Otherwise...
Otherwise what, Matt?
Well, I don't know, Kitty. But I'm going to bring him back, and then we'll wait and see.
You're taking an awful chance.
Maybe. Kitty.
Yeah, Matt.
Look in on Chester once in a while, huh?
Of course I will. Don't worry about him, Matt.
Thank you, Kitty. So long.
Hey, Marshal.
Yeah, what is it, Shiloh?
I'll walk outside with you. Marshal, I want to ride after those cowboys with you.
No, Shiloh, I'm going alone. But I could use you here at the jail.
Here?
I'm going to take 2 prisoners. I don't know when or how, but I need a jailer when they come in.
Well, I can still help you bring them in.
No, that's something I got to do alone.
Marshal, you're a stubborn man. But okay, I'll do it.
The keys are in the desk.
Now, wait a minute, Marshal. You're not armed.
I know that, Shiloh. Goodbye. Who's the trail boss here?
I am. I don't need no riders.
Maybe not, but you got 2 riders I need.
How's that? What do you want, mister?
This is the Crow Track outfit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm looking for a couple of your men called Stobo and Trevitt.
They ain't here, mister.
Now, where are they?
Well, they come back this afternoon, picked up their gatherings, and they left. Didn't even wait to get paid off. I'm telling you that just 'cause they're no good, and I'm glad they're gone.
Which way they go?
I wouldn't tell you that if I knew, mister.
I didn't think you would.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
Well, that's so. Well, I don't know what you want them for, and I don't care, but just how you figuring to take them, Marshal? Gonna put salt on their tails? But you'll ought to at least carry a club if you're going after that snowball. He's mean and he's big, besides being a Texan.
We've hung Texans up here before, mister.
Marshal?
Yeah.
I heard Stobo and Trevitt say they was headed west, following the Arkansas.
Where you from, son?
Texas, near Waco.
And what are you sniveling around informing on these men for?
Well, that Stobo kicked me. He knocked me down and kicked me.
All right, son. I'll ride along the Arkansas. But you ride back to Texas and learn how to fight your own battles. I cut straight down to the Arkansas and followed it west. After an hour or two, I spotted a hobbled horse alone. Stobo and Trevitt must have separated. I got down, followed the animal's tracks as best I could in the moonlight until I caught the dying coals of a campfire on the bank ahead. To one side, I could make out the huddled figure of a man asleep in his blanket. It took a long time to crawl to his head, where I saw the weasel face of the man Trevitt. His gun belt lay on the saddle blanket in easy reach. I stood up and I heaved it out into the river, and as Trevitt sat up with a snap, I kicked him back down.
Hey, don't shoot! Don't shoot!
You sit up again and I'll smash your skull.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Shut up. Where's your rope? I told you to lie down. Now, where's your rope?
Under my saddle there. You gonna lynch me?
No. But you may hang legally if you live that long. All right, keep your arms in that blanket and lie still while I get you roped up here.
Who are you, mister?
Now, let's just say that I'm a good friend of the man you dragged out of Dodge this morning.
Stobo was in on that, too. It was his idea. He did it.
Don't worry, I'll find Stobo. There. That'll do it.
You ain't gonna leave me like this.
No, Trevor, I'm gonna throw you across my horse and tie you on. He'll take you into Dodge, right to jail. When you get there, you tell Shiloh who you are, if he can still talk. He'll give you a nice, clean cell.
Marshal.
I'll be back when I find Stobo.
Well, you can't do it, Marshal. I'll die in that sun. A ride like that across a horse? No, listen. Stobo's about a mile upriver. We had a row, and I left him. See, I told you, Marshal. Let me go now.
Trevor, how'd you like to go to Dodge behind my horse with a rope around your heels?
No, don't, Marshal. Don't kill me.
Don't worry, Trevor. Killing's too good for you.
Hi, this is Dennis James. Say, remember way back when this melody was popular? There's something very special about a long-time favorite, isn't there? Well, folks feel the same way about one of Kellogg's favorites, Kellogg's All Brand. Going on 41 years now, it's been America's most popular good food way to fight irregularity from lack of bulk. Because it's whole brand, Kellogg's All Brand gentles away irregularity safely and reliably. And because it's deep toasted for extra crispness, it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. That's ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand.
I tied Trevor across my horse and started him off in the direction of Dodge, and then I forgot about him. Stobo was next. I rode west on Trevitt's horse. Dawn was just breaking when I saw Stobo, crouched behind a campfire cooking breakfast. His horse was saddled and stood nearby. I rode straight up, got down, and walked over.
You lost, stranger?
No, I'm not lost, Stobo.
No tricks, mister. I don't see your gun, but no tricks.
Relax, Stobo. I'm unarmed.
Who are you?
Matt Dillon, want the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
Well, you're a long way from Dodge, Marshal.
Stubble, you and your pal had some fun with a friend of mine yesterday. You hurt him bad. Maybe you killed him.
You rode out here without a gun to tell me that? You're the craziest marshal I ever saw. I'm going to shoot you, Marshal, and bury you in the river. Now, what do you think of that?
I expected you would.
What?
Unless you want it on your conscience that you refused to feed a man on the trail, you better give me a piece of that pork first.
You're about the coolest man I ever saw, Marshal.
How do I eat?
Sure you do. You just stand right there across the fire and don't move. I'll have to shoot you before you've been fed.
I know.
Too bad I only got one dish for your last meal, Marshal.
A man can keep sassy on meat alone, Stubble.
Yeah, you sure can. Well, it looks about done. At least this here piece is...
All right, I've got your gun, Stubble, so don't try anything.
Burn me.
Just a few coals. It won't hurt you. Now shut up and get on your horse. Now move.
I'll kill you for this, Marshal. You can't hurt me like that.
On your horse. Come on now. Get up there. Come on, get up there. Now, you just sit there. I'm going to throw a noose around your neck, so keep your hands down. There. As soon as I get mounted, we're going to ride toward Dodge. And you do anything I don't like, and I'll jerk you off your horse and drag you the rest of the way. Jail's on the left. See it?
I see it.
All right, pull up. Shiloh. Shiloh.
Hello, Marshal. This the other one?
Yeah. Trevitt got here, huh?
More dead than alive, but he's here. That was rough, Marshal. Real rough.
Yeah. How about Chester, Shiloh? Tell me.
Doc ain't sure yet, but he's alive.
Lock Stobo up. I'm going over to Doc's.
Sure, Marshal.
Chester was asleep, but Doc let me take a look at him. Seemed to me that he had more trouble breathing than before. Doc said another day might see him out of it. And there was nothing I could do, so I went out for a steak and some sleep. The next morning, I went back to the jail.
Morning, Marshal.
Everything all right, Shiloh?
Doc looked over your prisoners. Trevitt's pretty sick yet, but Stobo's all right. Got a few burns is all. Nothing could hurt that moose.
A hanging might.
Sure. What if Chester pulls through?
You can't hold us in, Marshal. There's no law that says you
I don't
can't.
like the sound of your voice, Trevitt.
But you
Be
can't.
quiet.
Don't worry, Trevitt. There's nothing he can do.
You too, Stobo. Shut the door, Shiloh. I don't even want to look at him.
You know, that Stobo is a mean one, but I feel kind of sorry for Trevitt.
And then why don't you go cry about it someplace else? I don't feel sorry.
Now, don't you take it out on me, Marshal. I didn't send Chester off to do my job.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, Shiloh. Why don't you go get some breakfast? I'll wait here now.
I'll be back later.
Hello, Matt.
What is it, Doc?
Chester. He's going to be all right.
You sure?
Of course, Matt. His breathing has changed. The pressure's off somewhere. Oh, he's going to be fine.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Well, of course, he'll be in some pain for a while yet.
Yeah. All right, Doc. I'll come see him in a little while.
I'll tell him that.
All right, come on, Trevor.
Where to?
Come on, I said.
What's up, Marshal?
I'll be back for you, Stobo. Get going, Trevor.
Skipper Stobo did it, not me. You can't do anything to me.
Shut up. Trevor, your horse is down at the National. You go get on it.
You turning me loose?
You go get your horse and ride, and don't ever come back to Dodge, not while I'm alive. Now go on before I change my mind.
Sure, I'll go.
You're next, Stobo.
What'd you do with Trevor? Put a knife on him?
Turned him loose. Come on, get out of that cell.
Am I free to?
You will be in a little while.
Marshal, I just saw Doc, and he says it just... Hey, where you going with Stobo?
Gonna shoot me in the back, probably. Right, Marshal?
I'm gonna do what I should have done 3 days ago when I sent Chester after you. Bring him out back, Shadow.
Well, let's go, Stobo. Slow and easy now.
Over here. You're gonna drag me, is that it? Will you try that?
That's what you do, isn't it, Stobo?
Don't you try.
Never mind. Here, Shiloh. Hold my gun.
Look, Marshal, don't...
You're gonna fight me. Well, Marshal, you're crazier than I thought. Why, I'll tear your throat out.
If he wins, let him go, Shiloh.
Maybe I will.
I said you'll let him go.
All right, Marshal, all right. I guess this is your party.
Come on, Marshal. I'll make it short for you. Real short.
You're big, Stobo, but you're stupid. You're ugly, stupid.
Drag Chester.
All right, Marshal. Marshal. That's enough. Marshal. Come on. That's enough.
All right. Give me my guns, Shiloh.
Here. You don't look too good, Marshal. I better get the doctor.
He's hurt, but he isn't dead. If he can't ride, throw him on the stage, but get him out of here. If I see him again, I'll shoot him. Chester.
Mr. Dillon? My, what happened to you?
I've been lecturing a couple of hard-nosed cowboys. One of them in particular.
I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. Them two kindly got the drop on me.
Yeah, they sure did.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, I've been thinking. And
yeah, what is it?
Well, Mr. Dillon, I ain't much help to you here. Maybe it'd be better
That's
if I
enough,
just kindly... Well, I've been thinking...
Well, you just stop thinking.
Yes, sir.
Chester, I'm going to tell you something. I need you here. You see, you're the only man in Dodge that I can really trust. The only one.
Yes, sir. Well, you can trust me, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know that. And I'm thanking you. But, you know, you're sure no help to me lying there. You're no help to me at all.
Well, I don't need to stay here long. Doc says I'll be up and around again before too long.
Now, look, Chester. I'll go get patched up, and then,
We'll make Kitty come over and fix us some steaks, and we'll have some beer, too, huh? What do you say?
That'd be fine, Mr. Dillon. My, I sure would like that.
It's trick-or-treat time again, and that means it's time to get a batch of colorful, wonderful Halloween pictures. But only with Flash can you catch those little neighborhood visitors when they come trick-or-treating, day or night. And you'll get them at their best, so quickly, so easily, every time. Especially when you use Sylvania Blue Dot Flash Bulbs, the world's largest selling brand. Flash bulbs let you take indoor pictures in color, for instance, morning, noon, or night. And they let you take exciting shots after dark outdoors, too. And flash bulbs work with any film, anytime, anywhere, with any camera. So when all those little costumed visitors start ringing your doorbell, start snapping their pictures, and presto, you'll have a Halloween you can remember forever. Don't get caught with an empty flash gun. Be sure to pick up several packs of Sylvania Blue Dot Flash Bulbs the next time you're out shopping. And when you do, ask your dealer for Sylvania's free 32-page flash guidebook to help you take the best pictures ever. Remember, this year, be set for Halloween with lots of Sylvania Blue Dot Flash Bulbs. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips, Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Smoke. 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 Smoke.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Hey, Alan, here's a new Stripe Chips Ahoy cookie. Bet you bite a stripe of fudge.
No way I bite a stripe.
Oh, yeah?
I can still handle it. Difficult, but not impossible.
One more stripe coming up.
Now that's sneaky.
Original, chewy, and now new Stripe Chips Ahoy. 6 fudge stripes on the front, and 1 tremendous stripe on the back.
Guess I bit a stripe.
Which of these leading soft drinks gives you nutrition with vitamin A?
Yoo-hoo.
Vitamin B2?
Yoo-hoo.
Vitamin C?
Yoo-hoo.
Vitamin D?
Yoo-hoo.
Niacin?
Yoo-hoo.
Calcium?
Yoo-hoo.
Potassium?
Yoo-hoo.
Which soft drink gives you all that, is 99% caffeine-free, and tastes delicious? Yoo-hoo. Great taste with nutrition. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink. Another delicious product from Yoo-hoo.
Hey, kids.
All sugar-free gums help you fight cavities. But Extra is the only leading sugar-free gum with NutraSweet that helps fight cavities and gives you extra long-lasting flavor. The only one. Extra sugar-free gum. Among sugar-free gums, Extra is unsurpassed in fighting cavities. And Extra is the only leading sugar-free gum with NutraSweet. And the only one with refreshing flavor that lasts extra long. Extra sugar-free gum with NutraSweet. The only leading sugar-free gum that fights cavities and lasts extra long.
There's a place called Moody Hollow where the Furskins live, and now they've come to Wendy's for you to give. That's right, Furskins have come to Wendy's. Dudley Furskin and his country friends, each at a special low price. At Wendy's, that is.
Oh, no, Rodney's hungry. Do something. What would Mom do? A little snack, something hot, crisp, fast. Here you go, Rod. I'll write 'em microwave fries. Yum. And what do we do when you're finished? Eat slowly, Rodney.
I'm leaving. I'm going.
Guess there's no point point baking Pillsbury's best cookies.
Oh, cookies?
Hot and fresh dough.
You'll never see me again.
So creamy smooth.
I mean it.
Your cookie dough. Oh, you're so chocolatey. Oh,
I miss my plane.
Hot and fresh dough.
And now look for my new chocolate chip cookies.
AIM innovates a special plaque-fighting toothbrush. Straight bristles and uniquely slanted bristles feel exhilarating while they help remove plaque. AIM's Plaque Fighter. Fighting plaque never felt so good.
Get your spaghetti ready. Get ready for Ragu Thick and Hearty Spaghetti Sauce. Our thickest, heartiest sauce ever. Now your spaghetti's ready. Ragu Thick and Hearty.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Mama. Now at last, the gelatin dessert that gives you all the flavor. It's the new Jell-O, the gelatin dessert that keeps all of its full original flavor, no matter how long it remains in the package. Up until now, gelatin desserts constantly faded in flavor while waiting to be used, lost much of their real taste and tingle. But the new Jell-O is different. Today, Jell-O's deep, vivid richness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles where time can't touch it. Jell-O loses nothing on its way to you. It comes out of the package as rich and full-flavored as it went in. Just prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no heavy, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. It's there in all its thrilling goodness. Order several packages tomorrow. And look for the big red letters on the box so that you're sure it's the one and only Jell-O. In Jell-O, the flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. That was Mama, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to turn the clock back to last Friday night and show you what happened when Jack and the rest of our gang went out and celebrated Halloween. The time, 7:30 Friday evening. The place, Jack's house in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
Rochester.
I just want to go where I can get dough.
Rochester, stop complaining in rhythm and help me get into my Halloween costume. The gang will be here any minute. Hand me those horns.
Here you are. Pardon the ignorance, boss, but what character are you struggling to convey?
My costume is very obvious. I've got on red underwear, a long tail, horns, and I'm carrying a pitchfork. Now, who am I?
The man from the finance company.
I am not. I'm the devil. Now, hand me that mirror.
Here you are.
Thanks. No, I don't like this effect. These darn horns keep slipping over to one side.
The horns are all right. It's your toupee that slips.
Something wrong there. I don't know why I picked out a devil costume anyway. Of course, I bought this pair of horns. I should use them.
Why don't you put one of them on your nose and go as a rhinoceros?
No, I can't do that. Phil Harris is coming as Frank Buck, and he'd shoot me. He'd love the excuse. I wonder if this tail is too long. Here. See who's at the door, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Come in.
I could have done that myself. Rochester, when I tell you... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, this is Halloween. I thought you were going to dress up tonight. Where's your costume?
I've got it on. I'm Pocahontas.
Pocahontas? In a mink coat?
John Smith was nice to me.
Oh, you're a wampum digger, eh? Well, at least stick a feather in your hair. Make it believable. Say, what do you think of my outfit, Mary? Don't I look like the devil?
Always.
I mean my costume. I'm supposed to be Satan. Had you see my horns?
Well, straighten up. You look like a toad.
Who ever heard of a red toad?
Say, boss, I'm going to a masquerade party tonight myself.
You are, Rochester? What are you going to be?
I'm going to close my eyes and go as a Smith Brothers cough drop.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Say, Rochester, why don't you keep one eye open and go as a period? How's that?
I better keep both eyes open. My lady friends are over.
All right, do as you please.
Jack, what are we going to do tonight? Where are we going?
I got it all figured out. Listen to this. First, we'll go to Claudette Colbert's house, and then I'll take a piece of soap and write Claudette loves Jack all over her window.
Oh, you did that last year, and she came out and wrote Jack who?
Well, this time she'll know Jack who. When Claudette comes out of the house, I'm going to grab her and give her a kiss. Now, there's only one guy kisses like Benny.
You don't have to tell me, Deadlips.
Mary, I'm going to give you a good jab with my pitchfork if you don't look out. Well, anyway, after we leave Claudette... Come in, come in. Well, look what's hopping through the door. For Pete's sake, what an outfit.
Hello, Jack, Mary.
Hello, Don. What are you supposed to be?
Why can't you tell I'm a kangaroo?
Well, sure enough, you certainly look realistic, Don, with those long ears sticking up and that great big pouch. But say, I thought Dennis was coming with you. Where is the kid?
Peekaboo.
Well, I'll be darned, a baby kangaroo. Here, climb out, kid. Here, I'll help you.
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
Imagine coming as a little kangaroo.
You know, I was going to come as a floor lamp.
A floor lamp?
Yeah, but when I screwed the bulbs in my ears, they wouldn't light up.
Oh, that's terrible.
Maybe I ought to see a doctor.
Dennis, you're not supposed to light up. You know, Mary, someday I'll have to have a talk with that kid. Huh?
By the way, Jack, isn't Phil going to join us tonight?
Yeah, he'll drop by as soon as he finishes night school. Say, Dennis, while we're waiting around for him, let's hear that song you're going to do on the program Sunday.
Yeah, get over to the piano, kid.
Okay.
Oh, say, Rochester, did you ask our boarder, Mr. Billingsley, to tune the piano? He's very good at it, you know.
We should have never let him monkey with it, boss.
Oh, what's he done now?
That man's crazy. He cleaned the piano keys with dental floss.
Oh, Mr. Billingsley must think he's a dentist again. It's a fine way to clean piano keys.
He said the black ones were decayed, so he pulled them out.
Oh, my goodness.
He broke 8 needles trying to give the leg Novocaine.
Well, it's my own fault, I guess. Well, do the best you can, Dennis. Go ahead. Wait a minute, I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, hello, Phil. Are you still at night school? We're waiting for you. What? She's keeping you after school?
What happened, Jack?
Well, Phil got a 0 in spelling, so he gave the teacher a hot foot. Look, Phil, is your teacher anywhere near the phone? Well, tell her your father wants to talk to her. Yeah, your father.
What are you going to do, Jack?
I'm going to pretend to be Phil's father. You know, I'll talk like an old rube.
Well, you got the right underwear for it.
Quiet now, don't mix me up. Hello? Oh, hello, miss. This is Twitch Harris, Sr. talking. Now, look, ma'am, I got to see my boy Philip right away, so I wish you'd let him off tonight. I'll write you a note explaining everything. I said I'd write you a note. That's a good one.
What'd she say?
She wants to know how come I can write and Phil can't. Well, okay, thanks a lot, ma'am. Say, what are you doing later? Well, you can't shoot a man for trying. Goodbye. Well, it's all set, fellas. Phil will be here pretty soon. You know, that teacher sure had a sweet voice. I could kind of go for her.
But, Jack, you don't even know what she looks like.
Anything he gets is gravy.
I don't know about that, sister. Sing, Dennis. See this pitchfork, Mary? You're going to get it. Now, you wait.
Robins sing in December, long before the springtime is due. And even though it's snowing, violets are growing. I know why, and so do you. Why do breezes sigh every evening, whispering your name as they do? And why have I the feeling stars are on my ceiling? I know why, and so do you. When you smile at me, I hear gypsy violin. When you dance with me, I'm in heaven. When the music begins, I can see the sun when it's raining, hiding every cloud from my view. And why do I see rainbows when you're in my and so do you.
Hey, that was all right, Dennis. That song ought to go over swell Sunday.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. Can I have something to eat?
Yeah, I'm hungry, too. Haven't you got any sandwiches?
I've got donuts and cider. That's all you're supposed to have on Halloween. Bring in the donuts, Rochester.
They're right here, boss.
Oh, yes. Here, have a donut, Mary. They're nice and fresh. I made them myself.
Jeepers, look at the size of the holes you got in them.
Never mind.
They look like ladies' garters.
Quiet, will you?
Oh, what she said.
No use waiting. I gotta have a talk with that kid. Here, Don. Don, have a donut. Have a donut and some of this sweet cider.
Thanks.
I think I'll have a glass of that myself.
Pretty strong, Jack.
Strong? Let me taste this. Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss!
What did you put in this cider?
A little Central Avenue vitamin!
There's gin in there. Now throw that cider out the window.
You ain't gonna throw mine out.
Dennis, you're not drinking any hard cider. You're a baby kangaroo.
Well, I can't hop on milk.
Let Don hop. Now you get back in that pouch.
Okay. See you later, fellas.
Now stay there. Gee, I wish Phil would get here so we can go ahead.
Jack, look who's coming.
Where? Oh, yes, it's Mr. Billingsley.
Look, he's dressed like Marie Antoinette.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Having a little party, I see.
Yes. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, you're dressed as Marie Antoinette.
Are you going to a masquerade? No, my head aches, so I'm going to have it cut off. I thought you were celebrating Halloween like we are. You see, I'm Satan, and Miss Livingston is Pocahontas, and Mr. Wilson is a kangaroo. I used to be an alligator once, and now I'm an old bag. Well, see you later. Good night, Mr. Benny. Good night. That's one way to look at it. Strange fellow. The other morning for breakfast, he swallowed a raw egg and then drank boiling water for 3 minutes. I don't know.
Well, there's Phil. Come on in, Phil. Hiya, Jackson. Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Hi.
I'm glad you got here, Phil. We want to get going.
I'm sorry, but I didn't have time to put no costume on.
Don't worry, your tailor takes care of that. Hey, Phil, what happened between you and the teacher?
Oh, she got mad at me when we were having our spelling lesson.
Oh, what was the trouble?
She asked me to spell Pomeranian.
Pomeranian?
So I said D-O-G, take it or leave it.
Well, at least you knew Pomeranian was a dog. That's something, huh? Well, we're all here, so come on, fellas, let's go.
Hey, Don, you put on a lot of weight since last week.
That's Dennis. It's a long story. Come on, everybody, let's go. Oh, Rochester, before you leave, be sure and lock the garage so that nobody damages the Maxwell.
Okay.
Remember last year, some kid got in there and turned it over.
Yeah, we drove around for 3 days without even noticing.
I noticed it. It was bumpy as anything. All right, this way, fellas. We'll all go out the side door.
Oh, that's
Boy, we really have fun tonight. You know, kids, first we'll go next door to Ronald Coleman's house, see? And then we'll
Jack, here comes that little boy you hired as a gag man. Let's take him along.
Oh, Belly Laugh Barton, eh? Hello, kid.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Say, Belly, do you want to go out with us tonight? We're going to ring doorbells and raise the dickens.
You're a little adolescent, aren't you, Bub?
Oh, we'll enjoy ourselves. Sorry you won't come along. By the way, how's the program coming along for Sunday?
If I tell you, you won't have any fun tonight.
Well, get busy and concentrate. Come on, fellas. Now, I'll tell you what, kids. First, we'll sneak across the lawn to Ronald Coleman's house and put some white paint on the doorknob, see? Then we'll ring the bell, and when he comes out, we'll run like the dickens. Gee, I rang Coleman's bell 3 times. Why doesn't he come out?
Maybe he went to a party or something.
Couldn't be a big party, or I'd have been invited. Ronnie and I attend the same affairs.
Only he doesn't have to crawl in the window.
Well, these Hollywood parties, who knows whether you got an invitation or not. Hey, fellas, I've got an idea.
As long as Coleman isn't home, let's take this beautiful sundial here and put it over on my front lawn.
His sundial?
Yeah, it'll be a swell gag.
3 years ago, you took his flagpole. When's the gag over?
Oh, get in the Halloween spirit, will you? Come on, fellas, give me a hand with this dial.
Hey, Jack, look. There's a policeman walking by the house.
A policeman? Uh-oh.
Hello there. Is that you, Mr. Coleman?
Get this, fellas. Right, Joe. Thanks for asking, old boy. Terribly decent of you.
Good night.
Tip-tip. I certainly fooled the blighter.
Take that donut out of your eye. You're not Coleman anymore.
Oh, yes. Say, fellas, we'll never budge this sundial. It's too heavy. I'll have to phone for some movers. I'll tell you what, though. Look, let's go over to Basil Rathbone's.
Does he live near here, Jackson?
Yeah, right past my house on the other side of the street. Come on. Ooh, darn this tail I keep tripping on. Look at that light in my kitchen. Belly Laugh is in there eating me out of house and home. All the writers with ulcers, and I had to get him. Oh, well.
Oh, Jack, look at this.
Where? Hey, wait a minute. Who wrote this on my sidewalk? Jell-O has that new locked-in flavor. The flavor never goes away. We put it in and it's there to stay. Who did this?
Don't look at me. Kangaroos can't write.
Oh, yeah? Now, Don, you go get a rag and wipe it off.
I'll tell the sponsor.
All right, you big fat tattletale. Leave it there. Now, follow me across the street, fellas, and we'll go to Rathbone's house. Quiet now. He will fix him good.
Which house is it, Jackson?
Wait a minute. I don't know whether this is Rathbone's house or the next one. I think it's this one.
No, it's the next one. This is where Charles Boyer lives.
Oh, that's right. Say, let's pull some gag on him.
Yeah, maybe he's got a sundial we can lift.
Now, I'll just sneak up and ring his doorbell. Wait here, fellas.
Hey, Jackson, Nick, here comes that cop again.
Uh-oh.
Hello there. Is that you, Mr. Boyer?
Here I go again, fellas. Ah, good evening, officer. Beautiful night. Beautiful.
Yes, it is. Good night, Mr. Boyer.
Bon Sawyer. Lucky I can speak French.
Hey, Jack, let's get away from here. The policeman's liable to come back.
Right at that. I'll tell you what. Let's go through this driveway and sneak over to Bassone's backyard. Now, follow me, fellas. Everybody quiet.
Well, here we are. Gee, it's dark tonight. Hey, where did Phil disappear to?
I don't know. Where is he, Don?
He was with us a minute ago.
Have you seen him, Dennis?
He's not in here.
Of course not. Here he comes now. Where have you been, Phil?
Boy, am I wet. Why didn't you tell me that Rathbone had a swimming pool?
Well, why don't you watch where you're going?
I swallowed enough water to last me the rest of my life.
Well, it didn't hurt you to go on the wagon even for a second. Now, wait here, kids. I'm going up and knock on the door. When Rathbone comes out, hide in the bushes. Wow, will he be furious?
Oh, be careful now, Jack.
Don't worry about me. Now, quiet. Get ready, fellas.
Yahoo!
Darn those milk bottles. I hope I didn't cut myself. Am I bleeding, Mary?
With what?
With blood, I've got it. The idea of leaving...
Horse light just went on, Jack.
Quick, pick me up. Here comes Rathbone. Quiet, everybody.
Yes. Who's there? Anybody there? I say, is anybody there?
Must be some of those Halloween pranksters. Now, look here, you children. I don't want any more of this disturbance. I've got to get up early in the morning. I'm making a picture.
What a ham.
Quiet. If I catch you around here again tonight, I'll give you all a sun good thrashing. Now, go away, all of you. Scat.
Oh, boy, is he burned up. Boy, am I going to make his life miserable tonight.
Wait a minute. What do you got against Rathbone?
Jack hates it because he can act.
That's all. I like to see him imitate Boyer like I did. Now, fellas, this time I'm going to grab this big rock here and throw it up against the door.
Oh, you can't take those steps again, eh, Daddy?
I can climb, only this will be more annoying. Now, here goes. I'm going to throw the rock. 1. Phil, what are you doing back there?
Nothing.
Well, get away. 2, 3, go! Holy smoke, I broke a window.
There goes the porch light again.
Quick, fellas, run. He's coming out. Whoops. Well, I'll be... Hey, what is this?
Come on, Jack, hurry!
Run, run!
I can't run. That darn Phil Harris tied my tail to this bush. Gee, what a spot. Gee, I hope Rathbone doesn't see me.
If I ever get my hands on the... Aha! Who's hiding there? Who's in back of that bush?
Right now, I'd give $1,000 to be playing Salt Lake City. Gee, here he comes.
Well, may I inquire the name of the moron behind that mask who goes around breaking windows? Who are you?
Gee.
Come, man, speak up.
Gosh.
Ah, Basil, I'm only making the joke. It is me, Charles Boyer.
Mr. Benny, your accent is revolting.
Oh, hello, Basil. Hello, how'd you know it was me?
You wore that same costume last Halloween when you tipped over my doghouse.
Oh.
I want that dog back. Where is he?
Well, he had pups today. You're a fine Sherlock Holmes. Now, look, Basil, I'm sorry I threw that rock. It was an accident.
Accident or no accident, you'll pay for that window.
All right, I'll pay for it.
Mr. Benny, what are you doing there?
I'm untying my tail. What do you think I'm doing? I'm very sorry about the whole thing, Basil. I won't bother you any more tonight. I'll go and join my gang.
I suppose you're going to continue this mischievous business.
Well, listen, to tell you the truth, we're going over to Charles Lawton's house. You know those flower pots he's got on his front porch?
Yes?
Well, listen, we're going to tip him over one by one. He'll go crazy when he hears that racket.
I dare say, Lawton has a fierce temper.
You said it. Well, so long, Basil. Happy Halloween.
Goodbye. Lawton's house, eh? Flower pots. Wait a minute, Jack, old boy, I'm going with you.
What? You going to join us?
I'll tell my wife. Be back later, darling.
Hey, fellas, have I got a surprise for you? Come on, Basil. Yippee! Here, listen, here's what we'll do. First, we'll go to Lawton's house. Then we'll go over to Claudette Colbert's and ring the doorbell, see? And when she comes out, I'll grab her and kiss her, and you can kiss her, too.
3 cheers for 3 grand puddings. Jell-O chocolate, Jell-O vanilla, and Jell-O butterscotch pudding. 3 delicious desserts made by the same people who make world-famous Jell-O. Jell-O puddings are puddings that even Grandma would be proud to serve. Puddings that really taste homemade. Yet they take only just a few minutes to make. With Jell-O puddings, all you have to do is add milk and bring to a boil. Then cool and serve, and there, almost before you know it, you've made the family a smooth, creamy pudding with a flavor unsurpassed by any pudding you ever tasted. So don't wait another day to try these luscious desserts. Try all 3 flavors real soon: rich, mellow chocolate, creamy vanilla, and golden butterscotch. You'll find them all equally delightful, and you'll want to keep them handy on your pantry shelf all the time. Tomorrow, order Jell-O puddings and see if you don't say they're just like Grandma's, only more so.
This is the last number of the 5th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Mr. Rathbone for appearing on our program tonight. Also, at this time, I would like to announce that the motion picture drive for the community chest this year starts tomorrow, November 3rd. I'm sure that all of us here in Hollywood will do our bit, and I hope all of you will contribute to your local chapters. Good night, everybody.
Friends, the name Jell-O is a sure sign of goodness wherever you find it, whether it's on a package of Jell-O or on a package of Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings are made by the same folks who make Jell-O, and like Jell-O, they're downright swell. They're simply unrivaled for smooth, luscious flavor. They're easy to prepare just as Jell-O is, and they sell for the same low Jell-O price. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Remember Jell-O and Jell-O puddings. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Thursday.
Let's see what's cooking on TV.
It's a belly full of laughs with Bugs Bunny's Thanksgiving Diet Special.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Then,
Just a turkey based a minute.
it's the superstar duck who's certainly no turkey. It's Daffy Duck's Thanks for Giving Special, all Thursday starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on CBS.
CBS, oh yes.
Triaminic asks the experts about the common cold.
A cold is miserable. I guess it's just part of growing up. You feel stuffy, you sneeze, and your eyes water, and you're coughing and sneezing, and your chest hurts. My mom is good to me, and she gives me Triaminic and everything.
Triaminic cough and cold medicines. What more pediatricians recommend. What moms trust. Shouldn't you?
You're just so happy that the cold is over, you just smile.
Puff a lump a little closer, baby mine. Puff a lump and be my little clinging vine. Like to feel your cheeks so rosy. Puff a lump, you're comfy, cozy. 'Cause I love from head to toesy. The Puff-a-Lumps, lovable lumps of snuggly stuff. Puff-a-Lump, mine. Only from Fisher-Price.
All right, boys. No smiling. Look fierce. Hold still.
Next, it's the exciting conclusion of The Gambler 3. The final showdown between the cavalry, the Indians, and the man who became a legend.
Sorry, Billy. Brady, no.
Linda Gray, Bruce Boxleitner, and Kenny Rogers. Gambler 3, next.
Thursday from New York, Hawaii, Detroit, and Toronto. Join your favorite CBS stars for the 28th Annual All-American Thanksgiving Day Parade.
She was alone and lost in the world.
Your parents are dead.
She's a difficult child, Mrs. Medley.
But he had the magic to touch her heart.
Sometimes wishing makes things happen.
And together, they brought a young boy the gift of love and the will to live. Hallmark Hall of Fame presents a Christmas gift for the whole family. The Secret Garden.
The Apple Christmas from Computer Connections. You know what they want, and now you know where to get it. So what does it take? An apple to fall on you?
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake in The Canterville Ghost. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Hal Wallace.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you've heard that story of two ghosts indulging in a bit of phantom conversation. One turned to the other and asked that question that has troubled ghosts since time began. Do you believe in people? We bring you tonight the story of a ghost who cherished very little confidence in people and even less faith in himself, though legend dubs him one of England's most spectacular phantoms. Charles Lawton plays a title role in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's comic fantasy, The Canterville Ghost. Co-starred with Mr. Lawton is an actress still young on the vine, and shortly to be starred in MGM's Our Vines Have Tender Grapes. 7-year-old Margaret O'Brien, winner of this year's Academy Award. Also in our cast is Tom Drake, who, as Cuffy Williams, finds himself billeted with American expeditionary troops in the ancient castle of the Cantervilles, where what transpires may sometimes challenge your belief at the same time that it sparks your risibility. While the setting of our play is wartime England, America has had its share of ghosts, too. In fact, there was a time when it was considered a safe precaution to dunk all suspicious characters in water. If they stayed under, they were innocent of harboring antisocial spirits. Well, we'd hardly tolerate such laundering in our present-day society, unless, of course, we added Lux Flakes to the process. Give Lux Flakes a ghost of a chance, and you'll never work yourself into a skeleton with old-fashioned methods. We lower our lights for the first act of The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica de Canterville, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. Authorities on the subject of phantoms declare that the most fearsome ghost in all the British Isles is that of a somewhat overweight nobleman named Sir Simon de Canterville. Haunting Canterville Castle for 300 years, this portly apparition has been unique for its keen sense of showmanship and its spectacular variety of tricks, shapes, and sound effects. The ghost originated in 1634, when Sir Simon was scheduled to fight a duel. He took one look at his fierce and towering opponent and ran away from the field of honor in a startling display of speed and cowardice. He was chased to his father's castle by his frustrated opponent, Sir Valentine.
Where is he? Where is the cowardly poltroon? Sir, what means this violation of my hall?
Lord Canterville?
Aye?
I am Sir Valentine of Bolton Manor. Your son, Sir Simon, having accepted my challenge, fled before my sword.
Fled? You lie, Sir Valentine.
I demand that the fat coward faces me.
You're new to these parts, Sir Valentine, or you would know that cowardice in a Canterville is like snow in July. Every Canterville bears on his neck the Canterville birthmark. It is the badge of valor. So call off your hounds and leave these halls.
Fine words, my lord, but it seems the hounds have found their quarry. That room there. Why is the door closed? And why do my hounds leap upon it?
No son of mine cowers behind a door.
No? Then my lord can have no objection to sealing up the door with stone and mortar?
I certainly can. I have too great a regard for my house.
For your house, my lord, or for your son?
Giles, Thomas, fetch the stonemasons. Tell them to bring their brick and mortar. One more stone, Sir Valentine, and the room is sealed. Are you satisfied?
Aye.
And you still think my son is in that room? If he's a coward, why is he not called?
He is a coward.
Father! Father!
Ah! He finds his tongue at last.
I heard
Mason,
nothing.
stop.
I heard nothing. Continue, Masons. Seal up the wall. Father! It is Simon, my son.
My lord.
There is no one in that room. Put in the last stone, I say. Put it in.
Father! It is all. But, my lord, 'twas only meant in jest.
Leave my house.
Aye, but 'tis thy son thou hast entombed there.
And you, Masons, get you hence. Simon de Canterville, full well I know it is thou behind this masonry. But because thou hast dishonored thy proud blood, that room shall be thy tomb. When thou art dead, may thy craven spirit walk the halls of Canterville Castle until a kinsman shall wear thy signet ring and perform for thee the brave deed thou didst fail to do.
So did Sir Simon die, and so was born the Canterville Ghost. Now it's 1942. Canterville Castle stands silent and deserted, inhabited only by a slightly tired but still fearsome phantom. The only remaining Canterville is Lady Jessica. She and her aunt find living less disturbing in a modest cottage on the castle grounds. Lady Jessica is 7 years old.
Auntie, I just saw him. I just saw the ghost.
The ghost, dear? Where?
On the roof of the castle.
Oh, that was the tinsmith, darling. He's mending the water spout. We're turning the castle over to some American soldiers.
American soldiers?
Rangers, I believe they're called. Like our commandos.
But good gracious, Auntie, can they live in the castle when it is haunted?
Your family did, darling, until 20 years ago.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Potter.
Everything's ready at the castle.
We were wondering about tea, ma'am. Of course. I'll be there shortly. Yes, ma'am.
You're going, Auntie?
Certainly, dear. They'll be our guests. Noblesse oblige.
But, Auntie, you're not well. Remember what the doctor said?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't.
Auntie, what does it mean? Noblesse oblige?
Oh, it's just an expression, darling.
But what does it mean?
Well, noblesse oblige is French. Those of us who are nobly born must prove ourselves worthy by being kind and thoughtful of others. So, when guests arrive, we must see that they enjoy their stay.
Auntie, these Americans, will they be cowboys and Indians?
Mm-hmm. Some of them, I dare say.
What does one do to make Indians welcome?
Jessica, you're not going to the castle.
Well, someone should greet our soldiers.
But aren't you afraid of the ghost?
Oh, yes, Auntie.
And you still want to go?
I really should. It's my castle, and noblesse oblige. It starts when you're born, doesn't it?
Run along then, darling. The Americans should be there now.
Thank you, Auntie. And don't worry. The ghosts almost never come out in the daytime.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but Lady Jessica has just arrived. She'd like to say good evening to you, soldiers.
Well, tell her we'd be honored.
Very good, sir.
What do you say to a dame that's a lady? Do you have to kiss her hand? Now watch it.
Lady Jessica de Canterville.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Holy smoke. It's a midget. No, it's a half pint.
How do you do? I want you to all know I'm glad you're here. And I do so hope you'll enjoy your stay in my castle.
Well, lady, may I say on behalf of my fellow Americans that we're very grateful for your hospitality.
Yeah, likewise.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You'll excuse the fellas, I hope. Yes, we thought Lady Jessica was... Yeah, you see, I thought that a girl had to be married before she was a lady.
Oh, dear no. A lady is a lady when she behaves like one, my auntie says. Which one of you are Indians?
Oh, that tall fellow, Trigger, he's an Indian.
Oh, to which tribe do you belong?
He's a Hoboken Indian.
I don't believe I've ever read about that tribe.
Please serve, gentlemen.
Of course. Will you pour, my lady?
I'd like to, Mr.
Williams, Private Cuffy Williams.
I shall be happy to, Private Williams.
This way, gents.
Like some more tea?
Who did that? Come on now, who did it?
Who did what, Sergeant?
Who made that spot on the rug? Who spilt the tea? Speak up.
Oh, that's not tea, sir.
It ain't?
No, sir. It's blood.
Quite so.
What do you mean?
The blood of Lady Barbara Modish. She stabbed herself in the throat when she saw him.
Him?
Who was him?
It's Simon, our ghost.
Your ghost, did you say?
Yes, he's quite the most famous ghost in England. And he lives here in this castle.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, if you don't want me to tell you about
Oh, but we do. Now, give the lady a chance, fellas. If she says her ghost is haunted, well, who are we to quibble?
It may sound irregular to you, but I have seen the ghost myself.
No fooling.
And that's the door to his bedchamber behind that tapestry. Isn't it, Mrs. Potter?
Aye, he was walled up in there centuries ago.
Holy catfish.
Well, that's awful.
Yes. Every night now on the stroke of 12, his spirit walks the hall.
Searching for a kinsman with the mark at the Canterville.
Gentlemen, beware.
I shouldn't tell you this before bedtime, but the Dowager Duchess of Stutfield was found one night on her balcony, stark, staring mad. There's the loveliest picture of her gibbering like an idiot.
You don't say. That's awful.
And Lady Margaret Bilton, she drowned herself in the fish pond. Because do you know why? Because there he was again, with long green fingers, twitching with palsy, and his eyes burning like coal. The bloodsucker of Bexlingmore.
Bloodsucker? Didn't I tell you, fellas? Who are we to quibble?
What is your name, please?
Cuffy Williams.
Well, Cuffy Williams, I know right well that you've been laughing at me.
Oh, no, my lady, no.
But just you wait until midnight.
11, 12. Hey, Cuffy, it's 12 o'clock.
Oh, so what?
Hey, Cuffy, do you think there's anything in this ghost business?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Pipe down, you guys. I said pipe down.
That ain't us, Sarge.
Sounds like somebody dragging ash cans around.
No, it's changed.
Hey, look. There's a light in the stand. Hey, fellas, look, it's taking shape.
It's him. It's Sir Simon.
I am the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville. Did you ever see a man slice off his own head? Observe. It's off. A head without a body without a head. Now it's on. Now it's off. Now it's on again.
Yeah, it's on, but they have it on backwards.
Have I? Excuse me. Is that better?
It's grand, Fibber boy.
Take care, take care. Take care.
Fellas, I'm going to let him have it.
Stop that hideous noise. Stop it.
Hey, fellas, the bullets went right through him.
So what? They scared him off, didn't they? Well, let's face it, Sarge. That was a real ghost.
Yeah, I don't believe it, but I saw it. Hey, what if he comes back?
Well, we've got to scare him again.
Scare a ghost?
Sure, and this time scare him good. Now listen, you guys, I've got an idea. We put on our gas masks, take the sheets and wrap them around us, and then when he comes back...
Company, attention.
Good morning, men.
Good morning, sir.
Well, from now on, we're officially attached to the British Commandos. We're going to celebrate with a 10-hour endurance hike. What's the matter with the men, Sergeant?
Sir, I'm afraid they didn't sleep so good last night.
Oh, why not?
Well, maybe it was, well, you know how it is, a strange place.
Jordan, is that what kept you up, a strange place?
Oh, no, sir. What kept me up was seeing the ghost. Wasn't it, Eddie? Oh, yes, sir, that's right.
You saw a ghost?
Oh, you should have seen him, sir. He cut off his own head. We shot at him. Then he put on sheets and gas masks, and we scared him away for good. I hope.
All right, Sergeant. What really kept them up last night? Well?
It was the ghost, sir.
Ghost, huh? Phone the platoon. I guarantee the men will sleep tonight.
Yes, sir. Fall. In.
Williams, where'd you get that limp?
Oh, it's nothing, sir. I was running up the stairs.
Chased by the ghost?
Oh, no, sir. I was chasing him.
Well, you can chase yourself right back into that castle and spend the next 10 hours sweeping the floors.
Yes, sir. Well. Hello there, lady.
Oh, it's you.
Who did you think it was?
No one. I was just bringing these onions into the pantry.
Really? Then why did you take that great circle route?
Auntie thought the mess sergeant might like some onions. I'm a brownie, and brownies raise onions.
Oh, come now. You were afraid I was a ghost.
Well, what if I was?
Well, he's nothing to be afraid of.
Didn't he come last night?
Sure, and we chased him right up the chimney.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, you think I'm kidding, huh? Well, we'll ask the old foxy grandpa himself.
Who?
The ghost.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Let's see. This is the door to the room that's walled up, isn't it? Pretty solid. Hey, Grandpa, open up. Well, what do you know? It wasn't locked.
Oh, no, please. Auntie's expecting me home.
Come over here. Come on. That's right. Now look. You just pretend you're not afraid and you won't be. That's all there is to it.
Are you sure?
I'll prove it to you. Come on. Hey, Ghost, where are you hiding?
That must be where he was walled up.
Those bricks look loose. Maybe I could find a... Well, what do you know? Look.
What?
Over there on top of the mantel. Sir Simon, he's sitting on the mantel.
Must you invade even my tomb? Will there be no place I could call sanctuary?
What are you doing up there?
Trying to keep out of drafts. I have a slight head cold.
Well, drift down here. There's someone I want you to meet.
I have already met your colonial ruffians. They pursued me through the hall like ghosts. Humans.
Now, nobody's gonna hurt you, Grandpa. I want you to meet Lady Jessica. Sir Simon the Ghost.
Milady.
How do you do?
Not at all well, thank you.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
Had a girl. Oh, she's been scared stiff of you. And I just wanted to show her that you wouldn't hurt a flea.
Sir, my record speaks for itself. An unbroken reign of terror for 3 centuries.
Well, record or no record, as long as her ladyship's around, you've got to behave yourself.
It is absurd asking me to behave myself. Quite absurd. I must rattle my chains and groan through keyholes. I must gibber from the oriel window on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays of every month. It is my solemn duty to haunt these halls.
Oh, that's a lot of ectoplasm.
But, Cuppy, he's the family ghost.
Americans, child. What can a people without ancestors know about ghosts?
Now, wait a minute. You never heard of the Headless Horseman? Or, Red Grange, the Galloping Ghost? Or Mrs. Pruneface?
Provincial stuff. Spirits with neither crest nor title.
Titles? Or what about Count Basie? Duke Ellington, the King of Swat?
Nobility and a democracy, balderdash.
But, Sir Simon, we've had democracy here in England ever since the Magna Carta.
Madam, I have never chosen to recognize it.
But you should, Sir Simon. That's what we're fighting this war about.
That's the stuff, my lady. You see, you're not afraid of bid.
Oh.
Well, now that you two Cantervilles are acquainted, you must have a lot of family matters to gab about. So, well, I'll get on with my cleaning. You sure you're all right, my lady?
Yes, thank you.
I'll see you later.
Unless you'd rather be alone.
Oh, no, please, pray sit down. I've forgotten my manners.
Well, if I may say so, you could have been a little more polite to Cuffy just now.
After what he and his band of hooligans did to me, I may have very little else, but I still have my pride.
But you frightened them.
I must frighten people. I have a reputation to uphold. The most fearsome phantom in all England.
Cuffy told me that they chased you up the chimney last night.
That's because they wore those ghastly masks and shrouds. Lady Jessica, I can pretend no longer. Since last night, it is I who am frightened. I who tremble at the slightest noise.
Oh, you poor ghost.
Do you know what it means to be a ghost? To live in emptiness between heaven and earth, with nothing for company but bitter memories.
But you have to keep on being a ghost?
I am condemned to be a ghost until a kinsman perform a brave deed in my behalf. Oh, if I could only rest, if I could only die. Oh, to be buried in the soft brown earth in the garden beyond the pine woods. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow.
Oh, dear. I wish I could do a brave deed for you.
How's it go, lady?
Oh, fine.
Sorry to bust up this reunion, but the Louie will be back in a minute.
Goodbye, Sir Simon. And I'm very happy to have met you.
Milady.
Cuffy, I think you ought to tell your friends not to chase him up the chimney anymore.
Well, that depends on him.
But he's so old and tired. Oh.
Hey, take it easy.
I stumbled on my shoelace. It's untied.
Well, stand still. I'll tie it for you.
Cuffy.
Huh?
What's that on your neck? That mark.
Oh, that's just a birthmark. Hey, where are you going?
There's something I have to tell Sir Simon. It's very important. I've got to tell him. Sir Sir Simon.
Are you back so soon, milady?
Cuffy has the Canterville birthmark on his neck.
What, that American ruffian?
Exactly like my father had. He must be a Canterville. Isn't that wonderful?
Gad, and what if he be a Canterville? Shall I prance around joyously like a saucy antelope?
But Sir Simon, if Cuffy is a Canterville, and if he does a brave deed for you, he can't save you, can't he?
Can it be that they have concealed from thee why I am still here? Just fancy 'tis merely because I cannot find the kinsman.
Well, I've overheard Mr. Potter say that all the Cantervilles always turn out to be cowards. But that isn't true, is it?
Cowards, gross flattery. Had they twice the courage, 'twould only give them half the name.
Sir Simon.
Thy grandfather, would he mount a horse? Thy father, so fearful of water that he trembled in his bath. Or thyself, swooning at the mere sight of my shadow.
Really now, it's your family too, Sir Simon.
Only too well do I know it.
But Cuffy can save you. I know it. It isn't true that all Cantervilles have to be cowards. I was a coward, wasn't I? I was frightened to death of you. And now look at me. I'm not afraid of you in the least. Don't you see, Sir Simon?
Nay, it is in the Canterville blood and bones.
It isn't in my blood and bones, and it isn't in Cuffy's. Oh, Sir Simon, I'll arrange for you to meet him again tonight in the garden beyond the pine woods. And if it turns out that he is a Canterville, my goodness, then you'll be able to go to sleep at last.
Very well, my child. At 7, I gibber in the portrait gallery, following which I practice horrible hallucinations. If these go well, I'll meet thee in the garden shortly before 8.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, will continue in a moment. Now, let's listen in on a conversation in one of Hollywood's popular restaurants.
No dessert for me, just coffee. Oh, dear, this new diet. Oh, Betty, what are you staring at? That girl at the table in the corner. She has on a rayon print dress just like yours. Where? Oh, she must have bought it last year, too. What do you mean? Yours looks brand new. Oh, heavens, no. I got it at the beginning of last summer. You'd never know it. Hers looks much older than that. Sort of faded and washed. Meow. She probably did wash it out the wrong way. Better not wash yours then if that's what happened. Billy, I've done it lots of times already. No. But they look so different. You must have a knack. No knack, just Lux Flakes. I always use them, and I never had a dress look like that in my life. Not so loud, she's coming this way. It'd do her good to listen.
Yes, it would help that girl to know about Lux Flakes. Actual washing tests prove that gentle Lux Care keeps colors lovely up to 3 times as long. So don't risk wash day methods that are hard on fabrics. Strong soap, hot water, rough handling can make colors look drab far too soon. Let Lux keep your washables lovely longer. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. Nightfall envelops the massive turrets of Canterville Castle. In a garden beyond the pine woods, Lady Jessica and Cuffy Williams patiently await the ghost of Sir Simon. Suddenly, Jessica sees a faint, phosphorescent glow. Her face brightens in response.
Here we are, Sir Simon. See, I brought him.
Hiya, Sir Simon. Well, what's cooking?
Cooking?
Yes, I mean, what's all the mystery?
Go on, Sir Simon. Ask him.
Tell me, prithee, dost thou by any miracle remember aught of thine ancestors?
Ancestors? Well, my old man would never look his up. Said he was afraid one might turn up that ended in the hot seat.
Hot seat? Nowadays, England and America have everything in common, except, of course, the language.
Think back, Cuffy, and try to remember.
Well, I had an Aunt Martha. She was a little wacky on the subject. Traced my mother's family tree back to some guy that landed in Massachusetts way, way back. Name was, Marmalade. No, Montmorency? No, Marmaduke.
That same Marmaduke who fled to Salem after Cromwell scattered the chivalry of England to the four winds?
Oh, Sir Simon.
You knew him?
The son of my brother Anthony.
Now, take it easy. How do you know it's the same Marmaduke?
By the birthmark of the Cantervilles observed beneath the ruffle of my collar.
Holy cats. A birthmark same as mine.
Now show me thine, please. Holy cats, indeed.
What did I tell you?
Well, I'll be... Well, that makes me your,
Nephew. Great nephew.
Aye, thou art a kinsman. A kinsman who can free me from these earthly bonds.
Huh?
By performing a brave deed in his name.
You mean that's all I have to do?
Thou art a Canterville, the bluest blood in all broad England. Wilt wear my signet ring and carry it into battle in my behalf?
You must save him, Cuffy. He's so old and sleepy.
Okay, it's a deal. The first time they turn me loose on those Nazis.
I shall be everlastingly grateful, nephew.
I, too.
Thumbs up, Uncle. It's in the bag.
Good night, Sir Simon.
Good night, Godspeed. Oh, Father, grant that he be not like the others.
Hey, fellas, get a load of this. Get a load of what? A bulletin from the lieutenant.
Oh. Well, will you listen to this? Because of inefficiency of platoon billeted at Canterville Castle, cause of which has not yet been satisfactorily explained, all leaves to London are hereby canceled.
I could tell him the cause. Nobody around here can get any sleep.
How can we sleep with a ghost in the joint?
What gets me, the Louis still thinks we stayed up all night shooting crap. If he'd only seen the ghost.
Oh, listen, you guys, why don't you lay off that poor old ghost? He's perfectly harmless.
Harmless. He just ruined our weekend.
Well, he's just doing his job. A ghost has to groan through keyholes and rattle chains.
Why the sudden sympathy?
Well, I've got a sort of personal interest in him. Gentlemen, I have every reason to believe that I am the long-lost Duke of Canterville, the bluest blood in all England.
Oh. The Duke of Canterville yet, huh? Seems to me I seen you in the induction center, buddy.
If I were you, I'd be careful what I said and did, see?
Like what?
Well, like loafing on my lawn and talking before you're talked to.
So this is your private lawn, huh, Dookie?
Yeah.
Only you can lie on it?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Your Grace. Then lie! Hey! Sit on him, Eddie, and leave us remove his royal breeches.
It's an all-English costume.
Yeah, the pants and the Duke.
Hey, put it on!
I got him. Here's his pants.
Okay, Dookie, you can get up now.
Hey, fellas, look, carriage is coming.
It's Lady Jessica and a dame. Hey, give me my pants.
Get behind us, Cuffy. Gather around him, gents. There's dames coming.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is my aunt, Mrs. Pulverdine.
How do you do?
Cuffy, won't you come and meet my aunt?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd better meet her from back here. How do you do?
Why are you hiding behind the others?
Oh, it's just sort of a military procedure, Lady Jessica.
Oh, Cuffy, I mean all of you. Auntie said I might invite you to the party in the village this afternoon. It's only a Saturday at home dance, but there'll be refreshments.
Dames, too? I mean, stoits? I mean, doyles?
Oh, yes, and you'll all come. 4 o'clock at the service center. Don't forget.
Oh, there's the mail. Hey, mail call. Hey, fellas, wait! Hey, fellas, wait, my pants!
Auntie, look at Cuffy.
Well, what sort of a uniform is that?
Why, Cuffy's wearing kilts. It's very nice of you to dance with me, Cuffy.
Oh, not at all, my lady.
But I'm afraid I'll never learn this kind of dancing.
Why, you're cutting the rug to ribbons.
Cutting a rug?
Well, what I mean is, you give with a jive. How's it feel to be a slick chick?
Oh, fine. But does it always make you so dizzy?
Okay. What would you say to a glass of wine?
Hey, Cuffy! Cuffy, come here!
What do you want? Oh, hiya, Sarge.
I want you should settle an argument.
Well, let's see what this is all about, Jessica. What kind of an argument?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Cawthorn.
Good afternoon, milady. Cuffy, I was telling Mr. Cawthorn the lieutenant thinks it's applesauce about the ghost.
Oh?
As a native of Canterville, gentlemen, I believe you saw the ghost right enough. But the day will never dawn when he'll run from a human being.
Okay, Dookie, you tell him.
Dookie?
Yeah, Cuffy here. He's the Duke of Canterville. Ain't you, Cuff?
Well, in a manner of speaking, I'm... Oh, what's a joke?
My dear boy, if you wanted to impersonate a British nobleman, you'd never choose a Canterville... Lady Jessica, my profound apologies.
And just what's wrong with being a Canterville?
Well, since you're so well acquainted with the ghost, sir, I suggest that you are...
Yes, I think I will.
Oh, Cuffy, will you dance with me again?
Oh, sure, lady. Hey, Sir Simon, cut it out, will you?
Who's that?
It's me, Cuffy. I've been looking for you since midnight. Where have you been?
In the North Turret, gibbering. I'm sorry you overheard. I'm in poor voice tonight.
Look, if you're supposed to hang around here until a Canterville does a brave deed for you, how come you're still here after 300 years?
Oh, I've been waiting for you to ask.
In all that time, someone must have tried to help you.
Excuse me, I really must get back to work.
Now, wait a minute. Quit stalling. What's wrong with the Cantervilles? If you're trying to hold out on me,
Nay, kinsman. I was merely trying to spare thee.
Well, spare me what? Go on, spill it.
Mayhap it is better if thine ancestors speak for themselves. Come with me into the portrait gallery. This is the portrait gallery, nephew.
Hey, would you look at those pictures?
Gaze upon them, our noble family. Sir Gerald de Canterville, proud skipper of the frigate Cranston. When she sank, he was the first to leave the ship. Sir Andrew de Canterville, he saw a grenadier lose a finger at Blenheim battle and swooned away. And the blessed twins, Lieutenant Paul, rode the wrong way in the charge of the Light Brigade. Lieutenant Peter was 10 lengths ahead of him.
You mean they were all cowards?
Oh, aye. Of all the heroic families that for centuries have brightened the glory of England, ours had to be a brood of lily-livered titmice.
So that's why you held out on me. You thought if I found out, I'd be the same way.
Oh, they not at all. It never entered my mind.
Well, then what are you making all the fuss about? I don't care what the others did. This is Cuffy Williams, see?
Aye, really.
All right, then. That's all I wanted to find out. Now, I've got to get back to my bunk before the sergeant misses me.
Adieu, kinsman. Would that I could believe that he was different.
All right, men. This is it. Start loading the trucks. Battle equipment. Walker, look after dynamite plunger boxes and fusing the wires. We're going over.
Okay, Sarge.
Williams, take off that ring. It'll shine in the dark.
Okay.
And don't stick it in your pocket if it's worth anything.
Well, it's sort of a family heirloom.
You better leave it in the castle. Make it snappy.
This is it, huh, Sarge?
I hadn't ought to tell you this, but you'll know soon enough. We're crossing the channel. We're making a raid on the coast of France. All right, let's go. Start bringing up the trucks.
You're going away.
Looks like it, Lady Jessica.
Then maybe you'll have a chance to do a brave deed for Uncle Simon.
Listen, lady, I know there's a yellow streak down the family back a mile wide. Sir Simon told me.
But you're not going to let it worry you.
Well, how do you think it makes me feel?
Cuffy, you told me yourself. You don't have to be afraid if you think you're not.
Yeah, I know.
Cuffy, I believe in you. And if you have any children of your own, I know they'll believe in you.
Children? I haven't any children. I haven't even got a wife.
Well, maybe someday you'll want to marry somebody.
Well, that's the last thing on my mind. Now lay off. I gotta get going.
Oh, Cuffy, Cuffy.
Off to the wars. Our kinsman hies himself to battle.
Oh, Sir Simon, I'm so worried about Cuffy.
Now, milady. Tears never steeled a noble heart to valor. Upon the craven foe, our hero's furious might. You're worried. How do you think I feel?
Our stars will continue with the Canterville Ghost in just a moment. Who are you phoning, Sally?
I'm getting a weather report. Have some blankets to wash soon.
But what's the weather got to do with it?
5 p.m., temperature 73 degrees, humidity 49%. Tonight clear, lowest temperature about 64. Tomorrow sunny and mild, highest temperature about 75 degrees, gentle to moderate winds. 5 p.m., temperature...
Of course, that isn't really how it will be over the country tomorrow, but in lots of cities, you can get an up-to-the-hour weather report over the phone.
Will you please tell me what all this has to do with washing blankets?
Why, obviously, you need a good day for it. Not too hot, not too cold, not too windy.
Do women wash blankets in the middle of June?
That's the best time, before storing them away for the summer. Moths in particular. They don't like clean wool as well as soiled wool. So just whisk your blankets through rich, lukewarm Lux suds.
Hold on, Sally. I can't see a woman whisking a wet, heavy blanket through anything.
Oh, it's easy with Lux. Just make sure you have lots and lots of suds. The suds do the work.
Wouldn't a machine help?
Sure, if you're lucky enough to have one. But don't run the machine too long. That's as bad as rubbing. Too much agitation mats and shrinks the wool. Leaves it harsh and scratchy. 3 to 5 minutes is about right for a machine. And use gentle Lux flakes so your blankets will stay soft and fluffy. Be sure to hang the blankets in the shade over 2 or 3 parallel lines. That way, the air can circulate through it, and the weight of the water won't pull it out of shape.
Thanks for the tip, Sally. You certainly deserve a B.A. for all that advice.
Bachelor of Arts?
No, blanket authority. Now, back to Hal Wallace and our stars.
Act 3 of the Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. In the black of night, a handful of American Rangers have landed somewhere on the coast of France and are creeping stealthily inland. Back in England, the Canterville Ghost rages in the portrait gallery, bolstering his anemic hopes by hurling defiance at his ancestors.
Ye skulking, cringing, misbegotten peafowls, insults painted upon canvas, ye wretched poltroons, not for long now shall I have you leering at me with cynical mockery. Not for long, ye dribble pussies. A kinsman worthy of the name now wears my signet ring in battle.
Meanwhile, in the cottage on the castle grounds, a sleepless Lady Jessica bolsters her hopes in the way most mortals do.
Oh, please take care of Cuffy, Lord. Don't let him get hurt. And Uncle Simon, he's such a poor, funny old ghost. And he's so tired. Won't you please let Cuffy do a brave deed so he can go to sleep? And please take care of Cuffy.
Ye gallery of lily-livered rabbits, ye shape-kneed milksops, well mayest thou cower in thy gilded frames, shamed by a colonial, by Cuffy Williams. As for thee, fat Algernon, who posed for 2 years as a dowager to escape fighting a duel, I spit in thine eye. Thee, Sir Percival, who fought through the 30 years' war without firing a shot, thee also. From yonder bunch in yonder room has risen a lion-hearted kinsman, Yonder bunk. What gleams there in the moonlight? The ring! The signet ring! Imbecile! Don't! You have forgotten. I was speeding to him before it's too late. Before it's too late!
Okay, men. You're on enemy territory. Remember, we're here for one purpose only, to blow up the oil refinery. Okay, Sergeant. The refinery's got to go at 2350. Now check your watches. It's now 2307. Jordan, Baker, Williams.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Get off the road and set up a machine gun in the ditch. If you see any Jerry's, it's up to you to hold them off till the rest of us get back. Check?
Check.
Jordan, you'll find telephone wires down the road. Now cut them and get back to Cuffy and Trigger. Get going.
Okay, Sarge. See you later, kid.
The rest of us will go up this side road. Now, after the explosion, wait till the last man has reached the shore, then join us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good luck.
Cuffy. Yeah? There's a hill right in back of us. Get up there and keep watch. What about you? I'll set up the machine gun. If you see anything, get back here on the double. Okay. Who's that? Who's there? Hold or I'll fire.
There you were, Kinsman. Did only I.
Oh, what the devil are you doing here?
You forgot the ring. You left it in the castle. Here, nephew.
Oh, get away from me.
Put it in thy pocket. Only have it on thy person when the test comes.
All right, give it here.
Oh, thank you, nephew. Thinkest thou the enemy will come this way? Take it, man, with but half an eye one can see that thou hast the courage of St. George.
Horse feathers, get out of here, will you?
Oh, I merely thought I could bolster you up in case you were a bit squeamish.
I want to be squeamish. Hey, Duffy. Yeah? You all right? Sure. What time is it? 2350.
Who dost thou converse with?
Look, Sir Simon, I thought I told you this
Sounds. What mighty blast is that?
The refinery. They've blown it up.
Nephew, look down yonder road.
Motorcycles. Jerry's.
Keep a cool head.
Trigger! Motorcycles are patrol! Get out here and hold the ammunition belt.
Keep a cool head.
Oh, get out of here. Beat it. Huh? What's the matter with you? Look, Trigger. Jerry's. Lots of them. What are you waiting for?
Nothing.
Trigger, what's the matter? What's the matter, Trigger?
Looks like you've got to take over, Cuffy.
Trigger.
Cuffy. Get him, Cuffy. Get him. The machine gun. Jordan be back soon, Dale.
Yeah, Jordan.
Fire, nephew. Fire. Nephew.
Blood. Trigger's blood.
Nephew. They're drawing closer. Fire.
Blood.
Cuffy, what's the matter with you?
He's dead, Jordan. Trigger's dead.
Give me that machine gun. Give it to me, you fool.
At ease, men. Well, men, the Colonel's compliments. After last night's raid, he wants me to tell you were the best so-and-so platoon in the whole outfit. But I'm not satisfied. So we're going to take a little jaunt into these woods and iron out the mistakes we made right now. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Here a minute.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Williams, I've discussed your case with the Colonel. We both considered what happened last night. And he feels we have no alternative but to transfer you back to your old outfit.
Line up there.
Yes, sir.
Remember, Williams, there are men who may be psychologically unfit for combat who can still perform useful roles in service. And I'll pack up your things. I'll arrange for your transfer when we get back from maneuvers.
Front.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, Williams.
Sir, platoon is formed.
All right, Sergeant.
Left face. Right shoulder. Arms. Forward. Hurt.
Oh, Cuffy, I've been expecting you all morning. What happened?
Oh, you better run along home, lady. I've got to go in and pack.
You're going away?
Yeah.
Oh, Cuffy.
That's right. Look at me. I'm a Canterville, all right. Just as cowardly as the rest of them.
No, Cuffy, no. Don't say that. You're not a coward. You're brave. I know it.
All right, lady. Have it your own way.
Cuffy.
I'm sorry it turned out like this. Goodbye, lady.
Cuffy.
Wretched me that I should have pinned my faith again upon a Canterville.
Oh, pipe down, Sir Simon, will you? And get down off that chandelier. It makes me nervous.
Nervous? Aye, that I can well believe.
Oh, shut up. Get out. I've got to pack.
Pack then and leave me to my fate, thou who hast raised my hopes, only to dash them like a robin on a rock of granite.
Cuffy.
Oh, my lady, you can't come in here. I know it's your castle, but, well, this is barracks.
There's a parachute. I saw it coming down.
Parachute?
Maybe a Nazi came down in it. Oh, Cuffy, what'll we do?
Where did you see it?
It came down the side of the stone bridge.
Where is the stone bridge?
Do you know the old side road?
No.
Then I'll take you there. I know a shortcut.
All right, come on. We'll grab a jeep. Hurry.
Nephew, wait for me. Wait for me.
There it is, Cuffy, the parachute.
Yeah, caught in a tree. I don't see anybody, but you better stay here. I'm going to take a look around. Duck down in the jeep now. Duck down.
Cuffy, look over there.
Huh?
All through our woods. Those men. Who are they?
Don't worry about them. They're rangers. Maneuvers. Yeah, that's where I'd be if I hadn't.
Cuffy, what is it?
In the bushes. A parachute mine. A bomb, a blockbuster. Oh, let's get out of here, lady. If that thing goes off, it'll kill every living thing within a half a mile. We gotta get... Oh, the rangers. They're scattered all through the woods. They'll be killed. Get back to the castle. Run, quick.
Aren't you coming?
No, I've got to drag it away with the jeep. Dump it over the cliff. Get going now. Run, quick. Hide in the cellar. Run!
Lady Jessica?
Oh, Uncle Simon.
Where's Cuffy? Has he encountered the enemy?
Oh, no, Uncle Simon. Cuffy's moving a blockbuster. He's doing the bravest deed there ever was.
Egad. Darest I believe again where?
This way. Down through here. There.
Oh, save thy breath, child. Look to his quaking knees, his eyes that tremble with the ague, his hand that shrinks from contact with yon lethal instrument.
No, Uncle, no. Cuffy. Cuffy, you can do it. You were doing a brave deed.
I can't touch it. There's a timer on it. The least little jar would set a ticking.
Cuffy, you were doing a brave deed. Don't you see? You can do it. You don't have to be afraid because you're a Canterville. Look, Cuffy, I'm not afraid of the bomb. Look, Cuffy, I'm kicking it. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything because...
Get down, it's ticking. You started it ticking.
Okay, lady. Thanks for the lesson. I'm all right now. You run for it. Go on, get out of here. This thing goes off in 60 seconds.
Oh, Cuffy.
Hurry, I'm dragging this thing out of here. Go on, get out of my way, my lady. Run for it.
Careful, Neville. Careful.
Hop on, Uncle. Keep your eye on that tow chain. Let me know if it slips. Well, we're out of the underbrush. Hold on now.
Look. Nephew, look out, the Rangers.
Hey, you Rangers, run for your life. I've got a blockbuster on here. A time bomb. Run, blockbuster.
Where are we going, nephew?
To the cliff. We'll dump it over the ravine if we get that far.
How many more seconds?
I don't know, maybe 20.
5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11.
There's the ravine. We better jump. Let the jeep take it over. There she goes. Oh, we just made it.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35.
Say, what's all this hooey about ticking? Oh, it's a dud. We never were in any danger. All that work...
Auntie. Oh, Jessica, dear, thank goodness you're all right. It must have been an air raid.
No, it was Cuffy.
Cuffy?
Near the stone bridge, a bomb from a parachute. Cuffy blew it up. Cuffy saved everyone. And if Cuffy blew it up, then Cuffy's blown up too.
Roll out the barrel, we'll have a barrel of fun.
roll out the barrels. We've got the blues on the run.
Coffee!
Bring out the song of good cheer. Now's the time to roll the barrel, for the gang's all here.
Coffee, you're alive! Coffee, you're alive! What happened?
I just dumped that cockeyed thing right into the ravine.
Like St. George slaying the cockeyed dragon.
Oh, Uncle Simon.
What, child?
If Coffee is a Canterville, and if he's done a brave deed for you, then why are you still here?
Yeah. Why aren't you in the garden beyond the pine woods?
Yea, verily. Why not?
Well, if you're going, you better hurry. Here come the Rangers.
Father, why am I still in mortal coils?
Look at Uncle Simon. He's glowing.
Let's go! Thank you, nephew. Thank you, niece. Farewell.
He's gone.
Did you see that, Lieutenant?
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to... Hey, Lieutenant! Hey, guys, the lawyer is faded.
Here it is. Uncle Simon's grave.
The garden beyond the pine woods. Looks like a mighty restful place.
Isn't it nice that he can have a little plot to call his own? And a headstone of his own, too.
Well, that was the Ranger's idea. We had it inscribed, see? Sir Simon de Canterville, 1603, 1943. Gee, that certainly is a long time to go without sleep.
Yes, but you nearly always have to wait for something that you want very much, Coffee.
Huh?
How old are you?
How old? Why?
I shall be 8 in May.
Our stars, Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Meanwhile, here are Patty and Kay planning their vacation.
Oh, I don't think you'd like that place, Patty, even if it is so nearby. I was there last summer, and it was awfully noisy. But it sounds good. Beach, tennis, dancing every night. Well, that's just the trouble. It's right near a Coast Guard station, and the boys come over to the dances. Well, sometimes everybody ends up singing. Oh, it's impossible to get any sleep. Hi, Kay, you sound like an old fuss budget. I thought you liked dancing. Well, there were more girls than fellows. Oh, a little thing like that shouldn't stop a cute gal like you. Unless, what? Skip it. I forgot what I was going to say. Have you seen the new movie at Parker's?
Patty didn't forget what she had in mind, but how could she tell Kay what she was really thinking?
Kay's cute enough to get any man she wants. If only she were as sweet and fresh as she looks. But you just can't tell even your best friend that she's careless about daintiness. If I could only give her a hint about luxing underthings after every wearing, luxing her dresses and blouses often. If I could tell her how fresh and sweet it leaves them, then she wouldn't risk offending. She'd have all the fun she deserves.
Gentle Lux Care does protect daintiness, and it's kind to fabrics, too. Keeps lovely underthings new-looking 3 times as long. Don't use hot water, strong soap, or handle nice things roughly. That kind of treatment makes them look faded and drab far too soon. Lux Care is thrifty care. Here's Hal Wallace and our stars.
Back to our footlights come Margaret O'Brien and Tom Drake, along with the ex-phantom of our cast, Charles Lawton, now very much in the flesh.
Must you put it quite that way, Hal? Very much in the flesh. I don't like that.
Well, actually, Charles, you look as if you'd lost a little weight.
No, it's around here somewhere.
Well, Mr. Lawton, you carried plenty of weight as a ghost, didn't he, Margaret?
Mr. Lawton's my favorite ghost.
Have you ever met a real ghost, Margaret?
No, but I'd like to.
I really believe you would, Margaret. You know, there's no reason why ghosts shouldn't be highly useful citizens.
Well, rather expendable in war times, wouldn't you say, Mr. Lawton?
No. There might be lots of useful things a ghost could do in wartime. They could contribute clanking chains and creaking armor to the scrap drive.
Maybe they could sell war bonds.
That's right, Margaret. By haunting the conscience of individuals so chicken-hearted as not to buy their fullest share.
Do you buy war bonds, Margaret?
Oh, yes. That's where all my money goes.
Well, you couldn't find a better way to spend it. And if you go to see Tom Drake and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's This Man's Navy, you'll get an idea of where your money's going. In building the greatest Navy in the world, about to meet its greatest test in history.
Well, I don't think any of us need too much persuading to buy war bonds, Mr. Wallace.
Tell us, Hal, what are you having in this theater next week?
Next Monday night, we bring you one of the most talked-of dramas of the year, The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. If you have never felt sympathy for a murderer, you will in this gripping story of a man who is trapped to kill in self-defense and teams with a woman to conceal their crime from the police.
Well, Hal, for sheer suspense, I don't think I know any more exciting play.
We'll be listening, Mr. Wallace. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Margaret. All our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea in The Woman in the Window. This is Hal Wallace saying good night from Hollywood.
The Canterville Ghost was presented through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Anchors Aweigh. The next Hal Wallace production for Paramount is You Came Along, starring Robert Cummings, Elizabeth Scott, and Don DeFore. Charles Lawton will soon be seen in the Benedict Boges picture, Captain Kidd. Heard in tonight's cast were Eric Snowden, Boyd Davis, Claire Verdera, Ed Emerson, Gerald Moore, Gloria Gordon, Eddie Marr, Clifton Young, Robert Cole, Charles Field, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Woman in the Window with Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea.
Stop. Hold that measuring cup, lady. Be sure your precious hard-to-get sugar is invested, not wasted. Do all your baking the sure way, the spry way. For dependably light, velvety rich cakes, tender, flaky pastry, for all your cooking, be sure of success. Get pure, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Woman in the Window with Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And makes things lots of fun. It's that little lift will make this spearmint gum. It's that little lift. Come on and get you some. That clean, fresh taste Wrigley's spearmint's got. That little lift that means a lot. It's that little lift from Wrigley's spearmint gum.
Power Wheels Raider, Power Wheels High Rider, Power Wheels Classic Convertible, each sold separately, all battery powered with real motors.
And its own power motor makes it go, go, go. Pow, pow, Power Wheels. Pow, pow, Power Wheels. Power Wheels, power makes it go.
Your parents assemble them easily, then off you go, over the hills, around the trees.
Pow, pow, Power Wheels. Pow, pow, Power Wheels. Power Wheels, power makes it go.
Power Wheels Classic Convertible, Raider, and High Rider all run on rechargeable batteries, each sold separately.
With the fun shape of honeycomb, you never know what you'll imagine. If you're eagle-eyed, you can watch them glide while you're mortified. Honeycomb! Yeah. With some concentration, you're a big sensation with this crisp creation. Honeycomb! When you improvise, you can harmonize what you appetize. Honeycomb! So when you use your brain, you'll be entertained. Honeycomb cereal, part of this complete breakfast. Sweet, crunchy, and more fun than you ever imagined.
Sunday, over 30 of your favorite stars dare to become circus performers. Astonishing feats, magic, comedy, and special guest star Burt Lancaster. The all-new Circus of the Stars.
Missing Juanita Estevez, now age 16, last seen Yuba City, California, November 27th, 1984. Call 800-843-5678.
A double pleasure's waiting for you. A double pleasure from Double Mint Gum. A double great feeling, making you realize Double Mint's the one for you. Double fresh, double smooth, double delicious to chew. A double pleasure is waiting for you. Double Mint Gum. A double pleasure is waiting for you. Double Mint Gum.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. On Christmas Eve, Broadway's natives dance their Christmas dance to the music of carols flowing out of tinseled loudspeakers. The kids mash their noses against plate glass, lick it, and watch the mechanical clown, the mechanized tour army, the tin man dancing a jig on a tin box, and their eyes are dark with desire and hunger. They make a wish on a neon star. That's how it is on Christmas Eve on Broadway. My Beat. On the morning of the day before Christmas, creatures are stirring at police headquarters. There's the patter of tired feet and the sound of manly giggles as little gifts are hidden in desk drawers or poured into Dixie cups or slipped under the police blotter. And in my office, there's a kid I knew, name of Marty Wednick.
Danny, I don't like to disturb you at this unmentionable hour.
10 o'clock in the morning, unmentionable?
You kidding? Sleep has not yet fled from my starry eyes. What makes me bounce my pillow at an hour which is for the squares is a problem.
What's your problem, Marty?
Am I or am I not the child president of your branch of the Police Athletic League?
You are?
So I promised my constituency of fellow former delinquents a Santa Claus for Christmas. That's the problem. When are you going to give with a Santa Claus? Don't laugh, Danny. A former delinquent shouldn't be disillusioned. Could make him a neurotic. So I repeat, on behalf of my constituents, where is Santa Claus?
He'll be here in a minute, Marty. Sergeant Tartaglia... Oh, here he is. Come on in, Sergeant.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what
This
fun.
guy's a sergeant?
Huh?
Hey, Tartaglia, this is Marty Wednick. He wants Santa Claus.
Oh, he's coming, Danny, he's coming. Come on in, Sandy. Everybody, make way, everybody, for Santa Claus.
And what's your alias, name, little boy? Ho, ho, ha. Hey.
This guy's a Santa Claus.
Who's the kid? The punk, Danny. Who is he?
Marty Wednick, that's who I am. So you're Santa Claus, huh? Audition me something.
What? Why, you crummy
Take
little...
your hands off me, Santa Claus. Is this the Christmas spirit?
I'll give it to you in the mouth, fresh kid.
You and how many
Hey,
reindeer?
now, wait a minute, you two. Marty, this is Nick Norman.
Nick Norman, the ex-con?
How do you like this monster? For 15 years, I've been playing Santa Claus at Sing Sing with no complaints, mind you. The first day I am a free civilian playing me old part, the squirt gives me the hook. I resigned from Santa Claus. I didn't get treatment like this even from the guards.
Take it easy, Nick. Marty didn't mean it. Did you, Marty?
How was I to know that Santa Claus here was the world-famous light-fingered safecracker?
Ex-light-fingered, world-famous safecracker, you.
Well, does he meet with your approval, Marty?
Well, the costume is sloppy, the beard's moth-eaten, but yeah, he'll do.
Don't do me no favors, punk.
You want to know something, Nick?
What's something?
I like you. I think you are the best Santa Claus it has ever been my privilege to present to my constituents of the PAL. This is from the heart, Nick.
Oh, that's better. You gotta show respect for Santa Claus. What time's your party?
8 o'clock tonight. You'll be there?
I'll be there.
Well, so long, Danny, Sergeant, Santa Claus. See you at the party. Merry Christmas.
That's a good kid. Appreciates the finer things.
Feels good to be out, huh, Nick?
15 years is a long night without sleep, Danny. Yeah, feels good. And thanks for the job of Santa Claus. I would miss it after all these years.
And the deal we made. That feels good, too, huh?
Oh, yeah, the deal. Sure, Danny. I'll keep my promise to you.
That's good. You won't forget what happened 15 years ago on Christmas Eve.
How can I forget? It was like today. I was all dressed up like Santa Claus. I had a few idle hours, and right in front of me there just happened to be an idle safe. So I cracked it. So I got caught.
Uh-huh. Now, what are you going to do now, between now and 8 o'clock, the time the party starts?
Walk the thoroughfares and wish everybody joyous tidings and pat kids on the head.
And leave their mothers' purses alone.
Oh, Danny, how can you talk to Santa Claus that way? I promised you that...
Sure you did. Hey, Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Tag along with Santa Claus. Fresh air will do you both good.
Oh, gee, thanks, Danny, thanks. You know, the fresh air will do us both good.
Yeah, but hold his hand, Tartaglia, so he won't get lost. We don't want him to get lost, do we?
Oh, no, Danny.
No, because what's Christmas without Santa Claus? Have fun, boys. So everybody was happy, and that was good, because it was the season for it. Sergeant Tartaglia was happy because I had not only given him permission to leave the room, I'd told him to go out and take a walk with Santa Claus. And everyone knows that Santa Claus is always happy, even if once upon a time he had to spread his glad tidings around Sing Sing. I considered it a while, and then I decided to inhale the bloom of Christmas as it filtered through police headquarters. And it made me feel happy, too. It lasted for 2 inhales.
The sign on the door says Lieutenant Danny Clover. I don't believe in signs. What's your name?
What's yours?
I came prepared for a question like that. Here's my card.
Thanks. Simon Larrabee, real estate and rentals. You renting something, Mr. Larrabee?
That would give you the upper hand. 2 questions to my 1. And you haven't answered it yet.
Danny Clover, like the sign says. That's my name.
You're quite right. I am renting something.
Go ahead. Rent away. I like to watch.
I'm doing it now. Just looking at you. I'm renting that property known as the Warehouse at 2290 East Grand Street.
Well, if it makes you happy... Wait a minute. That's our clubhouse. That's where the kids are having our Christmas party.
Are you?
What's the...
What else can it be? Where's the rent?
Rent for what?
Rent for that property known as the Warehouse at 2290 East Grand Street.
You mean it hasn't been paid? How much is it?
It's $62.50 a month. Oh, that includes utilities.
I'll pay it. The club's treasurer will reimburse me.
You don't understand, Mr. Clever. When I rent something, I get a year's rent in advance. That comes to $750. And I want it before there's any party there.
Are you kidding? Why are those kids going to get money like that?
Well, I'll give you until 8 o'clock to get the money, and I'll just sit right here until then.
All right. Grab yourself a police gazette.
Never touch the stuff.
Suit yourself. Oh, excuse me, Simon. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Patrolman Curcio.
Yeah, what is it? I can hardly hear you, Curcio.
Yeah, well, no wonder. Listen what I gotta talk through. Listen, Danny. Hey, you see what I mean?
Why the sirens? What's the trouble?
Sergeant Tartaglia is up a tree.
What?
Sergeant Tartaglia is in a tree on the Avenue 8 playground, Danny. He flipped his lid. He's telling anyone that'll listen that there ain't no Santa Claus. Hey, you better come on down, Danny.
When I got down to the Avenue A playground, it was having the Christmas party of its life. A 30-foot tree, complete with tinsel, candy canes, colored popcorn balls, firemen, and a scared sergeant policeman, forlorn and lost, pinned to its top branch. The fire department finally convinced Tartaglia that a ladder was a safe invention for getting down out of tall trees. At the bottom rung, he almost believed it. When his feet touched the ground, they gave him a blanket because he was suffering from shock. He was about to tell the newsreel boys his ordeal when I faced him.
Oh, Danny, I was about to tell the newsreel boys my ordeal.
Oh, just tell me first, Tartaglia, because I hardly ever get to the movies.
I'll be with you in just a minute, sir. Oh, Danny, it was awful. It was something awful.
I only ask this because there's so much about you I don't know, Tartaglia. Why do you climb trees?
Oh, I don't, Danny. The height scares me. When I was a child, a tree threw me on the ground.
Still, you climbed this tree. Why?
Oh, because I'm a policeman.
That makes sense. But how?
Well, sure it does, Danny. The kids see me, I am a policeman. They need to put a star on top of their Christmas tree. They ask me because I am a policeman and can do such things. I couldn't let the department down, Danny.
So you leave Nick Norman alone, all by himself, because you don't want to let the department down.
Oh, I knew you would say that. But I trusted Nick, because he is Santa Claus. He told me I could trust him.
Sure you can, Tartaglia. But what happened to Santa Claus? He's not around.
That's right. There ain't no Santa Claus, like I've been saying.
They told me you were saying that. What happened to him, Tartaglia?
Well, Danny, whilst I was up in the tree pinning the star, below me I saw a big black bulletproof sedan.
what kind?
A big black bulletproof sedan.
Now I know. Then what happened?
Well, this big black bulletproof sedan stopped by Nick, our Santa Claus. 2 men got out, talked to him for a minute, then took him one by each arm, deposited him in the car, closed the door, and away they sped, careening on 2 wheels. I yelled to them to stop, Danny. But I guess they didn't hear me on account of the hustle and bustle.
Our Santa Claus, Tartaglia. Where is he? Where'd he go?
Well, if I was Santa Claus, I know where I'd go.
Not that it matters, but where?
Well, to my mother. On Christmas Eve, she deserves something like that.
I'm sure she does.
Well, we have you now, Sergeant Tartaglia.
Oh, make good in the newsreels, Tartaglia. This may be your big chance.
Yeah?
Are you Mrs. Norman?
Why?
I'm Danny Clover.
Yeah?
May I come in, Mrs. Norman?
Why?
I want to talk to you.
About what?
About Nick, about your son.
Come in.
Thanks.
In here, in the parlor. Sit down.
Thank you.
No, not on that seat, that one. What do you want to talk about Nick?
Do you know where he is?
No, you don't tell me no more. One day when he was 9 years old, Nick said to me, he said, Ma, don't ask me where I've been no more, 'cause I'll lie to you. That's what he said.
Then you don't know where he is.
Don't make me go through that again, Sonny. Say, who are you to ask me questions?
I told you I was...
Yeah, you did. You said you're Danny Clover. That don't mean nothing to me. Oh, you must be the guy come about,
I am. That's why I came.
Well, you tell me what you come here for.
For, you know, just as you said.
Oh, this I like. This lets me play cagey like in the old days. What are you talking about?
You know your son, Nick.
You gotta squirm more than that, kiddo. What about Nick?
We want him to be our Santa Claus.
Bingo.
That's good.
Oh, it must be a good feeling, a young man like you. Big, strong, looking for Santa Claus. Me? I just sat here in my rocking chair.
Mrs. Norman.
Thinking about the times we had, me and Big Ed, my husband. The time...
I have to go now, Mrs. Norman. Where's your son?
Oh, you made me go through it again. One day, when he was 9 years old, Nick said to me...
Yeah, oh, thanks,
Ma,
Mrs. Norman.
don't ask me where I've been.
Hi, Danny. Did you find Santa Claus?
No, Tartaglia. What are you doing about it?
Me? Nothing.
That's good. Anyone to see me?
Yeah, in your office. Hey, Danny, what are you angry at me for, huh, Danny?
Hey, Danny, what's this I hear about Santa Claus taking a powder?
You'll get your Santa Claus, Marty. You still here, Simon Larrabee?
Yes, I'm waiting. Just as I told you, I'm waiting for my $750 rent.
Can you imagine this kind of Danny? On Christmas Eve, he wants his rent. This is a Christmas, no Santa Claus, no party. What am I going to tell my constituents?
It'll work out, Marty. We'll get the money someplace.
By 8 o'clock, Mr. Clover.
Oh, shut up, Simon.
But, Danny, no Santa Claus.
Hold it, everybody. I got the solution. Communications, this is Sergeant Tartaglia in Danny Clover's office. An all-points bulletin. Pick-up man. Description as follows. Height, 5 feet 11. Weight, 235. When last seen was wearing a red suit, a red hat with bells, and black boots. Identifying marks. Has a long, snow-white beard. What's his name? Santa Claus!
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. $51,000 in cash and wonderful prizes. Danny Seymour might play Santa Claus to you tonight, and he might fill up your stockings with that 51 grand if you can identify the phantom voice. Listen in just a little later tonight to Sing It Again.
Broadway brings you Christmas in a lot of ways. You get dribbled around by the opposing teams of last-minute shoppers. You ride backwards on up escalators so you can be in a good position for the down escalators. You get mauled and shoved and picked over, and finally you get gift-wrapped and sent on your way. My way was out to lunch and back to police headquarters, holding my Christmas stocking in my hand. I had two things, no rent and no Santa Claus. Two nothings which made for an empty holiday. Sergeant Tartaglia wasn't enjoying himself either, and he expressed himself with sentiment.
Ah, humbug.
What did you say, Tartaglia?
Bah, humbug, Danny. That's a Christmas expression I picked up to be used when you wished it was the 4th of July instead.
Yeah, me too.
You seen the afternoon papers, Danny? Yeah, take a look at it.
You look at it for me. What does it say?
Well, first it has got a picture on the front page of a tree. In the tree is me.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says under it, Officer Gino Tartaglia. Yeah, hey, Danny, they spelled it right. Well, Officer Tartaglia spent the afternoon cavorting in a tree to the delight and applause of all the little... Well, it runs on like that.
Oh, forget it. It wasn't your fault.
Then that's what I tried to tell Mrs. Tartaglia.
Doesn't she believe you?
Danny, she called me on the phone. I said, hello? She said, Signal Tarzan. Then she started laughing, hysterical. I can't get her to talk. Every time I pick up my phone, all I hear is Mrs. Tartaglia laughing.
I got my problems, too.
Yeah, this is probably the first time in the history of Santa Claus that he's ever heisted from his appointed rounds.
Maybe. Hey, did you get in touch with Nick's mother again, like I told you?
Oh, Danny, she ain't nowhere to be found. The old day must have skipped. And the 200 Santa Clauses that the boys investigated, not one of these is Nick Norman under the beard. I'll get it, Danny.
Thanks.
Sergeant Tartaglia. Huh? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Danny.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Maxie. You know, Maxine Riddell.
Yeah, how are you, Maxie?
I'm in lingerie, Danny. Come on down.
What?
In the lingerie department at Fletcher's department store. Working. I got news for you. News about Nick Norman. You interested, Danny?
Yeah, I am. Hold on to everything, Maxie. I'll be right down.
Here, mister. Take this black nightgown over to that girl over there. She'll gift wrap it up. Hi, Danny. How am I doing?
Great, Maxie. Only great. How long you been working here?
Only for the Christmas season, Danny. But the way I've been operating, I think maybe they'll keep me on.
No questions about your background?
You mean about me being a shoplifter?
Uh-huh.
That's the reason I got the job. The way I was lifting things, I told them it'd be cheaper for them if they put me on the sales force. So they did. So for $22 a week, I'm an honest mouse. Anyway, it's steady.
Keep it that way, huh, Maxie?
Anything you say, Danny. Well, now that we've had our tea, I guess you want to know about Nick.
Yeah.
Breaks my heart to be a stoolie. You know how it is, Danny. Me with my former alliances.
But it's different now.
Yeah, different. I want it to be different for Tussie, too. You remember how it was between me and Tussie.
How was it?
It was gorgeous. That's why I'm being a pigeon, Danny. If Nick made up his mind to be a kosher citizen, he should stick to it. Not fall back into the arms of a mob like a doll who says mama.
Which mob, Maxie?
Tussie Carnes. Such a name for a gorilla. Tussie. How do you figure a name like that?
I don't know him. Where do I find him?
Tussie just got back from Chicago. He bought the Domino Club. I happened to be passing there on my lunch hour, and I saw Nick in a Santa Claus suit drinking grape juice with Tussie. Oh, excuse me, Danny, a customer. Yes, madam. Something for yourself.
Thanks, Maxie.
For what? We have some gorgeous outside girdles, madam, for everyday wear. They're right over here.
The Domino Club in the West 50s is a bright and shiny joint plastered with black glass. It stands close to the ground between two peeling brownstones. When you walk into it, you have the feeling you're walking into the mouth of a beetle. Its walls are lined with black mirrors, and its ceiling is draped with folds of scarlet silk. And at 6 o'clock of a Christmas Eve, the boys, complete with Christmas-wrapped girls, are beginning to gather. You ask a busboy in white tie and tails, where's Tussie Carnes? And he lifts an eyebrow to a guy standing near the bandstand. A guy grinning like an alley cat, while a girl pins a sprig of mistletoe to his lapel. You wait till she kisses Tussie. Then Tussie kisses her. But his eyes are open and flicking around the joint, so he sees you and pushes the girl away.
Beat it, Blitzen, I got company. Merry Christmas, stranger.
You want something from Tussy Boy?
Same to you. I want Nick Norman.
Oh, that's a big desire on a holiday. What you want, Nick? Tell Tussy Boy.
Maybe I gotta explain. I'm Danny Clover, a cop. I want him.
Don't everybody? Come with me, Sonny. Santa's right down at the end of this hallway. Merry Christmas, Melvin.
Ain't it though, Tussy?
Merry Christmas, George.
Likewise, I'm sure.
I brought you a present, boys.
Goody.
Likewise.
Where's Nick Norman?
This fella here, he says to Tussy Boy he wants Nick Norman, our Santa Claus.
Uh-oh. What big eyes you have, mister.
And you know something else that's plain precious, boys?
No. Do tell us, Tussy.
The fella says he is a cop. Isn't that cute, huh?
I could die.
Yeah. So show the fella Santa Claus, huh, fellas? Merry Christmas, Danny Clover. Oh, Tussy Boy said that, didn't he?
Stay away from me.
But first we want to wish you on a star. Like...
You too crazy. Stay away from me.
I think that was not enough stars. I'll give him another package.
You know that Tussy is good to us. He gave us the best Christmas present two fellas could ever have.
Don't be greedy, Melvin. Leave some for me. Oh, look at that. It's all gone.
Come on, Danny, open your eyes.
What?
Yeah, open your eyes, Danny. It's getting late. Ain't you heard? Christmas is coming.
Hey, it's you, Nick Norman.
Oh, Danny, call me Sandy Claus. That's the nicest alias I got.
Now, look, Nick, I'm going to...
Oh, here, I'll help you up, Danny. Yeah, sit on the edge of the sofa there. Yeah. Sandy Claus, Danny.
Santa Claus, huh?
Sure.
So help me, Nick, where I'm going to put you, you'll spend the next 94 Christmases in solitary.
Take it easy, Danny. Come on, let's get out of here. I'll be late for that kid's party. Come on.
You mean let's get out of here just like that? I don't have to beat my way out of here?
What for?
What's all this about, Nick, Santa Claus?
You're adult today, Danny. What's the matter with you?
But you were kidnapped.
Kidnapped? Me? I would want to do a thing like that to jolly old me.
A man in a tree said 2 guys pushed you into a car. He only had a bird's eye view, but he said kidnapped.
Oh, you mean Melvin and George?
I mean Melvin and George.
2 pals from Chicago, Daddy. They heard I was out and wanted I should be Santa Claus to a private party they was giving. That's all. Harmless guys, pals, buddies. We enjoy each other.
Yeah, they enjoyed me, too.
Before they left town for this party, they said to tell you... Oh, wait a minute, I wrote it down. It says, Dear Danny Clover, sorry we made a mistake and beat up your head. May the bells ring a joyous Noel for you. Signed, XX. That's Melvin and George.
A mistake, huh?
Sure. They knew some mob or other might try to get me as Santa Claus. They figured you was a mob, so they protected me from you, like you was fibbing about being a cop. After they walloped you unconscious, they went through your pockets and saw you was really a cop. So they wrote this note. The running ink you see here on the note, Danny, that's tears. You'll forgive him, won't you, Danny?
Yeah. How about your mother?
Well, that was your error, Danny. You didn't tell Mom you was from the police, so she thought just like Melvin and George.
Gave me the double talk.
Yeah, that's my mom. A grand old dame. You know what I told her once when I was 9 years old?
Yeah, no, my sleigh's outside. I'll give you a ride back to my office.
Well, that means the whole thing was an error in identification and motive, as they say, huh, Danny?
That's right. Isn't that right, Santa?
Sure. I'll tell it to you again if you want.
No, never mind. What happened to Simon Larrabee?
Oh, he went out for a feast of spud nuts and coffee.
Hey, you don't look very happy, Tartaglia.
No, Danny. I ain't happy. Unhappy. Very.
What's the matter? We've got Santa Claus? Come on, smile. It's going to be a fine Christmas.
I can't, Danny. I just can't. It's Mrs. Tartaglia. Yeah, now she ain't laughing anymore. The neighbors are laughing and Mrs. Tartaglia is crying.
Why?
Well, the later editions of the paper said that Santa Claus was heisted and it was because I was in a tree. Yeah, the papers say I, single-handed, messed up Christmas.
Bad as that, huh? Well, I'll tell you, Tartaglia.
Hey, what about my Christmas party?
Not yet, Santa. Wait till you get to the party.
Say, the press was saying that you were snatched, Sandy. What gives? It said that mobsters grabbed you.
No, it was just a little misunderstanding.
That's right, Marty. Nick was grabbed by mobsters.
Huh?
Yeah, well, then how'd he get away?
Sergeant Tartaglia.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Sergeant Tartaglia. The kind of policeman who tracks down criminals to the lair.
I am, Danny?
The kind that single-handed rescued Santa Claus from the jaws of disaster.
This guy did that?
Yep. I'm just about to call the press boys and tell them about it.
Oh, Danny.
I mean it, Tartaglia. Don't be so modest. I'm going to do just that.
Danny.
Put Marty in a cab, Tartaglia. I'll send Santa down the squad car in a little while.
Yeah, sure. Well, come on, little tyke. Marty.
Okay. Merry Christmas, Danny.
Whatever you tell the press guys, Danny, I'll swear to it.
Sure you will.
Yeah, that's a fine Christmas you're giving everybody, Danny. How about yourself?
Oh, I'll have fun at the party. I always do.
Where is it? Where's my money?
Oh, look, Mr. Larrabee, it's Christmas.
Of course, it's Christmas. That's why I want my rent, so I can have a Merry Christmas.
Hey, Danny, who is this guy that needs rent to have a Merry Christmas?
This is Simon Larrabee. He wants a year's rent in advance for that warehouse where the kids are having their party. Or else, no party.
Yes, that's who I am.
Oh, like that, huh? So that's how you are, huh, Simon?
Stop breathing in my face, Santa Claus.
All them kids wanting to have a party, and a Simon like you wants to louse it up.
I'll put him down, Nick.
Yes,
I ain't doing nothing, Danny. Just holding Simon up so as I can breathe in his face.
Please.
I want you to think about something, Simon. Think about all those kids that are looking forward to that Christmas party, which ain't gonna happen on account of you. Think about
It's all
it.
right. I'm thinking, yes.
Maybe you could think better with a pen in your hand, Simon.
Yes,
a pen that will write out a receipt for a year's rent in advance, huh, Simon?
Of course. Oh, Christmas spirit and all that. Yes, I'll get my receipt book. Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Well, I haven't felt so good in years. Yes, here you are, Mr. Glover. A receipt for a year's rent in advance. And tell the darlings, Merry Christmas with this.
Yeah, I will.
Ain't he a nice fella, Danny? Come on, nice fella. I'll take you to a party. Merry Christmas, Danny.
It's a Merry Christmas, Danny.
Merry Christmas. Yeah. Merry Christmas. On Christmas Eve, Broadway is almost like any other place in the world. The bells ring out, the horns blow, there's laughter. The Mazdas on the Trans-Lux spell out slowly, word by word, peace on earth, goodwill to men. And you read it, you believe it. Because on Christmas Eve, you believe a miracle. Then a whirl of confetti is in your eyes, and you're pushed along with the crowd, and you never see the next news bulletin. You don't try to look back. It's Broadway, the merriest, the shiniest, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was composed by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Charles Calvert, Gil Stratton Jr., Howard McNear, Hal March, Bert Holland, Shep Menken, Estelle Dodge, and Peggy Weber. On Christmas afternoon, Jack Benny will be heard as guest star in a full one-hour version of the comedy The Man Who Came to Dinner. Charles Boyer, Gregory Peck, Rosalind Russell, Dorothy McGuire, Henry Fonda, John Garfield, and Gene Kelly will be starring alongside Jack in this special holiday hour. Then an hour later, Jack will be back with his own Sunday night gang for 30 more minutes of holiday hilarity. In fact, the best idea really is stay tuned to CBS all day Christmas Day. Now stay tuned for Sing It Again, which follows immediately on most of the same CBS stations. Joe Walter speaking. This is CBS, where you find Broadway is my beat every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, I'd do anything to get Fruity Pebbles with new grape flavor.
Big Rock Jones?
Tastes fruity-licious.
Barney!
Time to make my grape escape.
Post Fruity Pebbles cereal now with grape flavor. Part of this nutritious breakfast.
You can take an alphabet bite when danger's in sight. You can stop that flippo when you eat the word hippo. H-I-P-P-O.
Way to go!
Post alphabet cereal, a tasty part of this nutritious breakfast.
Monday, it's one of the greatest casts ever assembled. Irwin Allen's all-new, all-star musical extravaganza, Alice in Wonderland. Monday.
Everyone watching can expect to be in a car accident. A safety belt more than doubles your chances of surviving. Please, wear it.
CBS Sports Break, sponsored by imported Heineken beer.
Good evening. Auburn running back Bo Jackson tonight was awarded the Heisman Trophy. In the closest vote in history, Jackson beat Iowa's Chuck Long. Meanwhile, college football's freshman of the year, Jamel Holloway, scored the winning touchdown from 38 yards out as number 4 Oklahoma buried SMU. In Philadelphia, Chuck Smith of the Midshipmen torpedoed his way into the end zone as underdog Navy sank Army. And I'll have more after this.
Why just have a beer when you can have the beer? Heineken, America's #1 imported beer.
Come to think of it, I'll have a Heineken.
In college basketball, number 2 Michigan and number 10 Notre Dame were easy winners, as was 7th-ranked Kansas. The Jayhawks pulled away from North Carolina State in the second half as Ron Kellogg scored 19 of his game-high 23 points. And in the NFL tomorrow, Dallas, leading the NFC East, makes his first-ever visit to Cincinnati. For CBS Sports Break, I'm Irv Cross.
This is CBS. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the town, boys and girls were all fretting and wearing a frown, 'cause they hadn't discovered the fun to be found on the Honda four-wheeler riding across the ground. At Honda of Tulsa, there are plenty of tips, from the new 4-Track 70 to great dad-size gifts, and accessories aplenty for most holiday lists. So you'll hear them exclaim as they're riding away, shopping Honda of Tulsa will make it Christmas every day. Ho, ho.
The spirit of Oklahoma on 6.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. You know, folks, the George Burnses are so happily married that a newspaper has chosen them for the finals in its search to pick Hollywood's happiest Mr. and Mrs. We find Gracie now talking to a woman from the newspaper.
And so, Mrs. Burns, our search for Hollywood's ideal husband and wife has narrowed down to you and one other couple.
Well, this is a wonderful surprise, Miss Ettinger. But really, George and I aren't so much. We're just plain, ordinary, everyday, delightful people.
Well, Mrs. Burns, since you're so happily married, perhaps you have some advice to pass along to young girls in the matter of choosing the right husband.
Yes, I have. When I was very young, I made up my mind that I would find the perfect man.
Men with personality, looks, brains, talent, and charm. I searched for 3 years before I finally married George Burns.
Then your advice to young girls would be?
Do just what I did. Give up the hopeless search and marry the man you love.
And what is your recipe for staying happily married?
Well, personally, I try to observe the mistakes that other wives make and avoid making those mistakes myself.
What kind of mistakes?
Oh, now, for example, I've seen women ask their husbands for $10 to pay an installment on the radio, and then take that money and buy a hat with it.
How true.
Well, if my husband gives me $10 to pay a radio installment, I pay the radio installment. If I need a hat, I use the rent money.
Well, I see.
I can get a much better hat that way.
I understand how using the rent money gets you a better hat. But does that make your husband happy?
Oh, yes, he loves to move.
Well, Mrs. Burns, isn't it difficult to maintain a career and a home at the same time? I mean, isn't it drudgery to come home from the studio and have to cook dinner?
Miss Ettinger, if you were cooking for the one you love, would you call it drudgery?
No, I guess I wouldn't.
Well, neither does George.
You mean your husband does the cooking?
Oh, now, please don't get the idea that George cooks all the meals. He doesn't.
Oh, I see.
Twice a week we eat out.
I must confess that your methods for maintaining a happy marriage are a little unorthodox. However, if you can prove to me that you and your husband are happier than the Galens, you'll win the contest.
The Galens?
They're the other couple in the finals. I'm on my way to observe their home life now. At 1 o'clock, I shall return to observe you and Mr. Burns.
Well, I'm sure you'll find us the happiest couple in Hollywood. Why, the minute we wake up in the morning, we have a good, hearty laugh.
Well, what do you laugh about?
Oh, I laugh at my husband's long, woolly underwear.
Well, why does he laugh?
Oh, it tickles him, too.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. I shall see you at 1.
Goodbye, Miss Ettinger. Oh, George! Oh, wait a minute. I'd better not tell George about this. If he knows the woman is watching us, he'll be self-conscious and won't crack a smile. Oh,
did you call me, dear?
Oh, well, yes, darling. Dear, would you say that we're happily married?
Of course we are. We've been happily married for 11 years.
Oh, 11 years. It's pretty good for this town, isn't it?
You bet.
Remember when we'd been married 2 days, they called us the grand old couple of Hollywood?
That's right.
Our marriage has been successful because we realized that married people have to give up certain things. Remember how I asked you to give up betting on the races?
Yeah, and I gave it up.
You certainly did. And remember how you asked me to stop buying so many hats?
Yep.
You gave that up, too.
I certainly did.
Yes, you're a wonderful husband, George. I was lucky to get you. In fact, I guess I'm one person who was lucky at cards and lucky in love, too.
Really?
Yes. Whether it was poker or marriage, I got the pot.
Thanks, kid.
Oh, I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I meant that you're a prize, not that you have a pot.
I see.
I love you, darling, and I'd love you just as much if you didn't have one.
Thanks again.
Do you love me as much as I love you?
Of course I do.
Well, I'd like to hear you say, darling, I love you.
Okay. Darling,
Who likes to hear those things, you know?
All right. Darling,
you can't just take them for granted.
Okay.
I want to hear you say that you love me.
Darling.
Just 4 little words.
Darling.
But it means so much to us, Bill.
Darling.
You're sentimental.
Gracie.
Yes?
Darling, I love you.
Oh, now, you see, that wasn't hard, was it? Say it again.
Darling,
Who likes to hear those things, you know?
I'll try it again tomorrow. Yes.
Oh, good morning, folks.
Oh, good morning, Meredith. Meredith, do you realize that George and I have been happily married for 11 years now?
11 years? Gosh, have you been married that long, Gracie?
Yes, I have, Meredith. 11 years. Half my life.
Gracie, you were not 11 when you married me. If you were under 18, you would have needed your mother's consent. And believe me, that we didn't have.
Did your mother dislike George, Gracie?
Well, I wouldn't say she disliked him. I'd say she sort of despised him.
The feeling was mutual.
You know that place in the wedding ceremony where the man says, if anyone can show cause why these two should not be married, let him speak now?
Yes.
Well, Mama got up and filibustered.
But we've been very, very happy, Meredith. Why don't you get married?
Me? Oh, I guess I will someday if the right girl ever proposes to me.
It's up to you to do the proposing. Haven't you ever been in love?
Oh, yes, George. I had quite a case on a girl once. She played the harp in my orchestra. Fine musician.
You liked her, huh?
Very much. Her cadenzas were remarkable.
Well, I guess there's nothing like a girl with remarkable cadenzas.
Unless
one that sings baritone.
Meredith, what happened with you and this girl?
Well, we used to get in my coupe and drive up on Lookout Mountain. And, well, if I may use an overworked expression, we made beautiful music together.
Oh? Well, why did you break up?
It just got to be too much work getting that harp in and out of the coupe.
Meredith, you're a ball of fire. Look, why didn't you drive up on Lookout Mountain without the harp?
That was all she could play.
Oh, Meredith, you really should find a girl and propose. To show you how wonderful married life is, look at George and me. 11 years without a single quarrel.
Well, we had one little quarrel once, didn't amount to anything.
No, I don't believe we've ever quarreled, dear.
Well, I think we have, darling, a little tiny quarrel.
No, precious, we haven't.
But I remember it was
George,
nothing.
we have never quarreled.
But I remember you fussing at me.
I have never raised my voice to you, but never. Well, answer me, have I?
Well,
Well, don't you dare talk back to me.
talk back to you if I want to.
Oh, no, you won't. Now apologize.
All right, I apologize.
Admit I was right.
You were right, you were right.
Oh, you see, Meredith, I was right. 11 years without a single quarrel.
That's remarkable.
Come in. Hi, Burnses. Well, hello, Meredith.
Hi, Bill.
How are you? What's
Well,
new?
Congratulations are in order, Bill. George and I have stayed happily married in Hollywood for 11 years.
Well, congratulations,
Thanks.
Gracie. 11 years. Gracie, let me look at you. You know, it just doesn't seem possible that you've been married that long. And George, let me look at you. Only 11 years, huh?
Never mind, comedian. You're another guy who ought to be thinking seriously of marriage.
Who, me?
Yeah, he's right, Bill. You and Meredith should get married.
You think we'd be happy?
You know what she meant. Get yourselves wives. Marriage is the healthy, happy state of living.
Happy?
It's really hippie.
Yeah.
You have to be happy.
Yeah. Now, suppose Anthony never married Cleopatra. Suppose Romeo had never married Juliet.
They didn't.
You see? And they're all dead.
Gracie, you're wasting your time. Marriage just doesn't appeal to me.
Oh, but Bill, you're so popular. Well, you could marry dozens of girls.
Really? Dozens? It's beginning to appeal to me.
Take it from me, Bill. You'll find one wife makes plenty to support.
Well, I guess you're right, George. One wife certainly makes plenty to support you.
I'm going in the den and read the paper. See you later, comic.
Okay, straight man.
Oh, Bill, now you've upset him. If he isn't happy by 1 o'clock, we'll lose the contest.
What contest?
Well, George doesn't know it, but we're in the finals of Hollywood's Happy Marriage Contest.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Gracie. I didn't know.
Well, I've just got to get him in a gay mood by 1 o'clock. Oh, I know. I'll go in and entertain him. Excuse me, Bill. George,
What?
want to see a card trick?
No.
Well, watch my hands very carefully. Now you see the ace of spades. Now you don't. Now the ace of spades. Now you don't. Now you see the ace of spades.
Wait a minute.
Now you don't.
Wait a minute. Hold it. I never did see the ace of spades.
Oh, well, I haven't learned how to do it with the cards yet.
This is great. This is great.
Wasn't that an amusing trick? Are you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Oh. Well, here's a joke I heard on the bus yesterday. A man came home and found his wife sitting in the bathtub with no water in it. So he said, "Honey, there's no water in the tub." And she said, "I know it."
That's the joke you heard on the bus?
Uh-huh.
That's the whole joke?
Yeah, well, George, you're not laughing.
Is that the entire joke?
Well, there must have been more, but I had to get off at 3rd and Vermont.
Gracie.
Are you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Oh, George, you're very difficult. I'll try another card trick. Think of a card.
Oh, no. Ace of spades.
It's Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Say, Meredith, when I heard you rehearse that tune you're playing, I thought what a lot of pleasure it's bound to give many people.
Well, Bill, On the Oregon Trail is not only pleasant listening, but it must recall for a great many families legends and stories of an important part of our early American scene.
Yes, for tales have been passed from generation to generation about how the ox teams plodded through that country of scenic wonder. And you know, you can follow that trail today. If you do, you'll touch places that bear wonderful names. Listen to some of them. Independence Rock, Devil's Gate, Sweetwater River, Wind River Mountains, the Valley of the Bear. Names significant to our American scene. And I can't help thinking, too, that in so many homes today, there's another name that's become a part of our American way of life. Maxwell House, a coffee of true distinction. For in this nation of coffee lovers, Maxwell House is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand. You see, Maxwell House experts skillfully blend these choice Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The result is coffee so full-flavored and richly delicious that north, east, south, and west, the name Maxwell House is synonymous with the phrase, good to the last drop.
Oh, Meredith, George and I will never win the happy marriage contest. Look at the time, 12:30. That woman will be here at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I know it.
And George still isn't happy. When she sees him, the Galens are bound to get the award.
I sure wish we could think of some way to cheer him up.
Well, think, Meredith, think.
Thinking.
What was George doing the last time you saw him really happy and enjoying himself?
Well, let me see. I guess he was watching that burlesque show he took me to.
No, I'm afraid I couldn't do that. The house is too cold. What else does George like to do?
Well, he loves to discuss politics. He's always...
Politics, of course. A good, intelligent political discussion will make him happy. Excuse me, Meredith. George?
Yes, dear?
How do you feel about Coolidge?
Coolidge.
Do you think he'll be elected president this year?
Don't think he's got a chance.
How about William Jennings Bryan?
Well, he's got as good a chance as Coolidge.
Just hope a Republican doesn't get in again. It's time the Democrats had a chance.
Yes, they've really been pushed around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How do you feel about South America?
How do you feel about it?
I say leave it where it is.
Yeah, let's not move it. It's heavy.
Now, take inflation. How about that?
Inflation?
Yeah.
You tell me.
Well, I don't think we should keep it a secret just because we invented it first. We should share it with all the United Nations.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. And now let's take Congress. They're meeting, you know.
I know. Yes. I got a meeting, yes.
Some people want a long Congress, and some people want a short Congress.
And you?
Well, a lot of people are against the short Congress, but I say if Mr. LaGuardia wants to run, his size shouldn't keep him out.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. And then take the poll tax. I'm against it.
You are?
Oh, yes.
That's interesting.
We're all Americans. Why should people pay a special tax because they came from Poland?
Good argument.
Yes. Now, what shall I take next?
A powder right out that door.
This talk about politics hasn't made you happy?
No.
Why not?
I'm worried about Coolidge's chances.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, run along and let me brood about it.
Oh, yes, dear.
Oh, poor Cal.
Well, did it make him happy, Gracie?
No, and I can't understand it. He hangs on Gabriel Heater's every word, and I'm much more attractive. Oh, excuse me, Meredith.
Good day, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
I detect a note of sadness in your voice, and you're usually gay and carefree like me.
Well, I have a problem. My husband is unhappy, and we're entered in the happy marriage contest.
Oh, is there a happy marriage contest?
Yeah, didn't you and your wife enter? Oh, I forgot. I guess your marriage would never win a prize.
Not unless I entered my wife in the Golden Gloves.
Does she still strike you?
Mrs. Burns, 20 years ago, I asked for her hand, and she's been giving it to me ever since.
Well, into each life, some rain must fall.
Yes, but my wife shouldn't happen even in California. I guess you and I are both married to cloudbursts.
Oh, no. George isn't that bad. He's just an occasional drip.
Well, compared to me, your husband should be as happy as a lark.
Say, that's an idea. Maybe if you tell George how miserable you are, he'll see how much reason he has to be happy.
Bring him on. I'll fill his little heart with joy. And then my wife hit me with the electric iron, tied my hands and feet, and flung me down the basement where I lay for 4 days. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, George, how do you feel now? Are you happy?
Happy? How can I be happy when that poor little man is so miserable?
But, dear...
He made me feel terrible. I'm going in the den.
Meredith. Now I've got to start all over over again and make him happy.
Yeah, and that woman will be here in 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's see now. I know how Clara Bagley made her husband happy recently, but I wouldn't have time for that.
What did she do?
She had a baby.
No, I guess that's impractical. It would be a lot easier to make George happy if he wasn't the worrying type.
Meredith, I believe you've got it. He'll be much happier if I do all the worrying for both of us.
He sure ought to be.
Well, I'll stop his worries right now. George?
What?
From now on, I don't want you to do any worrying.
Well, fine.
I'll do it for both of us.
Good.
So don't worry about the postman. Don't worry about your electric razor. Don't worry about...
Wait a minute. What happened to my electric razor?
Oh, it got kind of clogged up when I peeled the carrots with it.
You peeled carrots with my electric razor?
Don't
the
worry
new one
about...
that I just got?
Don't worry. From now on, I'm worrying about everything. The fender on the car, too.
Fender on the car?
Yeah, well, I sort of ran into the rear end of Mr. Connor's milk truck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but don't you worry about it. I'm handling all the worrying. Now, you happy?
No, I'm not happy.
Still brooding about Coolidge,
Yeah,
huh?
about Coolidge. Now, get out of here.
Well, Meredith, Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie. I came back to see if you'd won the happy marriage contest.
Well, not yet, and we haven't a chance unless George cheers up.
Oh, the little man is still unhappy, huh?
Oh, Bill, you ought to see him. He doesn't look like himself.
And you're complaining?
What can I do? That woman will be here to observe us in 5 minutes.
Well, you just leave him to me, Gracie. I've got a letter here that ought to do the trick.
Oh, good, Bill. He's right in there in the den.
Oh, come on, George. Cheer up. Wait till you hear this letter from the sponsor. Wait till you hear the nice thing he said about you.
About me?
Mm-hmm.
From the sponsor?
Yeah.
Well, read it, Bill. What does he say?
Well, I'll read some excerpts, huh?
Good.
Now, get this. The Maxwell House Coffee people are proud and happy to have as their star a man whose charm and talent are on a par with the quality of their product.
Wow.
Now, that really means something because Maxwell House Coffee is tops.
I know. Read some more.
It's appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow.
Read the letter. Read some more.
Maxwell House's coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
Read some more.
That's why more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
The letter, Bill. What else does the sponsor say?
Well, now get this closing.
Yes.
And it is our fervent hope that this talented and brilliant man will still be with us 5, 10, or even 20 years from now.
Boy.
Because it has indeed been a pleasure to sponsor radio's brightest personality, Bill Goodwin.
Bill Goodwin.
Yes.
Let me see where it says that.
Right here.
I thought you said the sponsor said something nice about me.
Well, I was coming to that, George. P.S. Tell Gracie's husband we liked his Christmas card.
That's nice.
Wasn't that a nice thing for him to say? Aren't you thrilled?
I'm a mass of quivering goose flesh.
Well, then don't act so miserable. Smile. Be happy.
What have I got to be happy about?
What have you got? Well, look at you. You've got a... Boy, you got a right to be miserable.
Say, Bill, did you fix it? Is he any happier?
Well, I'm afraid not, Gracie. We were going along fine till the subject of George Burns came up. Now we're both depressed. I'm sorry.
Wow, he was a big help. We've got 2 minutes to go. What can we do, Meredith?
You know, Gracie, I might be able to make George happy.
Yeah, how?
Well, I'm a musician, and music hath charms.
It hath?
Yes. I meant to say sure. Suppose I take my flute in there and play him a solo.
Oh, wonderful.
Shall I play him something by Chopin or something by Humperdinck?
Oh, Humperdinck, by all means. The man who was willing to live with that name must have been happy.
Chopin sounds awfully pretty on a flute.
No, play Humperdinck.
Okay, Gracie. Humperdinck it is. You wait right here.
Well, what do you want?
Ouch.
Meredith, what happened?
I knew I should have played Chopin.
It's too late now. Here comes the woman up the walk. Well, maybe I can bluff this thing through if she doesn't see George. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns.
Hello.
Is this your husband?
Oh, no. My husband, my happy husband is in bed.
In bed?
Yes, he's so happy he laughed himself sick. All we do around here is just laugh, laugh, laugh. Well, let's have the award, huh?
Can't I have any peace in this house? Stop all this cackling. Now, quiet.
So this is Laughing Boy.
Who's this old bat?
Doesn't he say the funniest things? That's my happy husband.
Yeah, he's a scream. Well, on behalf of my newspaper, here's the award for being the happiest couple in Hollywood.
You're giving it to us?
I've got to.
But I thought you'd give it to the Galens.
I'm not going to chase him to Reno just for that. Goodbye.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I'm sorry I lost my temper. I guess we really are the happiest couple in Hollywood.
Well, sure we are. And that's because you're the boss and I do whatever you say.
Oh, I'm not the boss.
Oh, yes, you are, dear.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, really, I'm...
George, I'm running this house, and when I say you're the boss, you're the boss.
I lost my head. Just call me bossy.
Oh, that's good. Good night.
Stay tuned to this station because Dinah Shore's open house is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Jack Carson.
Oh, goody, goody Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jello's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jello twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jello pudding or of Jello and you know it's the one and only Jello.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
McDonald's. It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's.
Good time for the great taste of McDonald's.
Thank you, Aunt Martha. No, not believable. Try. Thanks. Joe, pretend she just gave you a sundae. But she gives me stuff like this. Try again.
Hey, kids, look who's here.
Thank you, Aunt Martha.
You're welcome.
This Christmas, give something kids love. McDonald's gift certificates, just 50 cents each or 10 for $5.
It is a sundae.
It's a good time for the great taste. Joe, say thank you. Of McDonald's.
I forgot.
A double pleasure's waiting for you. A double pleasure from Double Mint Gum. A double great feeling, making you realize Double Mint's the one for you. Double fresh, double smooth, double delicious to chew. A double pleasure is waiting for you. Double Mint Gum. A double pleasure is waiting for you. Double Mint Gum.
A woman pretending to be a man, pretending to be a woman? It's Blake Edwards' star-studded smash comedy, Victor Victoria, with James Garner and Julie Andrews tonight. Mary's back, meeting new people.
A hooker, and a fine one you are, I'm sure.
Tackling a new career.
What do I do for privacy?
Go home at night. Wednesday.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now, the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Old Folks at Home. Listen, all Green Hornet fans. Here's a wonderful new gift offer. Right now, you can get a swell-looking Model City that looks just like a real city. And you get Model City without sending in a single penny. That's right, there's nothing to send in to get Model City. Be sure to listen later in tonight's program when I'll give you all the details of this exciting gift offer. Gunnigan, the city editor of the Daily Sentinel, had called Ed Lowry, his ace reporter, to the desk.
Lowry, I tell you, where there's so much smoke, there's got to be some fire. I'm talking about that Green Tree Mental Hospital out in the suburbs.
Didn't you send a couple of the boys out there last week?
Their reports were the same as all the others. They talked to the superintendent, and everything is just fine and dandy. Peaches and cream.
The superintendent should know. Meagle's been out there for 10 years.
If we'd only had 1 or 2 letters from the inmates, I wouldn't think much of it. But, Larry, that's not the case. There have been dozens of reports from various sources about crowding. People confined out there who should have been discharged a long time ago. Poor food, inadequate heat. Here, you can look the letters over and see for yourself.
All these?
Yeah.
But where's the hospital board? Didn't the county make an investigation?
Yeah, but Meagle was prepared for it. Now, Larry, I want you to go out to Green Tree and try to slip through a rear gate. Get to some of the inmates. Don't let Meagle know you're there. I've got a hunch that Meagle is running some kind of razzle-dazzle.
Okay, Gunnigan. I'll see what I can do.
You'll have to watch yourself. Meagle owns some watchdogs. Better take someone with you.
I'll take Mike Axford. He can amuse the dogs while I see if I learn a few things from the inmates. Hey, the dogs.
Nice doggy. Nice doggy. Now take it easy.
Quiet, quiet. It's all right, strangers. Don't be afraid of them dogs. I got 'em in hand.
Haul 'em off.
Quiet, Ed. Quiet, quiet. Please, here.
They look vicious.
They don't take to strangers none. Say, you're not supposed to use that gate, mister. Now, if you and your friend went around the front...
Those your dogs?
Oh, no, sir. They're Mr. Meagle's. And right smart dogs they are, too.
What's your name?
Me? Well, my name's Peasley.
You work here, huh?
Well, you might say so. I putter around the grounds. Most times take care of Mr. Meagle's dogs.
You, like dogs?
Oh, yeah. I like 'em better than I do washing dishes or working in the laundry. My partner works in the laundry, so he has to sleep daytime.
What do you mean, your partner?
Oh, he's the one that uses the bed daytimes. You see, I sleep nights. He sleeps days.
Suffering snake. I bet the laundry is just about the toughest job there is, huh?
Oh, no, sir. The hardest work is in the basement and the furnace room. In the kitchen it's hard, too. I guess scrubbing floors is harder than the laundry.
Look, do you guys have to do all them kind of jobs?
It's better than working outside of these grounds. What I mean to say is, if I left the Green Tree Hospital, a man my age would find it hard to get along.
Yeah, sure. Sure thing. I suppose you make good money, too.
Oh, yes, sir.
And no expenses. You must have a nice little bank account by this time.
Yes, I guess I have. Mr. Meagle is holding it for me. But you better get along that path to the office and talk to Mr. Meagle.
Is that Meagle coming this way?
Oh. Yes, it is. Oh, he won't like it, me talking to you like this.
Why were the dogs barking? Who are you?
The name is Lowry, and this is Mike Axford. You're Mr. Meagle?
I am.
Mr. Meagle, sir.
Take the dogs to the house. I'll see you later, Peasley.
Yes, sir. I'll take them right away. Come on, Ned. Come on, Frank.
We're reporters from the Sentinel.
Reporters? Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let me show you around the hospital. I'm proud of it.
I've been here for 10 years, Mr. Lowry, and I've never seen any overcrowding. I think it's mean, the things the papers have said about Mr. Meagle.
Ah, Granny's my sweetheart, aren't you, Granny?
Oh, Mr. Meagle.
This is a pretty nice room you have here, Granny. Don't you have to share it with someone?
Oh, no, sir.
Come with me, gentlemen. You can talk to some of the other inmates.
I've been here for a good long time. I can remember it before Mr. Meagle came.
I'll bet you didn't get the chance to work under the old superintendent.
Oh, no, sirree.
Work? What are you going to do with all the money you earn?
Oh, I'm saving it. Yes, sirree, I'm saving it.
Come, gentlemen, I'll show you the rest of the institution. I try to keep the inmates busy, you see. Some of the poor old fools have the delusion that they actually earn their keep.
Some of them seem quite sane.
Those to whom you've talked, yes. You understand, of course, why I can't take you to all of the rooms.
There's your report, Gunnigan, and my personal opinion goes with it.
Red Ray don't want your personal opinion.
Well, it's there anyway. What we saw at Green Tree looked first rate. But Gunnigan, the people we talked to were picked customers. Old Peasley's the only one that gave us straight talk, and he let the cat out of the bag.
Larry, that's nothing but your own supposition.
Yeah? Well, you read between the lines of the things Peasley said. Meagle's up to some funny business at the Green Tree place, and it's there, Gunnigan. Right there in my article. Between the lines.
Miss Case, did you see this story? Lowry's opinion of the Green Tree Mental Hospital?
Yes, I did, Mr. Reed.
Well, there's a hint that people sleep in shifts. That some inmates who should have been discharged a long time ago are kept on to do work that outsiders should be hired to do.
And here, Mr. Reed's another story that Lowry turned in. Did you see this one?
No.
Well, here, a man named Gilchrist died at the hospital and left his entire savings to Meagle. It was only $1,200, but
Where did he get that much money?
He saved it. He worked at the hospital.
Worked there, eh? And lived at the hospital while he was working. In this case, the county provides for hiring professional help to do all the essential work. Cooks, cleaning women, janitors, and so forth. There's no provision to pay the inmates for what they do.
What do you make of it, Mr. Reed?
Do you suppose Meagle keeps people who should be discharged as cured and provides them with living quarters while they do jobs that should go to outsiders?
Gosh, that would cause some overcrowding, wouldn't it?
I wonder if there were other appreciative employees who left an inheritance to Meagle. Miss Case, go to the morgue and dig up all you can about inmates at Green Tree. Then get Axford and Lowry in here. We're going to ask some questions in connection with this article.
Britt Reed learned what he could that afternoon. That evening, he conferred with Cato, his faithful valet, and the only living person who knew that the young publisher was also the Green Hornet.
Cato, there've been investigations at the Green Tree Hospital, but they can't get reports from anyone about Meagle.
No, sir.
I want to talk to an old man named Peasley. He looks after Meagle's dogs.
Well, newspaper says those dogs very, very dangerous.
Yes. Wouldn't it be ironic if the dogs did what the police have been unable to do?
Well, what is that?
Get the Green Hornet.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt, Reed, and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Peasley, you gabby old fool, look at this story in the Sentinel. You knew the rule about talking to strangers, especially reporters.
Well, I couldn't help it, sir. I didn't see them come in. They come in the small gate. They was inside before
You had it easy here. But from now on, you meddling old fool, you'll see how tough this place can really be.
No, Mr. Meagle, please.
Shut up. Come with me. I'll teach you and the rest what it means to disobey. Laundry's a place for
Laundry?
you.
No, Mr. Meagle. Please, I couldn't stand that work. You know what the doctor said about my
Come
heart.
on.
Please, don't do it. Just let me leave here. Let me go
Come on,
away.
you old fool.
Let go. What?
Don't let him hurt me. Oh, don't, please.
Meagle, get away from that man.
What? You're masked.
What does this mean? Who are you? You'd better get out of here before I sick the dogs on you. Peasley, open that door.
But
go on, let the dogs in here. Do as I say.
Mr. Meagle, I've seen pictures of that mask. He's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet.
That's right, Meagle.
All the more reason. Get the dogs.
Save yourself the trouble. I've already given those dogs a shot of gas from this gun. They'll sleep till I get out of here.
Why, you...
Now, your name is Peasley, eh?
Yes.
Now, what was he going to do with you?
Shut your mouth or you'll wish you never had a tongue.
Yes, sir. I won't say nothing, Mr. Meagle.
Got you bluffed, huh? Don't be afraid to talk, Peasley.
Well, he was going to...
That doddering old fool is crazy. You can't believe anything he said.
Shut up, Meagle. Go ahead, Peasley. What was he going to do?
The laundry. That's where I was going.
Laundry?
I can't stand that work. The hot steam, no windows.
He's crazy. Now, Hornet, if you'll tell me why you came here.
You're in trouble, Meagle. The Sentinel's asked a lot of questions. I'm going to help you out.
You help me?
Oh, you'll pay for it.
I don't want your help. I'll show you.
A gun. You fired too fast.
Yeah, you...
After this, aim before you fire. So the head of the Green Tree Hospital has a gun, huh?
You shot him.
He'll recover. Now listen to me.
But he's dead.
He's not dead. He'll recover just as the dogs will. Now, Peasley, you're leaving this place with me.
But
Don't be afraid. I want you to tell me all you know about the way Meagle has been running this hospital.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Attention, boys and girls. Here's a terrific gift offer. You can get a big, exciting model city without sending in one single penny. It's true. This model city looks so much like a real city, it's amazing. There are buildings, houses, garages, automobiles, trucks, storage sheds, awnings. Just about everything you see in a true-life city. You can have all the fun of building it, too, one model after another, until you have a whole city. Can you imagine getting anything as terrific as this without sending in a single penny? Well, you can. There's no money, no box tops, no coupons, absolutely nothing to send in. And there's no waiting. You can get Model City tomorrow right at your favorite grocery store. It is yours at no extra cost when you buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the assortment of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks in individual packages. Each individual package holds one generous serving of extra fresh cereal, and right on this handy cereal assortment is Model City. Listen, here's just one avenue of Model City. It's Fifth Avenue. First, there's a big modern bus station. Next, the Model City radio store. Then Size Barbecue restaurant. And last, a wonderful modern toy store. All these business buildings are complete. Storage sheds in back and bright awnings in front. Plenty of houses, too, all different styles. 2-story, 1-story, brick, shingle, modern, old-fashioned, even separate garages and automobiles. Just think of the fun you can have when you get Model City complete. Why, you can rearrange the buildings to make all sorts of towns. Make a western town to play cowboy and Indian. And all the time you're building, you can play architect or city planner. Model City's easy to build, too. Many slots pre-cut. What's more, you don't need any paste or glue. Simply cut out and assemble. Hurry to your grocer. Buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray. The assortment of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. 10 individual packages in all. Model City comes right on the Betty Crocker cereal tray. There's nothing extra to buy, no box tops, no coupons, nothing to send in. The minute you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, you'll get Model City. So hurry. Get this handy cereal assortment, and on it, get Model City tomorrow. Now to continue our story. Britt Reed was in his office at the Daily Sentinel much earlier than usual on the morning after the Green Hornet appeared at the Green Tree Hospital. His secretary, Gunnigan, and Lowry were with him.
Where's Oxford?
He's covering police headquarters.
Did the police learn anything?
Boss, the police only know what Meagle tells them.
Lowry, I understand that old man you and Oxford talked to was with Meagle when the Hornet called last night.
That's what Meagle told the police.
Oh, haven't the police talked to Peasley?
Meagle won't let anyone see him, or any other inmates.
Oh, Peasley's a witness, isn't he?
Yeah, but, boss...
Then go and see him. Get his story. Get an order from the district attorney if you have to. But find Peasley and see if he can add anything to what Meagle reported.
What's back of the move, boss?
Well, the Hornet must have had some reason for calling on Meagle.
Obviously.
Meagle won't tell what it is. Maybe Peasley knows.
Boss, maybe you got something there. I'll get going right away. I'll pick up Oxford at headquarters and take him along.
Ed Lowry and Mike Axford were surprised to find Meagle quite agreeable. The superintendent of the hospital wore an expression of sorrow when he was asked about old Mr. Peasley.
I've already called the police to report what I found. Please come with me. I'll show you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
He led the way across the vast expanse of grounds toward a section of swampy action where the earth was soft and soggy. Men from police headquarters were examining footprints.
This is the quicksand bog. I pointed it out to you men yesterday.
Hey, there's Martin from headquarters. Hey, Martin.
Oh, hello, Oxford. We're studying footprints. They come from the direction of the hospital. There were 2 men here, and one of them might have been Peasley.
Suffering snakes.
We better stop here.
What did you learn, Martin?
There was quite a struggle here at the edge of the quicksand.
Yeah?
And only one set of tracks go away from the quicksand.
Oh, golly. That must have been the Hornet.
Here's a hat we found, Mr. Meagle.
Yes, it's Peasley.
Oh.
The Hornet threw the old guy into the quicksand. That's what happened. If them's the Hornet's footprints, maybe we got something.
Looks like Peasley's dead.
Meagle, did Peasley leave anything?
I believe he did. There was some cash, his savings, of course, and a couple of sealed envelopes. One of them may be his last will and testament. I'll go through his belongings at the proper time and with proper witnesses.
Well, count us as a couple of witnesses. I want my paper to be in on it.
By golly, Lowry, I tell you...
I got Britt reading the phone. Hello, boss. You told me to call back as soon as Meagle opened the envelope that Peasley lost.
Was there anything important in it, Lowry?
Peasley left $2,000 in a will, naming Meagle as the sole heir.
You saw the will?
Meagle's right here beside me, holding it in his hand. A couple of boys from headquarters were witnesses when it was opened.
Lowry, listen to me. I want this exclusive. Bring Meagle to my office.
Your office, boss? But it'll be 9 o'clock tonight by the time we get there.
I'll be waiting. Tell him anything, but get him here.
Right, boss.
What'd he say, Lowry?
Wait a minute, Axford. Mr. Meagle, Britt Reed wants us to take you to his office.
Well, I don't know.
There might be something in it for you if the Daily Sentinel gets an exclusive story.
It was a little later when Britt Reed called Cato on the private phone in his office.
Cato, listen carefully. Things are going according to plan. Meagle will be in my office around 9. Now, you'll have to drive the Black Beauty and be sure to keep his nibs blindfolded. Station yourself so you can watch my office window. When you see the ceiling light in my office go on, you know what to do. That's right.
Hey, Reed. Laurie's here with Meagle.
I'll bring him in, Gunnigan.
Come on in. You'd better stay at your desk, Miss Case. Yes, sir.
Right in there, Meagle. This is Mr. Reed.
How do you do?
Delighted to know you, Mr. Reed.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Switch on the ceiling light, will you, Lowry? Oh, and close the door.
Right, boss.
Thanks. Oh, where's Axford?
Oh, he's with his police pals, boss, being later.
Well, Mr. Reed, I understand you want a human interest story from me.
What?
Well, that's what Mr. Lowry said. Something about bread cast upon the waters. The aged man who made me his heir out of gratitude.
Is that will going to stand in court?
Oh, yes, of course. You see, not all of the inmates are mental cases. Peasley was of sound mind when he made his will.
How did he accumulate so much money?
Oh, small jobs here and there.
Meagle, I've checked with the probate court. You've inherited quite a bit from inmates in the last few years. In fact, it's close to $20,000.
Oh, nothing like that.
The figures are on record. Now, you say the inmates earned that money doing odd jobs. Who does the heavy work?
Why, what do you mean?
Cooking, cleaning, washing, tending furnace. I understand that people are supposed to be hired from the outside for those jobs.
Now, see here, Reed, I don't like your tone.
Meagle, frankly, I think you're a crook.
What?
Now, here's how it looks to me. When inmates were cured and should have been discharged, you kept them on at the hospital and continued to collect from the county for their care and treatment.
Sir, that's an outrage.
That's not all. You had them do work that outsiders should have been hired for, and you kept the cash that should have been paid. Just to keep the records clear, you showed a payroll, but you made sure the money came back to you. To accommodate these people, you made them sleep in shifts.
You don't dare make such charges. You can't prove them. You
when
have
anyone visits the hospital, he sees only what you want him to see, and talks to people who are instructed what to say.
I've had about enough of this.
Excuse me. Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, Axford's here with a man who came from the Green Hornet.
What?
Well, I don't know who he is, but
Hey, Reed!
Well, never mind, Miss Case. He's in.
Reed, look who I got. It's Peasley.
He was dead.
Like funny is.
How did you get him?
I was in front of the building when he was let out of the car of the Green Hornet.
What? Did you just happen to be there?
Yeah, I was on the way from the cops' headquarters.
That's more than I expected.
Huh?
Peasley, where have you been?
Yes, Peasley, where have you been?
Well, last night the Green Hornet took me away from the hospital. He took me to the town of Ferndale, told me to get a room in the hotel with some money he gave me. Stay there till he called me.
And you've been there ever since?
Oh, yes, sir. I didn't dare disobey the Green Hornet.
Then what?
Well, he called this evening and told me to go to the crossroads at the edge of town, where I'd be picked up and brought to the city. He said I should report to Mr. Britt Reed at the Sentinel.
Did the Green Hornet pick you up?
Oh, I guess it was a Green Hornet. It was the same car. He wore the same kind of mask. But he didn't speak none. He just motioned for me to get into the car, then let me out in front of this building.
And by golly, I came along just as he was getting out of the car. It never came to my mind it was the Hornet's car until after I talked to Peasley.
Well, I'm Britt Reed. Did the Green Hornet tell you why you were to see me?
Yes, sir. He said I should tell you that your paper was all wrong.
All wrong?
Well, sir, the Sentinel said that I had been murdered by the Hornet.
We didn't make a flat statement. We said that the police believed you were murdered.
Yes, sir, but I wasn't.
How about the fight you and the Hornet had near the quicksand?
I didn't have no fight. I wasn't even near the quicksand.
We followed your tracks.
Gosh, guess that must be it.
What?
Before the Green Hornet drove away with me, he tied me up and blindfolded me. Left me in the car for a few minutes while he and his friend went somewhere after borrowing my shoes.
Why, well, of all... Green Hornet must have wanted the police to think you were dead.
Maybe you know something about it, Meagle.
I?
Yes. Did you arrange for the Green Hornet to kill Peasley?
No, of course not. Why should I do anything like that?
Perhaps for the inheritance. Mr. Meagle was telling us, Peasley, how you'd made a will, leaving your savings to him.
What's that?
Well,
My savings was left to my second cousin. Lives in Omaha. I didn't leave a nickel to Meagle.
You didn't? But we saw the will.
Now, wait, gentlemen, listen. There's a mistake, and
There's
I
a
can
mistake, Meagle, and I guess you made it.
Hey, boss, let me ask one question. Tell me this, Peasley. Was most of the work around the place done by the people who live there?
Oh, yes, sir.
That's it. Meagle Britt Reed was right. Instead of spending your budget to hire professional help, you made the inmates do the work. You paid them enough to keep them quiet, but you hung onto the cash for them. You probably pocketed over half the cash you were allowed to spend for help.
No, listen.
Shut
wait.
up, I'm talking. You wouldn't even let those old folks keep what they'd earned or pass it on after they died. You got them to make out a will, but that didn't mean a thing. You forged a different will so the old folks' dough would come to you.
Let me out of here. You can't talk like that. You can't...
Sit down.
I won't. Let me out. Now stand back, all of you.
Hey!
Now shoot the first man who gets in my way.
Put that down.
Here's where I shine!
Good work, Axford.
By golly, that'll hold him.
How do you like it, boss? Didn't I call the turn? If Meagle hadn't been guilty of sin, he wouldn't have used a gun to try to get away.
You deduced part of it, Lowry. But by golly, I bet I've got the rest of it figured out. You're doggone right. The Green Hornet was in the racket with Meagle. Maybe he was to bump off some of those old folks like Peasley, only there was an argument. Maybe Meagle double-crossed the Hornet, and the Hornets wanted him exposed.
Well, he sure exposed him. Oh, brother, with this as an entering wedge, what an investigation we can start.
Well, don't forget we're running a newspaper. Get the photographers in here while Meagle's unconscious on the floor.
Right, boss. Get going, Axford. And Lowry, start writing. Don't sit there staring. Get going. This is a newspaper, and we just made a page one spread. Let's handle it.
Well, everything worked out very well, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Cato. From now on, things will be different at the Green Tree Hospital. And Meagle will be an inmate at another kind of institution.
Oh, yes, sir.
By the way, did you dispose of the shoes I wore when I made those tracks to the quicksand?
Oh, yes, sir. They're destroyed.
You know, when I carried you away from there, I noticed you were exceptionally light. You know, I'm afraid you're working too hard. You're underweight.
Oh, the Sentinel Extra is on the streets.
I know the story, Cato. I guess I can go to bed.
Sentinel Extra, Fibber, expose at Green Tree Hospital. Superintendent admits forgery. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel Extra, Fibber.
Boys and girls, be sure to take advantage of the Betty Crocker cereal tray big gift offer. Get your model city that looks just like a real city without sending in a penny. Just go to your grocer's, ask for the new Betty Crocker cereal tray, the assortment of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks in individual packages. Each individual package holds a generous serving of extra fresh cereal. Hurry, get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and get Model City tomorrow. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Special offer. Cheerios now offers you not one, not two, not three, but actually 4 wonderful Walt Disney pocket-sized comic books. All 4 for only 10 cents and 1 Cheerios box top. Each book 32 pages thick. You get 128 pages in all brand new stories. This amazing offer yours only on big regular-sized packages of Cheerios. Get the big regular-sized package of Cheerios tomorrow and send for your 4 Walt Disney pocket-sized comic books today. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. And for other exciting adventures of the Green Hornet, read the Green Hornet comic magazine, now on sale at your newsstand. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
That cool, refreshing feeling of Wrigley's spearmint gum puts a sparkle in your eye, a spring in your step, and makes things lots of fun. It's that little lift from Wrigley's spearmint gum. It's that little lift. Come on and get you some. That clean, fresh taste Wrigley's spearmint's got. That little lift that means a lot. It's that little lift from Wrigley's spearmint gum.
These lonely pound puppies need someone to love. Someone who'd love a little puppy love.
For you, Grandma.
Pound puppies are as cuddly as real puppies.
He'll keep you company in the dorm.
They're the perfect way to say I love you for birthdays, holidays, or any day. Pound puppies, so soft and adorably lonely. Sometimes the hardest thing about giving them.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Is giving them up.
Pound puppy, you're my one and only puppy love.
90 days famous cash, you look around, you get your best price, then you come to Doc Bronk and I'll beat it. These prices so low, somebody ought to be slapped. It's not my hand.
This morning, in communities all over Oklahoma, people are making calls on special phones. Phones that enable people who cannot hear to be heard. Southwestern Bell Telephone has a free telehealth booklet that helps inform the disabled about products and services like these. Now, while a phone call may sound pretty simple to most of us, to someone who can't hear, it can sound very special. At Southwestern Bell Telephone, we're here to help.
My mom is so upset. She found out that her special Italian turnover, Pizza Hut's now got one for lunch, too. Calizza, they call it. How they got the recipe, I don't know. Maybe my cousin Angelo gave it to him. It's got sausage and green peppers, a delicious tomato sauce, even a light crust, just like Mama's. And they serve it in 5 minutes guaranteed.
Calizza Italian turnover at Pizza Hut.
Mama, they might have a Calizza, but you still get me.
8's your place for Heart to Heart, weekdays at 3.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
In the early days of the western United States, the pioneers had to fight Indians and outlaws to protect their lives and property. Even when the frontier became more civilized, gun law still ruled the range country. And it was not until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice that the local sheriffs were able to preserve law and order. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Salina County! Hi-yo, Silver!
The worst reign of terror the district had ever known had come to Salina County. What had started as a minor quarrel between the owners of two great ranches had developed swiftly into a feud, dividing the county into two armed camps. Business in Salina City, the county seat, was paralyzed. Few men dared to ride the open range alone. Fear and hatred had destroyed the normal life of the community, and in the face of this, the law was helpless.
Clay Bowman! Sheriff! Sheriff, come around it! Hi there! Stay where you are! Hey, hold on! Sorry, Sheriff, we can't wait! Come on, boys, let's go! Get up there! Get up! I want a posse to follow them fellas. I'm swearing in everybody here. You ain't swearing me in, Sheriff. I'm staying out of this. Me too.
You want them fellas, Sheriff? Go get him yourself.
You're a bunch of spineless cowards. We're looking out for our help.
And you better tend to Clayton. There he is laying in front of the feed store. Someone must have tipped off the Kindles. He's coming to town today.
A bad hurt, Clayton. Where'd they get you?
My shoulder, Tim. Bullet ranged clean through it.
Clayton, you shouldn't have come to town.
Yeah, was their trick this time, Sheriff. But it'll be our turn next. One day we're going to plant every blasted Kimball 6 feet under. Oh, give me a hand on my feet.
Brought to Salina County by news of the feud raging there, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto entered the district by the North Trail. Suddenly, a band of riders rounded a turn in the trail and...
Silver!
Fella.
It's a masked man with a redskin.
What's your handle, mister?
That's my business.
Yeah? Well, I'm making it mine. I'm Duke Kimball. These here are some of my men.
Yes?
Everybody comes into Salina County is either for us or against us. Which are you?
I'm not against you,
You'd better
and I'm
not.
not for you.
You looking for trouble?
If I am, it seems as though I came to the right place to find it.
I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the way you dress, nor the mask you wear, nor the engine you travel with. Fact is, I don't see nothing about you I like. Now, you want to make something out of that?
Right.
Watch out!
Hey, get up with you!
Let go of me! Pull Duke right off his saddle!
You come in with me! Your men fire, they'll have you for a target. Follow me, Tonto. Get him up, Scout! Come on, Silver! One side, out of the way! One side against Purple!
Stop him, fellas! Make him let go of me! Shoot, you fools! Blast him! We can't! You're in the way!
Come on, old boy! Stay back, or the next shots won't be in the air!
You'll pay for this. You'll pay.
Quiet, hurry, old fellow!
Get him up, Scout! Get him up!
Let go of me. Let me go, I say.
Oh, Scout! There, hey, get down. Maybe this'll teach you a lesson. Go back and join your men. And tell them the next time we meet on the trail to stay out of our way.
I'll tell them to shoot you on sight.
Which is a game two can play at. Come on, boys. Come on, Scout! Silver, away!
I'll get you! I'll get the both of you! Wait, just wait and see if I don't.
That night, Salina County's discouraged sheriff came to a decision. He stepped to the door of his office, opened it, and called outside to his chief deputy.
Ray, come in here.
Want me, Sheriff?
Come inside.
What's up?
I made up my mind to something, Ray, and I want you to be the feller to know it first. Most likely you'll be chosen to fill my boots.
Huh? Fill your boots? What are you talking about? Hey, what are you taking your badge off for?
There she is. I'm resigning.
What?
The job's got too big for me.
or else I just ain't the man to handle it. I've thought it all out. This ain't going to be an easy thing for me to do, but it's all there is to do. I gotta make way for another man.
Sheriff, you can't blame yourself.
Why not? Somebody's to blame, ain't they? I'm the law here, or I'm supposed to be. If I ain't to blame, then who is?
The Kimballs and the Bowmans.
Which same I ought to be able to keep in line.
You're staying in office, Sheriff.
What in blazes?
A masked man.
There's no need to reach for your guns. I'm not an outlaw. Came here to have a little talk with you, Sheriff.
What about?
The feud between the Kimballs and the Bowmans.
Are they taking to hiring gunmen?
I don't know. Are they?
Ain't you one?
I'm not.
And what are you wearing?
I heard part of what was said in here before I came inside. Sheriff, I heard you say that you were resigning. I see that you've taken off your badge. I hope that you'll take it back.
That's funny talk.
Your deputy's right. You can't blame yourself for conditions in your county. When almost everyone has taken sides, there's not enough of the public left to enforce law and order. And without the public behind it, the law can do little.
Sure, that's just the point I was trying to make. But say, why would a masked fella like you talk like that?
I want to help the sheriff.
Help me.
Who's in the right in this fight? Who started it? Who's responsible for keeping it up?
Why, I guess when you come right down to it, both sides started it. You see, old man Kimball got into an argument with Steve Bowman. And after the fur'd quit flying, things was a mess.
Sure, but it's Duke that's made things as bad as they are.
Duke? I believe I met him today.
He's old man Kimball's nephew. The old man's gone, the place will be his.
What's he been doing?
Well, the sheriff don't believe it. But I'm here to say that Duke wants a feud to go on. I don't know why, but it's the only thing that explains some of the things he's done. Well, just last month, we might have got Steve Bowman and old man Kimball to talk things over peaceable if it hadn't been for him. And it was he that started the fighting in town, too. For a while, Salina City was sort of neutral ground, you might say. The fighting was done outside.
I see. Remember what I told you, Sheriff. Stay in office. The situation may get better.
But how do you
You'll learn later on. We ride to the Kimball place, Tonto.
What we do there?
Remember that fellow who tried to cause us trouble on the trail today?
Him bad fella.
And his name's Duke Kimball. Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
Come on! Although Duke acted as his uncle's foreman and lived with him in the great Kimball ranch house, he preferred to spend his time in the company of the crew. That evening, he was talking with them in the bunkhouse, and...
Duke, I ain't asked you yet about that fella you met up with on the trail today, the masked fella. The boy's been telling me he kind of made monkeys out of them.
That won't happen a second time.
He sure savvied how to handle himself.
Who was he? Somebody working for the Bowmans?
I don't know. We never found out.
Most likely wasn't. We'd have heard if he was. Nope, him and the engine are strangers, I reckon. If they got any sense at all, they'll head back where they came from. They'll find getting off to the start they did in Salina County ain't exactly healthy.
Seen your uncle since you was in town?
Was he asking for me?
You might call it that, between cusses. He was right mad.
'Cause we shot Clayt Bowman?
I reckon.
I've got a notion he'd like to find some way to call the whole thing off, Duke. I think it's getting him some worry.
Yeah? Well, we don't call off nothing till every last Bowman's been run out of the county. There's room for just one top outfit here, and it's gonna be us.
Well, here's your chance to tell him how you feel, Duke.
Huh?
He's coming here. I just seen him passing the window.
He don't scare me.
Evening, boys. Duke.
Yeah?
Step out here. I want to talk to you.
Sure. I'll be back before you turn in, fellas. Well?
Why didn't you come to see me when you got back from town?
Huh? What for? Something you wanted me to do?
I want an explanation for what happened there.
You mean Clayt, huh?
I do.
Why, shucks, 'twarn't nothing. None of the boys got hurt.
Johnson rode by this evening. He says Clayt Bowman might die.
Yeah? What of it?
This has gone far enough, Duke. I'll admit I'm to blame in part for all that's happened. I'll admit it was Steve Bowman and me that was the cause of it. But it can't go on. Somehow this fighting's got to be stopped.
Oh, it's to be stopped, is it?
Yes.
How about the fellas drawing Kimball pay that were killed fighting for us? We're to forget 'em? We're to go to the Bowmans and say, well, you murdered friends of ours, but that don't matter. Just pass it off. We ain't holding grudges. Kill some more if you're a mind to. We ain't backing 'em up. Huh. You'd make us out a pack of cowards.
Good men have died on both sides.
There ain't half enough died yet on the other side.
Duke, I'm
Now
telling
wait
you.
till I've finished. Those men in here in the bunkhouse. Expect me to face them and tell them we're coming to terms with the Bowmans and all the fighting they've done is wasted, huh? You tell them that. You tell them that those of them that died for just nothing at all. I dare you. You figure it's just our fight? If you do, you're crazy. It's got to where it's their fight just as much as ours.
Well, I see there's no use talking to you.
You bet there ain't.
You seem to forget I'm the owner here.
Forget? I ain't forgetting nothing. You're doing that. You're forgetting that paying wages don't give you the right to tell men to act like yeller coyotes.
Duke, you're like most of the others around here. You've done so much killing that you've lost the power to see things straight. You've got the whole thing twisted in your mind. All the time, you're getting worse.
I got my own opinion about that.
Well, I'm sorry we can't see things the same way. I'm going back to the house. Better come along pretty quick. And think it over tonight. Maybe tomorrow you see where I'm right. Good night.
Tomorrow won't be no different from today. You fool trying to tell me what to do.
Heard the conversation, Duke. Talked right up to your uncle, didn't you?
Said he didn't scare me, didn't I?
Maybe you better be scared. It might show more sense. He don't have to leave you the ranch, you know.
No? Say, I savvy him like the palm of my hand. He'd no more think of leaving the place to anybody but me than he'd think of shooting himself. That don't worry me none.
So the fighting keeps on, huh?
Till the last Bowman's gone and the Kimball's boss of the county.
Maybe I ain't real smart, Duke. But just what good is it going to do you? Like your uncle said, he's still the owner.
For now.
Huh?
After him, I am.
Well, you got plenty long to wait. He's good for another 30 years anyhow.
Maybe.
Meaning?
Meaning that maybe it won't be so long till I own the place as some folks think.
What do you do?
I've said all I'm gonna. Just think it over.
Maybe you'd better think it over, Duke.
What the...
Who's a run into trouble you didn't expect?
Duke,
it's a masked man.
Come on, Tillman!
He was listening to us.
All right.
And he said I'd run into trouble, huh? Well, let me get my hands on that feller, and anything comes my way won't be a patch on what I'll do to him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was late in the afternoon of the next day that a rider approached the Bowman ranch house by a roundabout route. Keeping the ranch house between himself and the corrals beyond, he finally reined in, dismounted swiftly, and took the steps leading to the front porch two at a time.
Judd, get in here.
Who's around?
Nobody. Jenny's in with Clayton. Anybody see you come here?
I don't think so. I rode up from the south. I only got a minute because Duke will be expecting me at the bunkhouse before dark.
He don't suspicion you're working for me, does he?
Think I'd be alive to tell it if he did? No, I've got him convinced I'm just about his right-hand man.
You got news, you wouldn't have come here. What's up?
Look, Mr. Bowman, Mr. Kimball would like to see this fight stopped.
Well, that don't surprise me. He's no fool.
But it won't, because Duke's got plans of his own.
Yeah?
In the first place, he aims to be top dog around here. He can never be that as long as you and Clayton are in the same county.
He figures he's got to run you out.
Only we don't run.
Well, that ain't all. I got a notion from some things he's hinted that he's scheming something against his uncle besides. I got a notion just as soon as he gets you licked, his uncle ain't going to have long to live.
Get us licked? Why, that
I'm just
dirty...
telling it to you the way he's got it figured. But there's more news still.
Yeah?
He's going to ride here with every man he can get together. He's going to try to finish you off or chase you out once and for all.
You sure of that?
He was talking about it this morning.
How many men can he get?
Close to 50. You got that many, Mr. Bowman?
Not over 30. Even figuring on the Circle O outfit to fight on our side.
Well, at least you got warning.
When's he planning to do all this?
Tomorrow night, late. They're hoping to take you by surprise. Once they run you off, they figure to fire your buildings.
Well, we'll be waiting for them. And I can tell you now, they won't have the walkover they're scheming.
Well, then I gotta be going. Yeah, trail seems to be clear. Don't see nobody. Hey, Mr. Bowman, whose white horse is that just yonder?
I don't know.
He's mine.
What?
The masked man again.
Careful. Keep your hands from your holsters. I followed you here, Judd. I thought perhaps Duke had sent you to make an attempt on Bowman's life.
Judd works for me.
So I found out. That's all the better.
Stranger, who are you? What's your stake in this? First I thought you was again Duke, but now I can't
told
see...
Duke the truth that day on the trail. I'm not for either side.
Then what is
All
it?
I want is to see this fighting brought to an end before more men are killed. Bowman.
Well?
Kimball wants peace. From all I can gather, you do also.
On fair terms?
Kimball can't control his men because Duke has them convinced they're fighting as much for themselves as they are for the outfit that employs them.
Judd's told me as much.
How about your men?
Well, the boys think a heap of Clayt. More than they do of me. They won't never holster their shooting irons till they paid the Kimballs back. Not even if I asked them to.
But if they were shown this entire fight was engineered just for the sake of one man's ambition. The ambition of a man who would murder.
Huh? What do you mean?
You're referring to Duke.
Right. You know as well as I, Judd. This fight reached the proportions it did for just one reason. Because Duke plans first to make the Kimball outfit the most powerful ranch in the county. And second, to become the owner of the Kimball ranch. Even if it means murder.
Sure, I know it.
And if the crews knew it, Duke would be lucky to get out of the county alive. But even if you accused him to his face, he'd just deny it.
Of course.
Well, then what do
But
you...
you admit if it were proved, the fighting would be brought to an end?
Well, I should smile.
It would.
Then the fighting will end. Take my word for it, Bowman. The feud between your outfit and Kimball's will be finished tomorrow night.
The masked man explained the plan he had in mind. And when he finished, Judd left the Bowman ranch house, mounted, and returned to the Kimball place. After unsaddling and turning his mount into the corral, he found Duke and quietly suggested they work together in the future.
Judd, you're quicker on the uptake than I'd even figured you. I got a notion you're going to be a real good man to have around.
Shucks, it was plain enough what you was hinting last night, Duke. And I don't mind saying you're the kind of hombre I'd like to tie to. When you know what you want, you go out and get it. Well, that's my style. We could make a team.
Doggone if I don't think so, too.
There's plenty of reason why, as long as you figure to get your uncle out of the way anyhow, now's the time to do it.
Well...
Just figure it for yourself. After tomorrow night, if everything goes according to plan, the Bowmans will be finished.
You bet they will.
All right. When that's done, then the fighting's over. And if your uncle's still alive after the fighting, it's going to be harder to get rid of him later on without questions being asked.
Uh-huh.
Finish him off now. It can be blamed on the Bowmans. It's just what folks would expect. Just be part of the trouble that's gone before.
That's so.
Then you'd be owner of the ranch right now, not in the future sometime.
Sure.
And most important of all, if your uncle was killed and the Bowmans blamed for it, then the men would go on a raid tomorrow night more willing than ever. They'd be riding to get even. If they was outnumbered 2-1, which they won't be, they'd still be fighting mad raring to pay the Bowmans off. Don't that make sense?
It does.
Well, then?
That's what we do. And even you ain't seen one good reason for it, Judd.
What's that?
If he was to see us getting ready to leave tomorrow, and to be bound to, he'd do his best to try and stop us. Might get some of the boys to thinking. This way, he won't be there to meddle, and anything I order will go without question.
Just so.
But how?
Leave that to me, Duke. I got it all figured out. Just leave it to me.
Late the following evening, Duke was sitting with his uncle in the living room of the ranch house. Suddenly he rose, walked to the hook where his gun belt and holsters were hanging, and lifted them down. His uncle watched him for a moment, and then...
Duke, what do you think you're up to?
Oh, just stepping over to the bunkhouse.
If that's so, what are you strapping them guns on for? They won't be needed.
Well, wear 'em if I want to.
Duke, you're planning something.
Yeah?
Been watching you all evening. Been acting nervous as a cat. Now, what's this about?
Don't interfere.
I've noticed the men. Even they've been acting like something's up.
You've been noticing too much.
Duke, you ain't going out. You're going to stay.
You fool.
I've been too easy with you. I've let you go too far on your own. You got around the way you think you're the boss of the place instead of me. Duke, put that gun back.
Shut up.
Duke, no. No, what are you doing, Duke?
I'm settling things here and now. I'm coming out in the open and showing you just where I stand. I'm the boss here. You're finished. You're done with.
No, Duke, no.
And you ain't standing in my way no longer.
No.
Take it. Where'd them shots come from?
Sounded like they come from the house.
What's happened?
Maybe it's a raid.
Boys! Hi, boys! Where's Duke?
Hey, Duke.
Who fired them shots?
Somebody shoot at you? What's the trouble?
Steve Bowman. It was him. I seen him. He fired through an open window. Killed my uncle.
What?
Which way did the dirty skunk go? We'll take after him and string him up.
Come on, fellas. Get to your horses. See to your guns.
Wait, fellas. Wait. We won't waste our time chasing him. We'll ride straight to his ranch. We'll clean out the whole pack of sneaking killers to once. Every one of them will pay for this. Come on, men. Saddle up and grab your gun belts. Tonight we don't leave a Bowman alive.
2 hours later, with Duke in the lead, the crew from the Kimball Ranch thundered down upon the dark and silent buildings of the Bowman outfit. Duke shouted an order and...
Fellas, ride down on them yelling for all you're worth. Make it sound like there's 1,000 of us. And start shooting the minute they stick out their heads. Come on, let's go. Get up there. Hey, Duke. Why? There's something wrong. They ain't showing us here.
That don't look like anybody's here. I was just noticing the same thing.
What the? Rain up, fellas.
This is doggone funny.
You better. Wait, shut up. Keep still, all of you. Nothing. Not a single sound.
You think they got warning and cleared out?
I don't know what to think.
If there was anybody here that had showed themselves before now. Showed themselves? They'd have been throwing lead so fast as they could pull the triggers. I don't like it. Looks funny to me.
Me too. Climb out of your saddles and search them out. The buildings are empty. We'll burn them down anyhow.
But, Duke, what if it's a trick? What if this is just something to catch us off guard?
Shut up and do like I say. Get out of the saddle.
Stay where you are.
A masked man. Men, shoot him down. Slap leather and...
One shot and I take you with me. Who's over?
You.
And look around you. You're surrounded. There's a rifle trained on every man here.
There's somebody by them trees. There's somebody else over by the pump.
They're behind you and in front of you, and on each side. You rode into a trap, men. You rode into a trap led by Duke Kimball.
The blazes with the trap, fellas. There ain't as many of them as there is of us. Come on, we'll bust right
Don't
through.
make a move.
I'll...
You'll do nothing. These men aren't fools enough to fight for a schemer who tried to kill his own uncle, put the blame on someone else.
You're a liar.
Quiet. Men, listen to me. The shots you heard at the ranch were fired by Duke. When he claimed he'd seen Steve Bowman, he was lying. Duke's behind all the trouble there's been. He's used you for his own purpose. When the Bowman's destroyed and his uncle dead, he'd rule the county.
Lies, a pack of lies. What are you listening to him for, man? Come on,
If I'm lying, Duke, we'll see what your uncle has to say. Sheriff, Kimball, Bowman, come here.
Seems like Kimball's dead. He was murdered back to the ranch.
Ask Duke,
Well, I'll be...
It's my uncle.
And if you up here hadn't put blanks in your guns, Duke, you'd have killed me just as you schemed.
And I'm here and now arresting Duke for attempted murder. Is this true, Duke? Did you try to drill your uncle and tell us a lying story about it?
Well,
Of course he did. Ain't my word proof enough? Any of you men ever know me to lie to you?
You gotta be strung up. The masked man's right, then. Duke was just using us. Men, are we going to let the polecat get away with it? Certainly not. Then grab him. Somebody get a rope. Let's bring him up right here.
Hold on. Stand back. There's been enough lawlessness in this county. The sheriff's here. He's arrested Duke. And Duke will get his punishment from the law. Leave it at that.
He'll get his meetings, fellers. You won't have to worry about that.
But we owe him plenty.
And he'll get plenty.
Don't argue, men. The law's taking over and making it stick.
It's all right with me, just so Duke gets his.
Kimball and Bowman would have called off this fight a long time ago if they could have. But now it's over, and peace is here to stay. That right, Kimball?
It is.
Bowman?
You bet.
You're responsible for this, Judd. It was your idea, you dirty double-crosser. Then you went and put blanks in my guns.
Duke, all I did was get you to try now what you plan to do later anyhow.
Yeah, but...
And besides, you're all wrong about the whole thing. It wasn't my idea at all. All I did was help. There's a fella you can thank for getting found out, Duke. The masked man.
Hello, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
After the beverages. Be right back.
Talking to clients all day long can make me real hungry. And when I'm hungry, I'm not a very good listener.
Snickers satisfies you.
To tell you the truth, I keep a Snickers bar in the third drawer of my desk. It takes the edge off my hunger and fills me up just fine.
Packed with peanuts, peanut butter nougat, caramel, and milk chocolate. Mmm.
Satisfies you.
Packed with peanuts, Snickers really satisfies.
When it seems like forever to my next meal, Snickers holds me over beautifully.
You got the dress from Penny. Mm-hmm. And at an even better price. On sale? Better. How? Connections.
With AT&T Opportunity Calling, you too have connections. While making your usual calls with AT&T Long Distance, you can now save at JCPenney. You can also save on appliances, even airfare. Look in our new catalog. You'll find lots of new ways to help your long-distance dollar go further than ever. AT&T Opportunity Calling. Another reason AT&T is the right choice.
Here's a special doll for your child.
Of all the babies in this beautiful world, you are the one for me. You're my child. See, you're just like me. Comb your hair the way I do, dress like I do too. You can do it. You can do it. Yes. Skin soft as it can be, little arms that reach for me. Mommy's here.
There's a My Child doll that looks like your child.
You are the one for me. You're my child.
Monday! It must be the luck of the Irish.
What are you babbling about?
Leprechauns! St. Paddy's Day is looking up.
We call one!
On Hardcastle and McCormick.
Done at last.
Well, genius, how about some M&M's?
Hi, kids.
Wow!
Where M&M's chocolate candies go, there's bound to be some fun. You snow is a bright and colorful wonderland. All the world loves M&M's, pure milk chocolate joy for everyone.
M&M's chocolate candies. The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
See you later.
Sara Lee introduces Bagel Time Bagels, the bagels you want to take time to eat.
Eat 'em slow, eat 'em slow. Come on, Mom, eat 'em slow. Take your time, take your time. Or that'll lose your mind.
Leave it to Sara Lee to make Bagel Time, the bagels that are big, crusty, and chewy.
Come on, Papa, eat 'em slow, oh, yeah.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I have something that may intrigue your sense of adventure. I myself cannot follow it up because I am blind. However, if you will come to the Braille Room at the public library tomorrow at 11 in the morning, you may be able to find something of interest.
At 11 in the morning, you may be able to find something of interest. I think someone is in desperate danger and needs help. I'd like to know what you think. William Michaels. Well, the letter did intrigue me. And as I found out later, Mr. Michaels did have something.
And now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, House of Darkness.
I wonder how this Mr. Michaels knew about Box 13, Mr. Holliday.
I wonder about that, too, Susie. He says he's blind.
Gee, this is really one letter I'd follow up if I were you.
You would? Why?
Well, wouldn't you?
Wouldn't I if I were you?
Yeah. No, I mean, you know what I mean, don't you?
Not now. I had an inkling before, but that's all gone. Never mind, though. What time is it?
11:15.
Well, that gives me 15 minutes to get to the public library. And also get a ticket for speeding, if I want to get there on time. But maybe it'll be worth it. Well, I didn't get the ticket, and exactly 15 minutes later, I walked into the Braille room at the library. There were only two people in the room, a man and a woman. The woman was busily running her sensitive fingers over a book. But the man was facing the door with a tense, expectant expression on his face. I walked over to him and sat down. He turned his face toward me, and then...
Box 13?
That's right. You're William Michaels?
Yes, that's right. I didn't know whether you'd come or not. As a matter of fact, I half wish you hadn't.
Your letter mentioned adventure. I never turned that down. What have you got, Mr. Michaels?
This?
This book?
Yes, it's in Braille, as you can see.
Yes, I know that, but what about it?
Let me read you a passage from page 80. Listen closely.
Go ahead.
And the terror of the night is hidden in the dark corners of my mind, and the shapes and phantoms that live in fancy are become real.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all on the page. All that was originally on the page. But listen to this. Help me, 1217 Granger Avenue.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that's on the page?
Yes. Someone who knows how to read and write Braille has used a pin or a needle to put this message on the bottom.
Let me see that page. Uh-huh. The characters are faint, but someone has done what you said.
What do you make of it?
I don't know. But before we go any further, how did you come to write to Box 13?
Well, I have a friend who reads the newspaper to me. He saw your ad in the Star Times. Adventure wanted, will go any place, do anything, write Box 13. And being a romantic sort of fellow, he read it to me.
Oh, I see.
We sat and conjectured a lot of things, what you might get into through that ad.
Oh, I managed to get into quite a lot of trouble, Mr. Michaels. But let's go back to this Braille message. Help me, 1217 Granger Avenue. When did you discover it?
Well, yesterday morning, quite by accident, I almost ran my fingers past it. I thought the characters were imperfections in the paper, you see. That was at first.
Mm-hmm. Run your fingers over it again, will you?
Yes. I did. Why?
They're still sharp enough for you to read the characters.
Yes, that's true.
Therefore, they haven't had time to be pressed down, make them illegible, so to speak.
And what does that mean?
That they were made quite recently.
Yes. Yes, of course. That's clever.
No, it's just common sense.
Do you think I should have taken this to the police?
I don't know. It may be a joke, a prank.
Yes, I thought of that.
Let's find out, shall we?
Are you going to that address?
Oh, no, not yet. Not until I find out the name of the person who had this book out at the library.
How can you learn that?
You see, every library book has a checkout card in the pocket on the inside of the front cover.
Yes.
Now, the checkout card has the number of the borrower's card on it. And the borrower's card has the name and address of the person. Now, let's go to the main desk, return this book, and see what the checkout card says. And that we did. We waited until the book was returned to the Braille room. Then we looked at it again.
Well, does it tell you anything? The checkout card, I mean.
Let me see your library card.
Oh, yes. Here.
Mm-hmm. Your card number is 9E4839. Now, that's the last card number written on this checkout slip.
Then the one before mine must be the card number of the person who had the book out before me.
Mm-hmm, maybe. There are 4 other borrowers' names ahead of yours. One of them has to belong to the person who put that message in the book.
Copy them down, and maybe we can find out whose card it is.
Uh-huh. Come on.
Where to?
The main desk again.
Do you think it's some sort of joke?
And if it is, it's in bad taste. But coming at the end of that dismal paragraph you read me...
Do you think that means anything?
Your guess is as good as mine. Here we are. Oh, I beg your pardon, miss.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I think you can. Here's a list of 4 card numbers. I'd like to know to whom the cards belong.
Oh, I don't think I can give you that information, sir.
Against regulations?
Well, yes.
Well, my name is Dan Holliday. I think you have several of my books here in the library.
Oh, of course. I've seen your picture on the jackets.
Oh, now don't hold that against me, please.
Oh, I won't. But you wanted some names?
Yes, you see, I'm doing a little research, and, well, it's for a story.
Well, I guess in your case it'll be all right. May I have the numbers?
Oh, yes, here you are.
I'll be back in a moment.
I didn't know you were a writer. In fact, I didn't even know your name.
That's right. Now you know. Dan Holliday.
Then this should be just your meat, Mr. Holliday.
It all depends. If one of the card numbers checks with the address of the message, then maybe we've got something.
I almost hope it does. And then again,
Oh, here she comes. Hold it.
Here you are, Mr. Holliday. I hope you won't mention this because it is against regulations.
I've already forgotten it.
Are you writing a story about this?
I don't know yet. But thank you very much.
Not at all, Mr. Holliday.
Well, what are the names?
There are 4 of them, Mr. Michaels. And the last one on the list is Mrs. Martha Corbett, 1217 Granger Avenue. A half hour later, Michaels and I sat in my car a few houses down from 1217 Granger Avenue. Maybe the whole thing was a joke. Then again, maybe it wasn't. Michael sat silently for a couple of minutes, and then...
Do you see anyone, Mr. Holliday?
No, not a soul.
What kind of place is it?
Big, dark. Not at all the type of house associated with sweetness and light.
Oh?
But then maybe I'm making mysteries out of nothing.
You're not going in?
With what? Could I ask to see Mrs. Martha Corbett?
Why not, if she needs help?
We don't know that, Michaels, and we...
Why did you stop talking? Isn't that a car?
Yes. Yes, it is. Stopped in front of the house.
Who is it?
I don't know. But it's a doctor's car, and he's getting out.
Doctor?
Uh-huh. Which means nothing at all. Doctor's illegal.
What's he doing?
He's gone into the house. Michaels, I've got an idea.
What is it?
I'm going to make a phone call and find out something.
A phone call? To whom?
To the Automobile Club and find out who belongs to that license number on the doctor's car. Then later, I'll visit the doctor. Well, I found out who the doctor was. I dropped Michaels to the library and told him I'd meet him there later. It took me 10 minutes to convince the doctor's receptionist that I had to see him. Then in his office.
My nurse tells me you insisted upon seeing me, Mr.
The name is Holliday, Dan Holliday.
Oh, very well, Mr. Holliday. What seems to be the trouble?
I have a headache.
Headache? Good heavens, man. My nurse seemed to think it was some fatal disease.
Well, it's a bad headache.
Who sent you to me, Mr. Holliday?
One of your patients, Dr. Folsey.
Oh, really? May I ask which one?
Oh, yes, of course.
I'll give you a couple of tablets to relieve you. But the cause of the headache is something we'll have to look into. Here you are.
Thank you.
A glass of water.
The patient who sent me was Mrs. Martha Corbett. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have knocked the glass out of your hand. Although I didn't touch it. Did I?
I'm sorry. That was clumsy of me.
No harm done.
So Mrs. Corbett sent you to me, huh?
Yes, she recommended you very highly.
Is that so? When did you last see her?
Well, not recently.
Just what are you trying to pull, Mr. Holliday?
Paul, I don't understand.
Evidently not. Because I don't think you even know Mrs. Corbett.
No, what makes you think that?
She hasn't seen anyone for 6 months. Not a soul.
Except you.
I'm her physician.
So you are. Dr. Folsey, what's wrong with Mrs. Corbett?
Until you tell me what you're trying to do, I refuse to answer your questions.
Suppose I told you she asked for help.
You're lying.
Maybe you are, too.
Mr. Holliday, I want to show you something. I have no idea what business this is of yours, but since you seem to think it is, I don't mind showing you these. Here, look at these papers.
These are commitment papers for Mrs. Martha Corbett.
Exactly. 7 years ago, she was confined to a sanatorium.
I see. And now...
And now, this.
Who's the phone call to?
The police, Mr. Holliday. Care to stay around for it?
Put it down, Doctor. You win.
Now, I'll give you just 1 minute to get out of my office. If you're not gone in that time, I'll complete that call.
All right, Doctor. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I won't do it again.
That's right. You won't.
And you left his office, Mr. Holliday?
What else could I do? I poked in there on a flimsy excuse. He threatened to call the police.
Mr. Holliday, please believe me, I'm blind myself, and
What do you mean, Michaels?
I know what she thinks, how she thinks.
I don't know what you're driving at.
A person who is blind develops almost a psychic sense. Call it an extra sense if you want, but he does have it. I'm sure that Mrs. Corbett needs help.
Now, look, all we have is that message in the library book. I told you Dr. Folsey showed me her commitment papers.
But he didn't put through the call to the police.
Oh, I see what you mean. A bluff.
Yes, it could have been.
Yeah, it could have been. I wonder if a person with nothing to conceal, with nothing to be afraid of, would have gone through with that call.
Well, put yourself in his place. Would you?
I think I would have. Maybe you're right, Michaels.
Then what are you going to do?
Well, I've gone this far. I may as well go all the way.
Yes? Where?
All the way into that house on Granger Avenue.
And now back to House of Darkness, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, maybe it was a wild goose chase with no chance of bagging any game at the end. But it was worth a try. If Dr. Folsey was bluffing, then he put on a good act. If he wasn't, I had to play it straight anyway. So later that same afternoon, I walked up the stairs to the front door of 1217 Granger Avenue. I rang the bell and waited.
Yes?
Oh, how do you do? My name is Holliday.
Yes, what do you want?
I'm the inspector from the power company. I have to look over the wiring and fixtures in your house.
No?
If it's convenient, yes.
Well, it really isn't at the moment.
It'll only take a few minutes. I know it's a nuisance, but it has to be done.
How long will you be?
How many rooms have you got?
Only 6 that we use.
Oh. Then it'll be about a half hour.
Well, all right, come in.
If you have something to do, I can make the rounds myself.
I'll go with you. I'll show you the rooms we use.
All right. Please lead the way.
The library is here.
One ceiling fixture, 2 wall fixtures. Any lamp outlets on the baseboards?
2, right here.
Uh-huh. Well, they look okay. Ceiling fixture seems all right. Ever have any trouble with shorts, blown fuses?
No, none at all. Everything in the house is in perfect working order.
Oh, that's good. Makes my job easier. All right, Mr.
The name is Whitley, and didn't you know that?
I cover about a dozen houses a day. Names don't mean a thing to me. Only fixtures.
Oh. Well, come this way. The dining room is just off the library. Next to that is the kitchen. Then one of the bedrooms, and the baths are off to the right of the bedroom. There are several small pantries.
We went through one room after
They
another.
have no lights in them.
Then we went upstairs, and Whitley led the way along a hallway that started at the head of the stairs and ran to a window at the far end. There were only 2 rooms off the hallway. We stopped at the first one.
This room is merely a storage room. Would you care to see it?
Oh, yes, I would. That is, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Oh, just an empty room.
Just an empty room. As you can see, the ceiling fixture has only one bulb in it.
Well, seems to work all right.
And that's all.
What about that room down there?
We never use it.
What's in it?
Nothing at all, beyond a few odds and ends of old furniture.
Mind if I look at it?
It's locked.
Don't you have a key for it?
No, the key was lost. I'm having another one made. Perhaps if you come again sometime...
It's an inside room, isn't it? No windows, I mean.
Does that make any difference? I assure you the room is never used. The lighting fixtures were sealed up some years ago.
Oh, I see.
No, if that's all, and if you don't mind, I have some other things to do. And
what's that?
This is an old house. The water pipes are defective. This way, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, certainly. Oh, have you a phone?
Why, yes, downstairs.
I'd like to use it if you don't mind.
All right, if you'll follow me.
He led the way back downstairs. I knew I had to stay in that house if I was to find out what or who was in that locked room. I had an idea, and I hoped it worked. But if it didn't, well, I'd never get another chance to get back into the house. Then downstairs.
There's the phone. Help yourself.
Oh, thank you. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you, Mr. Whitley. But these things have to be done, you know.
Of course.
Hello?
Hello, Michaels. This is Holliday.
Holiday, where are you? What's happened?
I've just made my inspection of 1217 Granger Avenue. Everything looks okay. I called to find out if there's anything else to do in this neighborhood.
What?
Uh-huh. Oh? Oh, hang on. I'll find out. Mr. Whitley?
Yes?
I wonder if you would mind looking out of the front window and see if any linemen are working the street.
All right. I'll be back in a moment.
Michaels, listen closely. Wait 10 minutes after I hang up, then call this number. Gramercy 8342. A man named Whitley will answer. Say you're Dr. Fulsey, and you've got to see him immediately. Give him a phone address. Say you're calling from a phone booth. That's so Whitley doesn't have to check the call back. Sound excited, nervous. Then hang up with no explanations. Have you got it?
Yes, I've got it.
Good. Sure, Michaels, I'll go right over there right now. Oh, just a second.
There are no linemen working outside at all.
Oh, well, thank you. They haven't got here yet, Michaels. Yeah. See you later. So long.
No, if you're quite finished.
Yes, I'm quite finished. Thank you. Whitley saw me to the door. I went to my car and pretended to drive away. But I parked around the corner, then walked back toward the house. I hid in a doorway until I saw Whitley leave the house. He was in a hurry, so I knew Michael's fake call had reached him. It was evening and almost dark. I circled the house and tried all the windows until I found one leading into the basement that I could force. Brother, I was breaking the law, but I had to. I went upstairs to the room Whitley hadn't let me see. I knocked.
What do you want? Please go away. Leave me alone.
Mrs.
Leave
Corbett.
me alone.
Mrs. Corbett, I've come to help you. I found your message in the library book.
You. Oh, thank heavens. Come on in.
I thought the door was locked.
No. Where are you? Come closer.
I'm right here.
Oh, who are you?
Never mind that now. What's going on here?
Please get me out of here. You must.
The door wasn't locked. You could have gotten out.
I'm blind and I'm afraid. I tried to get out before, but someone's always there.
Well, there's no one in the house now. Whitley's gone.
Gone? For good?
No, he'll come back. Who is he? Why are you kept in here?
He's my nephew. They want me to sign the will he's drawn up, and then they'll kill me.
No, they won't.
Day after day, I put messages in books they brought me from the library. First, I wrote them, but they found them. Then I put the message in Braille.
I know all that. You said something about a will.
Yes. If I sign it, they'll kill me, and I can't stand it much longer. I'll have to sign it, and then they'll kill me. As soon as I sign it, they'll kill me.
Mrs. Corbett, I saw Dr. Folsey. I saw commitment papers he had.
It's not true. He forged them for my nephew. Don't you see? If I ever got out, they'd have those papers to prove that I...
Yes, I see. How long have you been here?
A year. Please, you've got to get me out.
Look, Mrs. Corbett, I broke the law by getting in here. If it happens you're not telling the truth, I'm in a bad spot. They could prosecute me.
You've got to believe me. Please.
Maybe I do. All right, I'll take the chance.
Listen, someone came in downstairs. They're coming back.
Something must have gone wrong.
You can't get out of here. There aren't any windows.
Listen, now you've got to help me. I'll get in that closet. Don't give any sign that you know I'm here.
Hurry, hurry. They mustn't find you.
That's up to you. I got into the closet and waited. Then I heard...
Well, Aunt Martha, I was a little worried about you.
Whitley, we've got to get her out of here.
Don't worry, Folsey, we will.
You had to fall for that fake inspector guy.
Shut up. Aunt Martha, we'll give you one more chance. Sign the will now and nothing will happen to you. If you don't, we'll...
No, I won't sign it now.
What does she mean, now?
I don't know. Aunt Martha, what did you mean?
Nothing.
She did, Whitley.
Yeah, that fake call from you. Aunt Martha, is someone here?
No, there's no one. Please let me alone.
Folsey, go to the closet, open the door.
Me?
Don't worry. If someone's in there, we can take care of him. Go on.
Whitley, it's him, the man who came to see me.
Well, the inspector himself. Come on out.
All right. And what do you think you'll do with that gun?
What do you think? Folsey.
What?
Call your office. Arrange for an ambulance to come here.
Well, what are you going to do?
What we have to do.
Look, no killings, please.
Shut up.
May I ask how you found out about the fake call from our Dr. Folsey?
I called his office when he wasn't where he was supposed to be. Well, Folsey, go on.
Please, Whitley, no killing.
You're in this up to your neck. You'll do as I say.
Oh, sure. Do what he says, Dr. Folsey. Throw away a lifetime of helping others. Isn't that what a doctor does?
You shut up.
All right, I will.
Whitley, there's some other way.
I don't think so.
No, there's no other way, Dr. Folsey. Just do what he says. Forget that you once took an oath that all doctors take. It's easy to forget, isn't it?
You'll stop talking now, Holiday, or I'll see that you do.
One way or the other, I'll get it. So why shouldn't I talk now? Go ahead, Doctor. Call the ambulance. Take Mrs. Corbett and me out of here. Go ahead.
Folsey, go on.
We left the house. Whitley had a gun in my bag. Mrs. Corbett had been drugged and was put on a stretcher. The ambulance waited in front. I looked around. The street was almost deserted except for one man walking slowly toward the house. Then I heard it. The tapping of a cane. The lone man coming closer. It was Michaels. He stopped.
Holiday, get in the ambulance. Go on.
Whitley, for the last time, don't try this.
Whitley, we've got to hurry.
Go on, Holiday. What are you staring at? That man?
No.
He's blind, isn't he? Holiday, that man, you know him?
No, I don't.
I think you do, and you make one sound, one move to let him know what's going on, he goes with us, too.
I said I don't know him.
I don't believe you. And remember what I said, one move and he goes along. If you want that to happen, do as you please. Well, that's better. Remember what I said. Let him get past.
I'm sorry. I stumbled.
It's all right. Hurt?
No. I caught myself against the side of this car.
All right.
It frightened me. I seem to have dropped my cane.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, that's being a good boy, Holiday.
You would have killed him too, wouldn't you?
Yes. You saved his life, Holiday. Now get in, and we'll all take a little ride.
Well, it looked hopeless. This was going to be a great ride. Our only hope was Michael's, but how could he help? He was blind. Whitley must have read my mind because he laughed.
You were very smart, Holiday, but you seem to have outsmarted yourself.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? But do you really think you're going to get away with this?
Why not? Your only hope is a blind man.
Whitley?
What's that? Folsey, what's that?
Police cars.
All right, don't get excited. They can't be after us.
Whitley, they are after us.
Don't lose your head.
Looks like something slipped up, doesn't it, Whitley?
You're whistling in the dark.
Look, they're signaling us to stop.
What? Go on. Get going. Outrun them.
It's no use. We can't do it. There's a traffic signal ahead.
Oh, have them go through it.
No, they'll shoot.
Holiday, this is your fault. I'll get you. I'll kill you. Oh, no, you don't. Kill you.
Looks like this is your last ride, Whitley. Folsey, tell the driver to stop this ambulance.
Yes, Mr. Holiday.
I don't know how Michaels did it, Whitley. But I'm very glad he did.
Jeepers. How'd you ever do it, Mr. Michaels?
With these.
Just his hands and his fingers, Susie.
I don't get it.
Sure, Michaels.
Oh, all right. Now, look, Susie. Here's a coin with a date on it.
Yeah?
The date is 1935.
You felt those numbers with your fingers?
That's right, Susie. And it was simple for him to run his fingers over the license plates of the ambulance.
When I stumbled, I dropped my cane. I ran my hands over the car. I knew it wasn't a regular automobile. Then I felt the license plate.
Gee, and then you went to police.
That's right.
And that, Susie, is what you call using your head and fingers. Good night.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this week's original story was written by Sam Walters. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture. Latest Paramount picture.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Take my word for it. When the door closes, the light goes out.
Of course it does. Don't be ridiculous.
It's all happening between Perfect Strangers, premiering Tuesday, March 25th. Tuesday, when Angela sets Tony up on a blind date.
She's elegant and sophisticated. She's French.
So are poodles.
It's a real eye-opener.
I really had a great night.
Well, who says that it's over?
Who's the boss? Then it's Growing Pains for Mike.
Dad, you gave me noogies on the evening news.
What's a kid to do?
Try to give me one good reason to go on living, Mom.
The Solid Gold Dancers.
Tuesday.
Myrtle at Myrtle Beach.
Oh, what's that?
And McDonald's breakfast deals. Terrific. Myrtle at Old Faithful.
What's terrific about it?
Oh, it erupts every 59 minutes.
No, the deal.
Well, you buy any breakfast sandwich and large drink, and you get hot hash browns free. Myrtle on water skis.
Last long?
And 2 or 3 minutes, that's it.
The free hash browns.
Well, only a limited time. Boy, here's something you're gonna like.
Free hash browns when you buy any breakfast sandwich and large drink.
Myrtle with Mamu, the kissing whale.
Hi, I'm Candace Early, Donna on ABC's daytime drama All My Children. You can see All My Children here on Channel 8 every weekday at noon, right after you've watched Dayline with Leanne Taylor. Dayline is the best way to find out what Tulsa offers women, with features on things to do and places to go, along with answers to some of the problems faced by today's women. So watch Dayline with Leanne Taylor every weekday at 11:30, and then stay with Channel 8 for All My Children at noon. Remember, 8's your place.
Play it safe. Buckle up.
You changed the way you look. Can you see that? Up close, it's exciting. And I'll tell you something, darling. You look marvelous.
No other taste attracts so much attention.
Absolutely marvelous.
Diet Pepsi, the most refreshingest invention.
And not only do you look marvelous, my little 12-ounce darling, but you taste marvelous.
No other taste attracts so much attention.
You come here often? I'm kidding you. I'm a kid.
Where have you been, Sid? Georgia. What on earth were you doing in Georgia? Well, the director of a city film I own, he heard that all the big film productions are now going to Georgia, so we decided we needed to go there. So we went there to shoot a scene. And, how did the scene go? He couldn't come up with one. What, you mean he didn't have anything Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, man. He didn't have a single thing scripted. So we just wandered around Georgia. He shot some B-roll of us, which I don't even know how that's supposed to fit in continuity-wise with the rest of what he shot. And then he found out where they were filming the new Fantastic Four movie. So we decided to go down there and heckle them. What? Yeah. He thinks anybody who works within the studio system is a corporate shill. He started yelling all sorts of things, well, he hadn't exactly covered our travel expenses, and I wanted lunch, so when he offered me $10 to call the Hispanic guy who for some reason is playing a character named Reed Richards, well, a wetback, I did it. I was really hungry, don't give me that look. And, that's when they got nasty. They threw some things at us, and then he went into his trailer and retrieved a long length of rope, and he started coming at me. I just barely got away. I was nearly lynched by the guy playing Mr. Fantastic. Good night. Yeah, and now I think some lawyers from Disney are looking for me. So you haven't seen me if they ask. See you next time, folks.